Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we are live. Welcome to the show, folks. Today is Friday afternoon, Friday morning. It is March 6th, 2026, folks. We have a lot to talk about. Today, we're going to be doing another live all-day breaking news sort of coverage-style broadcast. We might be here 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 hours, depending on if there's stuff to talk about. Now, I just want to go ahead and get right into the show because a lot has happened overnight, and we have a lot to break down. We are live right now on YouTube as well as on Rumble and Matt Morris TV. Do me a favor if you're new, hit that like button and make sure to subscribe. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to go ahead and kick this off because there is a lot to talk about since we last were together late last night. Let's kick this off. Ladies and gentlemen, just about 2 hours ago, Khamenei, or rather his X page, because he is no longer with us in the land of the living, Khamenei's X page, his official government, Iranian government page, actually, posted this. The Zionist regime has made a big mistake, and its consequence will make the regime desperate by God's grace. The Zionist regime has made a big mistake, and its consequences will make the regime desperate by God's grace. And then, of course, he posts this image of what appears to be some type of, I don't know, ballistic missile, maybe nuclear ballistic missile that is being developed in an Iranian underground bunker facility, and then they're launching it, and then it lands in, I don't know, what looks like, oh, there's an Israeli flag, a Star of David there, so it lands in Israel, maybe Tel Aviv. So Khamenei is still making threats on his official page, talking about wonder weapons. They've got some massive attack incoming. This is posted as of 2 hours ago. Now, this is actually what... is this insensitive? This is probably what Khamenei looks like right now. Anyway, his official page is making threats like this on the timeline. Now, you can't help but be reminded of how 2 days ago, Khamenei... Well, actually, this was coming from the IRGC, not even Khamenei, who is even dead. This is coming from the IRGC. 2 days ago, they were talking about blowing up this nuclear research facility in Israel in Dimona. Now, if I can put this on the map here, Israel, here's a little country called Israel. Here's Iran all the way over here. Israel has a nuclear enrichment, well, really, they call it a nuclear research facility right here in the Negev desert, right here in southern, threatening to blow it up. They said soon, it's called the Dimona Nuclear Research Facility. Soon, the Dimona facility is going to get blown up. And now, 2 days later, as of 2 hours ago, they're talking about launching some type of brand new wonder weapon. Soon the Zionist regime will be made to suffer. Now, President Trump, earlier this morning, he's made 2 big Truth Social posts just in the last couple hours pertaining to all of this. This one about 3 hours ago. President Trump himself this morning, he says, unconditional surrender. There will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. After that, and the selection of a great and acceptable leader or group of leaders, we and many of our wonderful and very brave allies and partners in the region will work tirelessly to bring Iran back from the brink of destruction, making it economically bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Iran will have a great future. We're going to make Iran great again. Thank you for your attention to this matter. He says there will be no deal other than unconditional surrender, is what President Trump says. So really, when you think about this, if President Trump is only accepting unconditional surrender, which means he is going to be choosing the leader or leaders. There will not be a new leader or a leadership group in Iran unless President Trump personally signs off on it. What does that mean? That means that right now, well, that means that President Trump is the leader. President Trump is the leader. He's the Ayatollah. President Trump is now the supreme leader of Iran, because there will not be another leader unless he personally signs off on it. So at this point, and by the way, that does seem to be the case on the ground as well. Of course, we're joking about this, but really, we have complete, well, effectively, maybe 99%, 99.99% complete and total control over the Iranian skies. And things are escalating, by the way. Folks, we're going to talk about a potential ground operation, not involving U.S. boots on the ground, but involving some regional allies. We're going to be talking about that today as well. If you can hear my voice in the YouTube chat, go ahead and type 1. If you can hear my voice in the Rumble chat, go ahead and type 2. Quickly, before I forget about them, I want to take a look at some super chats here before we move on. But we have a lot to talk about today. It is a very big day. I'm making sure our connection is good. I think the connection's good. Okay, we have a new membership named Matt Fire Dude. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate that. We have a massive super chat from Patricia Luna. Says Formal Friday. That's right. Hey, it's Formal Friday. Hey, you thought that just because we have conflict in the Middle East, we would stop respecting. What is up with my hair? Oh my God. Oh my gosh. What are you doing? What are you doing back there? Sorry, I'm just up here beating myself. We gotta do something about that. Sorry about that, Patricia. I apologize. I really am sorry. That's very rude of me to have unkempt hair like that. Really disrespectful. Thank you very much. We also have Shebat says happy Friday, and also hi Sarah. Hey, thank you very much. Thank you very much. You know, I do need to send a quick message. I was making my thumbnail this morning. We need to send a quick message. I think there are some people here that can't hear me. There's some audio issues, and so I'm going to send a message to them. If you can't hear my voice, reload the show, reload the broadcast. I think this always fixes it. Sometimes it's a YouTube problem. If you can't hear my voice, you got to reload the broadcast. Thank you very much. Sometimes that happens. I think we're going to be fine in the long term, though. I think we're looking good. Okay, anyway, now, we also had a new supporter on YouTube. This is K2 4U today. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Chris Maurice, thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be here all day. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, I don't know, maybe 100 hours. I don't know. It's going to be a long day. Thank you all for being here. Eric T. Tammy says, who's bringing the hors d'oeuvres to the Hormuz opening party? By the way, we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the Strait of Hormuz today because I think very soon it's going to be getting opened. Very soon. Now, we're going to get to there here in a couple minutes, though. So first off, President Trump says no deal outside of unconditional surrender. I am the boss. President Trump is the boss. He says we are in charge, is what he says. We have a report coming out of Israel today. Israel says that Iran is weakening and losing control. The report itself actually goes on to say that Iran is losing control of its own country. We're getting reports of defectors. We're getting reports of members of the IRGC, local police, etc. They are abandoning posts. They're fleeing. They're laying down their arms. We're getting reports also. Keep in mind, President Trump now for like 5 days, he's been saying, listen, hey, if you are inside of Iran, all we want for you to do is surrender. If you're a member of the Iranian leadership political class, if you're a member of the IRGC itself, the Iranian military, because remember, the IRGC is different. It's delineated. It's different from the Iranian military. It's two different groups, although closely overlapping a little bit. But anyway, he says, doesn't matter who you are inside of Iran, if you lay down your arms, if you surrender, if you reach out to us, we will grant you sort of immunity. That's the word he uses, is immunity. We will grant you immunity. All you have to do is just surrender. And so, anyway, we're getting reports. We heard this from CENTCOM, well, Pete Hegseth, in his joint statement from CENTCOM, saying that already we're having, allegedly, thousands of people inside of Iranian leadership structure that are calling and saying, hey, listen, yeah, I would like immunity. Excuse me, Mr. Pete Hegseth, I would like to have immunity, please. So whether or not, that's true or what degree that's true, I think you have to take him at his word. But I'm sure it's happening to some degree in that the Iranians are losing control of their own country on the ground. Let's talk about Hormuz real quick. The Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. Navy just said this morning in the last 4 hours that they're going to start escorting ships through that very strait. So, and we heard about this 3 days ago now, but now it seems like it's happening as soon as possible. The verbiage today is as soon as possible. Well, let's talk about the Strait of Hormuz, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look at this. 20% of the world's oil comes out of this place. It's called the Persian Gulf. Now, the Persian Gulf is in a rough area of the world. You've got Iran up here. Like I said, rough neighborhood. And then, of course, you've got Qatar, United Arab Emirates. You've got Bahrain. You've got Kuwait. And, of course, the royal Saudi kingdom, Saudi Arabia itself. And here's the Red Sea down here. Here's Egypt. There's Israel, just to get everybody acquainted with the map here. And so the Strait of Hormuz, like we said, 20% of the world oil supply comes out of the Persian Gulf. But to get out of the Persian Gulf, it's got to go through what? It's got to go through where? The Strait of Hormuz. It's this little bend in the road, this bend in the water here. Well, the problem is that when this conflict broke out, what now, 5-6 days ago, whatever it is, the Iranian regime, they came out and said, listen, all right, because of this conflict, we are now shutting down the Strait of Hormuz. What does that mean? Any ship going through here, well, we might, depending on if we feel like it, we might start launching ballistic missiles or suicide drones at your ships. And you can imagine, if you are a tanker vessel, let's just pull up a random so you can kind of have a visual of what we're talking about. This happens to be a random tanker vessel coming out of Karachi, just to show you kind of what they look like. I'm sure you've seen them. Anyway, if you are a tanker vessel full of oil, okay, you probably don't want suicide drones and Iranian ballistic missiles getting fired at your tanker vessel, because oil is, guess what? Oil is flammable. And yeah, so you probably don't want that to be happening. So anyway, the Strait of Hormuz has been shut down now for 4 or 5 days. It's been causing some economic turbulence, to say the least. Oil prices have increased by, what, 10 or 15% since the breakout of this conflict. That's not good. That's very destabilizing, because everything that happens in the world economy is downstream from oil. Oil, it's for, you know, airplane and boats and cars and every single thing. You know, transport, it's everything. And so you can understand, if oil prices go up, prices for everything kind of go up. Everything is downstream of oil and energy. So the U.S. Navy, President Trump is now saying, we are going to actually use the U.S. Navy to forcibly reopen the Strait of Hormuz, even if that means perching up a bunch of cruisers and destroyers in the strait and intercepting and firing down a bunch of Iranian drones and ballistic missiles. So this is going to get reopened very shortly. That's the report we're getting right now. It's been shut down for 4 or 5 days, and you can see, look at all these dots and arrows. What are these? Every single one of these is a boat. All of these are boats that want to go in and want to go out. It's just this is like the world's largest traffic jam, effectively. You thought your traffic was bad in the morning. I'm 15 minutes late to work. Well, just think about how bad this is. Good Lord. So anyway, Trump is saying, listen, we are getting directly involved. We are opening this up. We've had enough of this economic turbulence and destabilization. We're going to use the U.S. Navy to open it back up. Now, we also have a report yesterday evening coming out of The Economist. Take a listen to this. And by the way, I kind of believe this report. Gulf leaders are privately urging President Trump to keep the war with Iran going, warning that stopping now would leave them facing a wounded and hostile regime on their borders. They fear Tehran would conclude, Iran, that attacking Gulf states can pressure Washington to back down, that Iran, if Trump were to pull out now, you know, because by the way, let's kind of, let me put this up here on the big screen. This is Beirut. Let's talk here for a minute, folks. One of the theories, one of the notions is that, well, listen, if Trump wanted to end this war right now, he could. Trump could get up here and give a speech right this very moment and say, all right, people around the world, we blew up the Ayatollah. We've killed 300 members of the Iranian leadership structure. We've crippled the IRGC. The Iranian regime has never been weaker. We have set them back 10, 15, maybe 20 years. We've castrated their ballistic missile program. We've blown up every single one of their nuclear reactors. All their bunkers now are laying in rubble. And now we're going to leave. And now we're done. That was the mission accomplished, and now we are leaving. Trump could do that right now. Just walk away from all of this. He could. But that's not what Trump wants. Trump wants a leader in Iran that is willing to do what he wants them to do, willing to bend and capitulate to U.S. interests. Okay, that's what. We want sort of a friendly, amenable regime in control of the country. That is what. And so that's where this is going. Trump says, listen, we're not accepting anything. We want sort of like a vassal state, almost. Kind of. Anyway, this is not over until 1, unconditional surrender, and 2, we have complete and total control of the country, effectively, by manner of proxy. That is the objective. And so let's talk about what has Iran's defense strategy looked like? Well, this is one of the leading theories. I'm sure a lot of people have been talking about, why is Iran launching all of these suicide drones and ballistic missiles at all of their regional neighbors? Iran has been launching drones and missiles at Iraq, at Israel, of course, into Jordan, into Saudi Arabia, into Kuwait. They've been launching a lot of drones and missiles into Bahrain, Qatar, United Arab Emirates. We saw the other day they attempted to launch an exo-atmospheric ballistic missile into Turkey. They successfully launched a drone attack into Azerbaijan the other day. Why is Iran doing this? Why is Iran like effectively declaring war on every single country in the region? I believe 12 individual countries. Why has Iran done this? Are they stupid? Well, the idea here, the political theory is that Iran is hoping to increase pressure on their regional counterparts, hoping that their regional counterparts, Qatar, UAE, Saudi Arabia, etc., will get so sick and fed up of Iranian ballistic missiles and suicide drones raining down from the sky that then these countries, Qatar, UAE, Saudi Arabia, etc., will then turn to the United States and say, listen, okay, United States, you got to get out of here. Okay, it was a noble effort. You killed the Ayatollah, etc., etc. You crippled them, whatever, but we are sick here in the United Arab Emirates and Qatar and Saudi Arabia, etc., of having missiles and bombs rain down. Maybe we should wrap this up. We don't want any more damage in our countries, because Iran is our neighbor and we're in the firing zone. So this has been, perhaps, this is my speculation at least, this has been the Iranian defense strategy. They're projecting power to everyone in the region, hoping that everyone in the region will then go to the U.S. and say, all right, U.S., listen, it's chaos. Please wrap this up. We got to wrap it up. That has not happened. In fact, the exact opposite has happened. All of these countries in the region are now just overwhelmingly pissed off at Iran. We've all seen that. All of them have issued statements condemning Iran's behavior. Some of them, Azerbaijan perhaps, we might be seeing that soon, might even engage in direct hostilities on their own against Iran. And so actually what's happened now seems to be the case. We have a lot of reason to believe that all of these countries are now actually they're closer than ever with the United States. They're saying, listen, United States, not only do we not want you to back down and get out of the neighborhood, what we want you to do is double down and deliver the killing blow. Right now, the enemy has wounded our psychotic neighbor, Iran, the Iranian regime. They are wounded, and now is the time to deliver the killing blow. You keep doing what you need to do, and let's get an actual non-psychotic leader placed in charge of this country. That is the long-term path towards permanent de-escalation, not temporary de-escalation, but permanent de-escalation. And so anyway, that's what this report from The Economist is effectively confirming. Gulf leaders in the region are privately urging President Trump to keep the war ongoing with Iran, warning that stopping now would leave them facing a wounded, hostile regime on their borders. They fear Tehran would conclude that attacking Gulf states can be a means with which to put pressure on Washington to compel Washington, the United States, to ultimately back down. So these Gulf nations, they don't want to capitulate or surrender to the neighborhood bully, kind of. They say, if we're going to do this, you got to go all the way. You got to go all the way. Gulf leaders are privately urging Trump to continue the war with Iran, per The Economist. They fear Tehran would learn that striking Gulf states can be used to put pressure on Washington to change course. And they don't want that. They don't want to become Iran's punching bag. Does that make sense? And so, if this is all true, it seems like it is. It seems as if Iran's big gamble has totally backfired. It has not paid off at all. Now, President Trump has issued a second Truth Social post this morning, about 2 hours ago. He said, "We are moving thousands of people out of various countries throughout the Middle East. It is being done quietly, but seamlessly. The State Department Undersecretary Marco Rubio is doing a great job. President Donald J. Trump. We have had, we've got U.S. citizens, U.S. contractors, U.S. business people, all types of Americans that are citizens of this country that are working or traveling all throughout the Middle East. Now, for weeks now, I'm sure you've all seen, we've been covering this, for weeks, the United States has been telling people, all right, listen, something is coming. You got to get out of here. It's time to get out of the Middle East. And now things have, you know, all hell is broken loose, so to speak. And now we're really helping people get out of the region. So good for them. Now, we also have another massive super chat here from Robbie Plan. Robbie Plan, this is a $50 super chat. Good morning, good afternoon. It's about noon on the East Coast or so, maybe 1. Robbie Plan says, hey, Matt, love your program and watch every day. Please check out Justin Plant, who's running for governor in the Republican primary. He's a real dude. He's not a career politician. He's one of us. I will look into him. I haven't heard about him, but I'll look into him. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much for tuning in, and thank you for that big super chat. Let's get back to today's news. We also got a report coming out today. Take a look at this. This is from the Azerbaijani media. Azerbaijan is withdrawing diplomats from inside of Iran, closing its embassy in Tehran, and raising the readiness of its military forces, says Azerbaijani FM. By the way, the foreign minister of Azerbaijan. Now, why does this matter? Well, this is a big deal. Here's a little country. It's called Azerbaijan. It's on the Caspian Sea. Azerbaijan is on the northern border of Iran. Now, we saw about a day and a half ago, at a minimum 1, perhaps more, there were reports of numerous Iranian suicide drones that flew up here into southwest Azerbaijan and landed in this area outside Nakhchivan. There's an airport here, and that there were a series of Iranian drones that blew up, collided in Azerbaijan, doing damage. I don't believe anybody was hurt, but they landed and did damage at the Nakhchivan International Airport and I believe some neighborhoods in the approximate area as well. Azerbaijan is pissed off about this. Rightfully so. They are very pissed off about this. Fun fact. 60% of ethnic Azerbaijanis actually live in northern Iran. They don't live in Azerbaijan itself. 60% of ethnic Azerbaijanis live in northern Iran, in and outside of Tabriz. Only 40% of Azerbaijanis live in Azerbaijan itself. And so, right now, Azerbaijan, they're sort of a proud, almost militant nation. They feel very disrespected and pissed off about what has happened here. And immediately after this, I think Iran realized that they made a big mistake. Iran, they said, wait a minute, it wasn't us. We didn't do it. It wasn't our drones that flew up there and blew up your airport. It was Israeli drones. Israel sent those drones up. It was an Israeli false flag to try to get you involved in the conflict. So Iran immediately, they realized they made a big mistake. They pissed off the Azerbaijanis. They realized that the Azerbaijanis were in fact going to stick up for themselves. Iran then backpedaled and tried to deny it. They said it wasn't them, it was Israel. It was an Israeli false flag. But anyway, Azerbaijan is not buying that narrative. They are pissed off, and they might actually end up getting directly involved in the conflict, as in like deploying troops into northern Iran. And we've seen a similar report about US-backed Kurds also on the border of western Iran with Iraq. So this area of Iran, western border with Iraq, northern border with Azerbaijan, this situation up here is getting increasingly complex. Okay? Potentially increasingly hostile. And Iran, the Iranian regime, is starting to sweat bullets. They're panicking. Nothing. Okay. Literally nothing is going the way that the Iranian regime had wanted it to go. They are not happy about anything right now. All of their plans are falling through. Now, we hear from Iranian state media this morning about, actually less than 2 hours ago, hot off the press, Iranian regime says that, Iranian state media says attacks are set to escalate. I'm sorry, actually this was last night. Iranian state media says attacks are set to escalate and broaden. Iranian attacks are set to escalate and broaden. They're going to pick it up, and we know the Iranian regime, they love to talk a big game. In fact, we started today's broadcast off by talking about how the Ayatollah Khamenei's page on Twitter, his official government page, in fact, is now talking about launching wonder weapons and blowing up Israel. Still, they're talking about this. This is on Khamenei's official government page, despite him being dead right now. This woman says, "You're dead. Dude, you're literally dead, and you're making threats." Somebody's making threats on your page. So we will see about that. Right now, a lot of people have been speculating that we're going to see a big-time escalation this weekend. Let me throw up the Beirut cam here. Let's talk for a minute. I'll take a look at a super chat again. You guys might have noticed that big escalation, big plays, big actions that potentially can destabilize, can potentially be destabilizing, tend to happen on the weekend after markets close. Well, guess what? Markets close here in the next couple hours. It's Friday night. It's Friday afternoon. And so if we are going to see a massive escalation, we are potentially going to be seeing it tonight in the Middle East. And that's what we're looking at right now. You can actually see smoke billowing up from the streets of Beirut, Lebanon. The IDF, you can tell that this is the Israeli Air Force, actually. They continue to carry out airstrikes in Beirut, Lebanon, because Hezbollah is effectively entrenched and bunkered down in this city. Also, we know that there's an IRGC presence in Beirut. We're going to be looking a lot. By the end of today's broadcast, you are going to be very familiar with this cam. And I think we're probably going to be seeing some Israeli Air Force airstrikes live. We saw a bunch of them last night. Someone said, where's Beirut? I'll show you real quick. Beirut, here's Iran, and over here is a country called Lebanon. It is just to the north of Israel. Now, here's Beirut. It's the biggest city in Lebanon. And in Lebanon, there's a big Hezbollah. It's sort of an Iranian-backed terror proxy that is entrenched all up and down this country. So we've seen conflict and mayhem along the northern border of Israel, which is right here, and then it comes up a little bit. Here's the border between Lebanon and Israel. For days now, we've been seeing conflict all along this border. Drones getting launched, gunshots, people are taking pot shots back and forth. There's rocket launches. And so anyway, Hezbollah is all in this area and also in Beirut itself. And so we're going to be looking at this camera today a lot. Like I said, we're going to be live for probably 6 or 7 hours. We also have, ladies and gentlemen, just to kind of get everything out on the table here, we've got live cams today coming out of North Israel. We actually have an Isfahan missile launch site. Folks, this seems to be a Chinese camera that we have access to. Ladies and gentlemen, you are tuning into the right broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a live Chinese camera today coming out of Isfahan in Iran. This is an Iranian missile launch site. We might even see the Iranians launch some missiles live. In fact, we've seen that in the past, namely during the 12-day war. We saw this exact camera during the 12-day war, maybe 8 months ago. So we might see some missile launches. We have Ben Gurion Airport in Tel Aviv skyline, Haifa, Israel, that's North Israel, Beirut, South Israel, and another from Haifa, Israel. So we've got all types of coverage everywhere today. Thank you all very much for being here. Once again, if you're new to the show, do me a favor and hit that like button and make sure to subscribe. We're just getting going. Now, we also have some other camera angles here. We've got Jerusalem, we have Beirut, we have Tel Aviv, and then right now you guys are looking at the Strait of Hormuz. So we're going to have a lot to talk about here today. Now, one more thing here. We've got more news to go through. This is a statement just from 1 hour ago from Admiral Brad Cooper, the commander of CENTCOM. So, statement from CENTCOM here. He says 1 hour ago, the Iranian terrorist regime has attacked 12 different countries and continues to deliberately target civilians throughout the Middle East. Last night, Iranian forces fired 7 attack drones at civilian residential neighborhoods in Bahrain. This is unacceptable and will not go unanswered. We will continue working with regional partners to address this threat to innocent people across the region. So this is coming from CENTCOM. The Iranian regime fired last night, 7 attack drones at civilian residential neighborhoods in Bahrain. Someone says, where's Bahrain? I'll show you. We were talking about Beirut. Now let's talk about Bahrain. It's over here. It's a little island country in the Persian Gulf right here. Not a big country. They are a very wealthy country, though, because they've got what? They've got oil money. They've got access to the oil. And so here's Bahrain. Bahrain has been targeted by Iran a lot. Namely because this is where we have a large U.S. military presence. This is the Navy's 5th Fleet facility right here. We have it on this island. And so we also have a huge amount of intelligence information here, radars and satellite dishes and huge intelligence base, like CENTCOM intelligence base here as well, in addition to the 5th Fleet facility, naval facility. And so Anyway, the reason why I'm telling you this is because the Iranians last night are firing more 7 individual suicide drones. Oh, I'm sorry, you can't see this. There's that right there. Here's Bahrain. There it is. We'll pull it up on the big screen right there. There's Bahrain for you in the Persian Gulf. Anyway, all of that information I just told you still stands. But this is Bahrain right here, a little tiny island nation. And so some here, they've got all of these residential neighborhoods here. Hey, listen, I'm a one-man show. Sometimes accidents happen. All these other broadcasts, they've got multi-million-dollar studios and editorial teams and producers and all this stuff. Listen, hey, it's a one-man operation. It is. So bear with me, folks. Hang on with me. I appreciate you guys helping me out sometimes. I will say, listen, these broadcasts, folks, we have been going toe-to-toe with the mainstream. Do you know that? You know how many the number of people that have been tuning in on Rumble and on YouTube, I kid you not. Thank you all very much for being here. We have been going toe-to-toe with the mainstream media here. This is a one-man show. One-man show. It's me and it's you guys. So thank you all very much for being here. I appreciate it. We saw last night 7 Iranian suicide drones targeted at residential neighborhoods in Bahrain. And what might that look like? This is what Bahrain looks like down on the streets. Oh, they've got textiles and tailoring. They've got Ziba al-Muhandis. They've got everything down here. They've got Al-Ibrahim. They've got Al-Hertz, flowers, perfumes, and they've the telephone number. So anyway, this is what Bahrain looks like down. They've got Coca-Cola. How bad can they be? We'll take a look at one more spot here in Bahrain just so you guys can kind of see what's going on down here on the streets of Bahrain. Anyway, will they have a McDonald's? Well, I'll be darned. They have a McDonald's. There you have it. Unbelievable. So anyway, Iran is continuing to fire suicide drones. CENTCOM is not happy about it. I wanted to show you this post. This is from 13 years ago. 13 years ago. Well, you know what? Before I show you that, have you guys noticed some of these individuals? I don't know. Maybe they're on the media. Maybe they've got other talk shows on the internet. Maybe they're posting on the timeline. People are saying, I'm a 2-time, I'm a 3-time Trump voter, and Trump never said he was going to bomb Iran. This pisses me off. Trump betrayed his base. Trump betrayed. Do you know how long Trump has been talking about, one, bombing Iran and doing anything possible to stop Iran from getting access to a nuclear weapon? And having a ballistic missile program? How long has Trump been talking about that? Like, forever? There's footage from the 1980s. Literally, I kid you not. There's footage from the 1980s where he says this, where he says Iran cannot be allowed to have a nuclear weapon. Anyway, here's a post I stumbled upon last night on Twitter. This is from 2013. This is from 2013, 13 years ago. Trump says, this is during the Obama administration. Trump says, while everyone is waiting and prepared for us to attack Syria, maybe we should knock the hell out of Iran and their nuclear capabilities. This is several years before he even launched his presidential campaign in late, I believe, the summer of 2015. So this is 2 years before that. He wasn't even a politician at this point. And he's been talking about this in one way or another since the 1980s. So anyway, no, Trump has not really changed course here. We've got footage coming out of Tehran. Just from 2 hours ago, right before sunset. Take a look at this. U.S. airstrikes continue. Can we pull this up? Yep, U.S. and Israeli airstrikes. And I mean, you can see 1, 2, 3, 4. That's just what we can see right now. The U.S. and Israeli airstrikes continue. And of course, you know, they're not just indiscriminately dropping bombs. They're not like carpet bombing civilians or anything. What they're doing, what we are doing, is carrying out targeted strikes on key IRGC locations, military locations, storage facilities, weapons storage facilities, etc., intelligence facilities. That seems to be the case. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I need to... One moment here. I think we might have something going on in Beirut. Stand by here, ladies and gentlemen. Stand by. Hey, what can I say? It's allergy season. For me, every season is allergy season. No, thank you all very much for being here. I appreciate that, folks. We have a massive super chat from James Orne. He says, if Iran's goal was to piss off the whole world, they succeeded. Yeah, I think their goal was to try to bomb and blow up all of their neighbors, hoping that their neighbors would then turn to the USA, put pressure on the USA, and put pressure on us to try to de-escalate and pull out of the situation. But that has entirely backfired. Their gambit, the Iranian gambit, has most certainly backfired. It did not go the way that they had planned. All of their regional allies have effectively turned on them, rightfully so. Rightfully so. And now everybody's getting involved. Now everybody's getting involved. Really just astounding. We have another big super chat over here from Jamie Jacott. Says, hey Matt, I love the content retired air defender here. And glad to see our boys doing the job. Not sure if you have looked. I found a map that covers strikes during the war with videos. Iran strike map is the site. Hey, thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. We've seen a lot of stuff like that. There's a lot of maps floating around like that. Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, right now, this is just, like, really just complete and total domination. It is. You know, obviously, I'm a little bit biased towards the United States of America, given I'm an American. Let me just put my America first, you know, MAGA, Trump, America bias on the shelf. Put it on the shelf. Objectively, who is winning this conflict? How, objectively speaking, how is this conflict actually going right now? Pardon my language here, ladies and gentlemen. Iran, the Iranian regime, is getting its shit rocked. For lack of a better term. Iran is getting its shit rocked. That is what is going on right now. Their navy is gone. They're firing every single day. I mean, look, on day one of this conflict 6 days ago, they fired 350 ballistic missiles. Yesterday, they fired, I think, 37. I need to get an official number. They're firing somewhere around 10, maybe 11% of their ballistic missiles in less than a week. About a 90% reduction in Iranian ballistic missile launches. Similar figure for suicide drone launches. They can't even get anything up in the air anymore. They don't have an air. They had an air force, believe it or not. I don't even think they've got planes in the sky. We've been bombing their planes. Their navy is gone, and now Trump is going to forcibly reopen the Strait of Hormuz. With or without the permission of the Iranian regime, mind you. Without, as it would seem. Things are not going the way. And then, of course, everyone in the Middle East, all these other Middle Eastern countries, are siding with the U.S. They're siding with the U.S. The Iranian regime is getting steamrolled. Steamrolled. MN Froggy, hey, thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. Gifted 5 Rumble Premiums. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Somebody said, Matt, do you get your haircut at Great Clips? You want to know something? Literally, I do. I do, actually. I go to Great Clips. And the reason why is because there's a very nice woman there. She's a Rumble viewer. The woman that cuts my hair at Great Clips, she watches the show on Rumble. And so I keep on going back because she's so nice and she's one of the viewers. How could I not go to Great Clips? The people down at Great Clips are watching the show. So yeah, I'm going to keep on going back to Great Clips. Duh. Her name is Hallie. Her name is Hallie. Shout out Hallie. If you're tuning in, Hallie, we love you. She's down there. We have a Rumble rant here from Jacob. Jacob says, hi, been watching since the start of this. Thanks for keeping up with everything. Also in Beirut, there was a strike where you could see a building collapse. Wow, that... You know, we haven't even started looking at clips yet. I haven't even been pulling up clips for you guys, so we're going to get to that segment here in a minute. I'm sure we can probably find some video footage of that. Samantha says, Matt, you look gentlemanly and I love your show. Hey, Samantha, I am married. I'm married. No, I'm kidding. Thank you, Samantha. Thank you very much. FF says, Matt Morris for Congress. I don't know about that, because I'd have to actually go to D.C. I'm not so sure if I want to do that. Thank you, though. I appreciate the sentiment. The CMY says, news came out of Russia providing Iran with intel about U.S. warships, airplanes. Yeah, that seems to be the case. In fact, I think we have some information. Why don't we quickly pull that up? I think we have some information about that. So, first off, something I want to talk about here. Ladies and gentlemen, breaking news. No fighter jets, as in 0 fighter jets or other military aircraft with the Chinese People's Liberation Army, Chinese military, none of them have been detected in or around Taiwan's airspace defense identification zone for the 7th day in a row. Simply put, 0 Chinese aircraft in or around Taiwan for 7 days now, which represents the longest gap period since at least 2023 in 3 years. Coincidentally, the ongoing conflict in the Middle East is approaching 7 days, with U.S. and Israeli airstrikes against Iran beginning last Saturday. Huh. Well, isn't that curious? Well, isn't that curious? Now, let's get some numbers out here on the table. Cumulatively, China, every single year, on an annual basis, gets 20% of its oil from the Persian Gulf. 20%. The Persian Gulf, not the Persian Gulf alone, but also Venezuela. So Venezuela, I totally misspoke. Let me restart. Cumulatively, China gets 20% of its oil from Venezuela and Iran combined. Venezuela and Iran combined represent 20% of China's yearly oil import. Well, guess what? There's no oil going to China from Venezuela right now. Why? Thank you, President Trump. There's no oil going to China from Iran right now. Why? Well, thank you, Mr. President Trump. And so Trump has, over the last 2 or 3 weeks, really more like 2.5 months, if you go back and you count Venezuela involved in this. In the last 2 or 2.5 months, Trump has just entirely kneecapped China. And now China, they're going into reserve mode. China is probably, out of anyone in the world, being the most negatively impacted by this entire situation, of course, outside of the Iranian regime themselves. China's getting screwed. Breaking. China, this is a report from March 5th, 2026. China secretly supplied 50 CM-302 supersonic anti-ship missiles to Iran. During the ongoing war, Iran reportedly launched them, but none hit their targets, either intercepted by the U.S. Navy or failing mid-flight due to technical issues. You want to talk about another way in which China is getting screwed over right now? China is a big arms dealer. China is known for sort of dealing arms to a lot of the third world countries. A lot of third world countries are buying discount Chinese weaponry. Temu weaponry, if you will. And now, what we have seen, and that's how China makes a lot of their money, is dealing arms to various third world nations. What we've seen over the last week is that Iran had a lot of these Chinese manufactured weapons, and all of them have failed. All of them have proven to be totally insufficient at dealing with the might of the U.S. military, This is very bad for Chinese business. Very bad, because if all these countries are buying weaponry from China, and we have just proven that Chinese weaponry is terrible, it's bullcrap, well, like I said, that's very bad for Chinese business. Now their weaponry has been exposed on the global scale. Well, maybe it's not that good. Maybe Temu Chinese weaponry is not the best. So anyway, China is losing in this situation in numerous ways. Now the entire world knows that a lot of their weaponry is terrible. Chinese regional aggression has stopped now for 7 days. First time in 3 years, in fact. Because 20% of their oil import has been taken away from them by Trump's geopolitical endeavors. We also have a report right here. It says this: the United States and Israel killed Ayatollah Khamenei, and Xi Jinping's decade-long project to build an alternative to the American-led order died with him. For years, Beijing quietly assembled a network of dictatorships and client states designed to blunt American power. Iran supplied China with cheap oil and kept Washington bogged down in the Middle East. Pause. I want to pause there. What is something that we have been saying here on this show for a very long time that nobody else seems to be talking about, but this is like absolutely true? President Trump's ultimate objective here with Iran. Why are we doing this? Trump wants out of the Middle East. Trump A lot of people are saying, oh my God, the reason why Trump is doing this is because we're going to have another war on terror. War on terror 2.0. Trump is just like George Bush. We're going to send 100,000 soldiers marching through the desert hills of Iran, just like the war on terror. It's going to be the same thing. It's going to be repeat. No, 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 no. Trump wants the exact opposite. Trump wants us out of the Middle East so then we can refocus on China, who Trump properly realizes is our big threat going into the 21st century. Trump properly, appropriately realizes that if we really want to properly and adequately combat China or posture up against China going forward, we can't have all of these responsibilities in the Middle East. We can't have all of this baggage in the Middle East. We've got, for a very long time, we've had 50,000 U.S. troops at various Middle Eastern U.S. military bases. We want to bring them home. We spend we spend actually $5 billion per year, $5 billion per year maintaining power and presence in the Middle East. Waste of money, bring it home. What Trump wants to do is pass off operational control of the Middle East to our regional allies. That's Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, Israel, and maybe others. So it's like, hey, you guys take control of the Middle East, take control of the CENTCOM area, with, of course, some limited U.S. oversight, but you guys sort of take over control. You guys need to police your own backyard. We are going to pull out, and then we are going to posture up and pivot over in the Pacific against China, who really is our big threat going forward. But that in order to make that happen, in order to actually pull off that swap there, to hand off control of the Middle East to our allies in the region, we've got to get rid of the primary destabilizing factor in the region. What is the primary destabilizing factor in the Middle East? Well, it's a little country, it's a big country called Iran. If we want to really pass off the ball in the Middle East, so to speak, we can't allow the Iranian regime to keep on manufacturing God knows how many suicide drones and ballistic missiles and highly enriched uranium with which they could make a nuclear weapon if they wanted. We got to shut that down, and funding terror proxy groups all across the region. Shut that down. So here's the game plan. Here is Trump's game plan. Crush the Iranian regime and their capacity to project power, shut it down, hand off operational control of the Middle East to our regional allies, then pull out of the Middle East and then pivot and posture up against China. That is the game. That's the game plan. That's the game plan. That is the game plan. So for all of these people that are losing their mind, it's the war on terror 2.0. Trump is going to send 100 billion Americans to the Middle East and we're going to... It's actually literally the exact opposite. Literally, it is the exact opposite of that. It is the exact opposite. And really, I think this is like, I don't know, you guys, listen, it's us, it's this show, it's this community. It's you guys here in the live chat. I feel like we are the only ones that understand this. All of this is explicitly stated in President Trump's, they released a document 5 months ago. It's called the 2025-2026 National Security Strategy document, released by the Trump White House 5 months ago. It says all of this in the document. This is put out by the Trump administration. You go read all of it. The Department of War document put out a couple months ago in January, 2 months ago, also says all of this as well. So we've got two official government documents coming out of the White House, coming out of the Trump White House, that just says all of this, point blank. So we're not making this up. This is our official foreign policy. Hand off control of the Middle East to our regional allies, pivot over into the Pacific, and posture up against China. But that in order to hand off the Middle East, we got to shut down the Iranian regime. That's it. It's not really that complex, right? Does everybody here... You know what? Okay. Go ahead and give me a 1 in the live chat, in YouTube and on Rumble, if we're on the same page. If you guys kind of get what's going on here, if you understand the geopolitical dynamics here, give me a 1 in the live chat. I just want to make sure everybody's on the same page here. I think we have one of the smartest audiences out there that I've seen. Really, seriously. Now, I'll take a look at this. We have Mush Up. He says, shout out Haley for keeping Matt looking spiffy. Hallie is her name. Thank you very, and that's right. Shout out. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have a big time Rumble rant over here from Brian Ledbetter. Brian Ledbetter, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. He says, I go away smarter every broadcast you serve. My birthday's today. Argos treats. Thanks, Matt. Listen, if it's your birthday, I should be giving you money. You gotta get that money back. Thank you very much. Happy birthday, sir. Happy birthday. I hope it's one for the history books. I hope it's a good one. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Happy birthday. Thank you very much. Happy birthday to everybody whose birthday it is. I see this comment in the Rumble chat. It says USA is losing. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Anyway, we have some more updates about China. There was something else I wanted to show you folks here. Once again, the Chinese Air Force activity around Taiwan has fallen sharply in recent weeks, with no flights at all in the past week. A sudden drop in what had been daily military maneuvers that could signal Beijing is recalibrating its pressure on Taipei. You know what I think is fair to say in a lot of ways? Let's pull back up our Beirut cam, because you never know when something's going to happen. Let me get a little bit more comfortable here, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, Iran is its own autonomous country. They've had their regime for a very long time. They're doing their own thing. That said, in a lot of ways, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's fair to say that the Iranian regime is almost a Chinese proxy. We spend a lot of time talking about proxies of the Iranian regime, Hezbollah and Hamas and the Houthis, the Houthi pirates on the Yemeni coast. Those are all of the Iranian proxies. But is it possible, hear me out, is it possible that the Iranian regime is effectively sort of a Chinese proxy? I think so. I think in a lot of ways, yes. There's a whole web, there's a whole very complex web here, and in a lot of ways it kind of goes back to China. A lot of it, maybe not all of it, but a lot of it goes back to China. And so, if President Trump is once again trying to posture up against China, what would he do? Well, what has he done? He would push China out of the Panama Canal. He'd push him out of the Western Hemisphere. This is why, you ever ask a question, why is Trump so concerned about the Panama Canal and Greenland? And, you know, for instance, cracking down on the cartels who have been spreading Chinese poison in our countries, killing Americans. This is asymmetric warfare, by the way. All that stuff, all that poison is coming from China. Do you think China was accidentally doing that? No, intentional. So crack down on the cartels all throughout Latin America. Shut down Maduro, who's allowing Chinese presence in our backyard. Get rid of him, install friendly government in Venezuela, and cut off all of the oil going from Venezuela to China. Trump did that, pushed him out of Panama Canal. Resecure our defense position in Greenland. And now we're going for Iran, who is effectively a Chinese proxy themselves, and also a supplier of around 15% of China's yearly oil import. Shut that down. By doing all of this, Trump, I mean, guys, just in the last 2 months, 2.5 months, Trump has shut down, like we said, 20% of Chinese oil import. 20% reduction. Now, it's ours. Well, soon to be ours, pending the results of this Iranian conflict. A lot of this goes back to China. Almost all of it. We have a massive super chat here from one of my favorite viewers. His name is Curtis. Curtis says, listening between supervising the electrician installing the 240 volt 3A circuit for a welding booth in my garage and the carpenter installing a storm door on the front door. Those are some big upgrades. Hey, that's exciting though. Wow, that's going to be fun. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I hope everybody stays safe doing that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Good to see you, sir. Thank you very much. And once again, I hope everything is going very well. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. And also, One Brick Publishing. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to share something with you. We have a live alert page. Hold up, I'm going to sneeze. Hold up. Excuse me, pardon me, folks. Thank you very much. We have a live alert page. I want to show you this. Anytime there is any red alert, anywhere up, down, southwest, north, south, anywhere in Israel, we have a live red alert page, and we're gonna hear this noise. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a test noise. So do not panic here. But this is what it's gonna sound like in the event of a real alert. There it is, there's our test. So anytime there is any attack, ballistic missile, rocket launch, any small munitions firing, we're going to hear that alert. And so we have this open and up, ready to go as well. We are not going to miss a darn thing all day. And ladies and gentlemen, like I said, I think we're going to be here all day. All day, why not? Rumor has it it's Friday night. Rumor has it Friday night is going to be a big one. We also have, of course, our live cameras coming in here from Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, and there's Beirut, Lebanon. We just had that one up. But also, what's more, we've got live footage at the same time coming out of North Israel. We have a missile launch site in Isfahan, Iran. This is the first time in the last 6 days we've had a live feed coming out of Iran. Ben Gurion Airport, Haifa, Beirut, South Israel, everywhere. So we're looking at everything here. Now, quickly, I want to do a little bit of an update scan. Let me take a look and see what's going on. We have yet to even pull up any updates so far. Let me do a quick little scan here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this actually is breaking news. Azerbaijan is going to attack Iran following the drone attacks earlier this week, according to Israeli assessments. Israeli assessments indicate that Azerbaijan is going to attack Iran. Now, once again, to show you exactly where we are on the map, just so everybody knows what we're talking about a day and a half ago, we saw a series of Iranian suicide drones fly on up here into southwest Azerbaijan and do some damage to an airport and maybe a residential neighborhood. Here's Azerbaijan. They've got a little bit of a rough relationship, and so Azerbaijan is very unhappy about this. So, when we say attack, Azerbaijan is going to attack Iran. The next question, of course, is how, with what? Does this mean Azerbaijani boots on the ground? Does this mean Azerbaijani airstrikes? What type of air force do they have? We can look into that. Does this mean Azerbaijani drones? Time will tell. Time will tell. In fact, at the moment, why don't we do a little bit of research? Stand by here, folks. With what means? Bear with me here, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting some research here. Azerbaijan is not a, they're not a pushover. They're not a complete and total pushover here. They are not. And they are very unhappy. Oh my gosh. Oh wow. Okay, hold up. This is, I just saw this right now too. Azerbaijani state media is now, as of a half hour ago, accusing the Iranian IRGC of preparing a terrorist attack in Azerbaijan targeting the Baku-Tbilisi-Cayenne oil pipeline, the Israeli embassy, and a synagogue in Azerbaijan, saying the threat was neutralized. Folks, as of a half hour ago, in Azerbaijan, an alleged Iranian terror attack meant to blow up their biggest pipeline, an Israeli embassy, the Israeli embassy, and a synagogue. And they just shut this down. They rolled them up. This literally just happened. So, okay, if this is true, and it is, seems to be, the Azerbaijanis are almost certainly going to be getting involved here. Now I'm generating this report here. Okay, hold up. Air and drone strikes. Azerbaijan could launch targeted aerial retaliations using its Israeli-supplied drones and missiles, focusing on Iranian border positions or drone launch sites to neutralize threats without ground commitment. This mirrors Azerbaijan's successful use of drones in the past in conflicts with Armenia, and it aligns with President Aliyev's warning of appropriate retaliatory measures, which he said they would engage in yesterday. Such actions might aim to degrade Iran's forward defenses in the north, especially if coordinated with Turkish intelligence or Israeli tech support, but would likely be limited to avoid broader entanglement. Ground operations in border areas. A more aggressive approach might involve limited cross-border incursions into northern Iran, often called South Azerbaijan, by nationalists in Baku. Just to show you something here. I've said this before, but it's important. Okay, here's Azerbaijan. This is northern Iran. Well, 60% of ethnic Azerbaijanis actually live in northern Iran. Only 40% of ethnic Azerbaijanis actually live in Azerbaijan. Most of them actually live in northern Iran. And so you've got sort of nationalist Azerbaijanis that say, northern Iran, now we call that southern Azerbaijan. So the Azerbaijanis, they might be interested in getting some of this territory and claiming it for themselves following the conclusion of this conflict. In fact, let's talk about territorial claims. You've got another ethnic group living over here. They're called the Kurds, living in an area that is called Kurdistan, but they don't have their own country. They're actually living a little bit in Turkey, a little bit in Iraq, and a little bit in Iran. They're just living in the mountains up here. I would not be surprised. I'm sure this is my speculation. I would not be surprised if President Trump right now, or the Trump administration, is talking to the Kurds and talking to the Azerbaijanis, saying, hey, listen, gentlemen, if you get involved here and if you act as our boots on the ground, if you help us out here in a boots on the ground way, Azerbaijan, this is yours. Kurds, this is yours. We're going to divvy up the land here. The Kurds, you want your own country? All right, come and take it. You want some land? Come and take it. Azerbaijan, you want this territory here? You know what? Okay, get involved. Come and take it. We're going to help you out if you help us first. I would not be surprised at all if that's the way that things are going. If those are the type of conversations that are being had behind the scenes right now, I would not be surprised at all. Because we're hearing a lot about the Kurds and we're hearing a lot about the Azerbaijanis. Might be some border changes here at the conclusion of all of this. Would not be surprised. Now, I'm going to pull this up. Anyway, this report here, ground operations in the border area. The Azerbaijanis could engage in a more aggressive approach. This might involve limited cross-border incursions into northern Iran, which is often called southern Azerbaijan by Azerbaijani nationalists, where ethnic Azeris make up a significant population, estimated 20 to 25 million. This could exploit internal unrest, with Azerbaijan potentially supporting or inciting separatist sentiments to create a buffer or pressure on Tehran. Historical tensions, including Iran's fears of Azerbaijani identitarianism, make this plausible, but it risks state collapse in Iran rather than controlled regime change. That's one of the risks, I suppose. I think right now, one of the strategic objectives of the White House is to just sort of stretch the IRGC as thin as they possibly can. Stretch them out, make them overcommit to defending more land or territory than they possibly can defend, stretch them out, weaken them, continue battering them with bombs every hour of the day. So this means Kurdish border conflicts over here in the west. This might involve Azerbaijani northern conflicts up here in the north on the border. This includes, you know, but potentially even having UAE, Qatar, or Saudi Arabia. We've heard from them potentially even launching their own attacks. Probably not boots on the ground, but all of these countries, they've got their own drones, they've got their own air force, and then us continuing to batter them in the way that we have been battering them already. Just to stretch the Iranian regime thin and sort of overwhelm them. No, right now, folks, I'm just trying to kind of make sense. I'm just trying to make sense of everything that's unfolding right now. Of course. A lot of people, somebody said, you're all over the place. Well, guess what? Geopolitics is not one-dimensional. There's not only one thing going on. In fact, right now, I think if you really wanted to get hyper-granular with what's currently going on in Iran, you might be able to identify 100 or maybe 200 individual little stories or narratives that are unfolding and being pursued right now during all of this. Geopolitics, most certainly a war with Iran, is not a one-dimensional conflict. This is not a one-dimensional operation. There are tons of little micro events unfolding second by second here, and we're trying to make sense of all of it. This is why... Oh, there's an looks like an airplane or maybe a helicopter flying over Beirut there. Very multidimensional. This is why when people get up here and say, no, Matt, this is only about Israel. This is exclusively about Israel. There's no other component to any of this other than Israel. Israel, and by the way, I'm not even denying that Israel is a component of this. Maybe Israel is 15 or 20% of this. Israel is a big component of this. I'm sure it is. We know that they are. But this is why the conversations become so, frankly, boring when people only exclusively, with what's going on here in this case, want to talk about Israel. Israel's 15, 20%, I'm sure, but I want to have a comprehensive understanding and a discussion about not just 15 or 20%. I want to talk about 100%. This is a very big picture. There's a lot. We're talking about China. How is China involved? How is Russia involved? Was Venezuela the lead into all of this? Seems like it was. How's the Panama Canal involved in this? This is a very multidimensional web. How are the Azerbaijanis involved in this? What are the Kurds doing, right? What are the Iranian-backed proxy cells in Iraq doing right now? How are the Arab Gulf nations involved? What are they doing? How are they responding to this? Whose side are they on? This is very complex. Very complex. And so that's my goal here with this show and these conversations, is to break all of it down. Break all of it down. And that's what we're doing. How's Britain involved? France right now is moving over a carrier battle group. Italy. The great nation of Italy, they are now providing, as of a day and a half ago, surface-to-air, like missile interceptors and drone interceptors to the Arab Gulf nations. Italy's involved. The Royal Air Force, the United Kingdom is involved. We have a super chat here, a big super chat on YouTube from Miohel. He says, I loved how the experts are yet again wrong when they said that this would be there, but out of China, but Trump has secured this to be century of America. Very true. Very true. Hey, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Miohel. Andy, he says, I missed you on 3 super chats the last couple of days. I really do apologize. I really do apologize. There is like an overwhelming amount of things going on right now. I really do apologize. Thank you very much, Andy. Oh, there's some gunfire down there on the streets of Beirut. We also just lost our live feed. Okay, this might come back any minute now, but for the time being, we're going to flip over here to our... We have a more of a comprehensive look. By the way, this is a missile launch site in Iran, in Isfahan. We might see a ballistic missile get launched here today live. Possibly. There we go. Okay, anyway, Andy, he says, pretty sure we all totally understand when you miss a few, brother. After all, it's a one-man... Hey, it's a one-man show. After all, it's a one-man show. Hey, thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, and I apologize again. The UK is involved. Yeah, of course. Do you want me to quickly break down how the United Kingdom is involved? So there's a little island, kind of a larger island over here. It's called Cyprus. Cyprus has a Royal Air Force base. It's an air base right here on the southern tip, right around here. And anyway, this is probably 4 days ago now. We saw an Iranian suicide drone launched from Hezbollah in Lebanon, flew across the water here in the Eastern Mediterranean and actually blew up. It crash landed and blew up, did some damage at the Royal Air Force base. Now, since then, the Royal Air Force, the Brits, they've been redeploying or deploying some additional assets to the region, to Cyprus, to protect their air base. We've seen Royal Air Force aircraft, namely drones and some Typhoon fighter jets, sort of patrolling the waters over here and also intercepting missiles over the Kingdom of Jordan. So the Royal Air Force, they've been patrolling the skies of Jordan and also the waters in between Lebanon and Cyprus. So yeah, they are in the region. They're in the region and they are actively, in fact, we got the report about 2.5 days ago that the Royal Air Force actually blasted down. They actually successfully shot down their first Iranian suicide drone over the skies of Jordan, I believe. So they are down there. Really, right now, they are more in a defensive posture, sort of protecting their own regional assets as opposed to going on offense. But they've been, in fact, you know what? In fact, I can probably show you something here. I bet we can see some action. You want to see something kind of cool? I need to, man, this is getting, there we go. Stand by, stand by, stand by. Okay. We're going to quickly pull up flight radar because I bet, not positive, well, I'll be darned. Flight radar is a little bit slow. Okay, what do you see right here? What's that little thing flying? That little yellow dot flying in the water, above the water. Well, is this live? Ah, there it is. Well, okay, yeah, there we go. We're totally updated now. What do we see there? Well, look at that. This is a General Atomics MQ-9B Protector RG-MK-1 aircraft. It's a drone from the Royal Air Force of the United Kingdom. What is it doing? It's just flying in circles out there. It's flying in circles out there. What does this thing look like? And it's been up there for hours. If you want to know what this looks like, this is a drone from the Royal Air Force. Pull this up. And, you know, there's probably an appropriate image right there. The Royal Air Force with the British flag in the back. So this drone is up there just hovering, loitering, looking to shoot down any incoming Iranian drones. This is drone-on-drone combat. They have maintained pretty much a 24/7 drone presence just like this up there in the sky that we can see publicly for days now, following that drone attack that successfully landed at that Royal Air Force base. Man, Flight Radar is such a laggy website. It really lags out my computer. I apologize for that, folks. I need to clean up this mess I made. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be here all day. So, hey, thank you very much for tuning in. We are breaking down the entire situation. At least, hey, that's what we're trying to do. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't show that. Should I show this? Am I going to get in trouble if I show this? Iranian missile launcher. Am I going to get in trouble if I show that? Yeah, maybe I shouldn't show that. I apologize. Sorry about that, folks. I probably shouldn't show that. Now, speaking of Iranian missiles, I do want to share this again because this was a massive threat. This was a massive threat that the Iranians made earlier this morning. This is on the official government page for Khamenei, the former Ayatollah Khamenei, who is now dead. He got blown up. In fact, I think he probably looks like that right now. Anyway, the Iranian regime is still using his official government page on X, issuing threats against Israel. They say, the Zionist regime has made a big mistake and its consequences will make them desperate by God's grace. So the Iranian regime posted an image, it's an AI-generated image of building an AI-generated ballistic missile inside of an AI-generated Iranian bunker complex, getting launched from an AI-generated ballistic missile launcher, getting launched towards AI-generated Tel Aviv, killing a bunch of AI-generated Israelis. Do we have a red alert? Are we red alert here? Hold up here. Oh yeah, we do. Ladies and gentlemen, Tel Aviv, red alert over the skies of Tel Aviv. To show you what that looks like right there. That's big. Okay, red alert here, folks. Red alert. Buckle up. This is a big one. This is not some Hezbollah rocket or suicide drone. This is potential ballistic. And we just got even more. There's even more of them now. Potential ballistic missile fire inbound. Ballistic missiles inbound. That's what this looks like to me. Yeah, it's a lot of them. If I were you, ladies and gentlemen, I would be looking at camera number 4 in the top left. That's what I would be looking at. We might see some interceptions here. Seems like a lot of ballistic missiles inbound. Yep, okay, ballistic missiles inbound. Keep your eyes peeled here, folks. Sometimes you can see some action at the Ben Gurion Airport on Cam 3. They've got missile interceptor launchers there that we see sometimes. Okay, I'll tell you what. It seems as if all of these have been intercepted. I don't want to speak too soon. But the red alerts have come to an end. I don't see any more red alerts here. It seems like they have called this one off. So, good. Alright, good. All of the red alerts have been canceled. Yep. That's right. So maybe still keep your eyes peeled, but it maybe this one is over here. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a brief little statement here from White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt. Let's give this a moment. Before I show you what she had to say, let's just really make sure that this is done and over with. So everybody stand by. Stand by here. If you're tuning into this show, ladies and gentlemen, you are not going to miss a darn thing. Thank you all very much for being here. Trump has been talking about all types of stuff on Truth Social today, talking about the Save America Act, talking about the economy, talking about the current situation in Iran. As a reminder, we had a statement from President Trump earlier today on Truth Social. He had to say this. He said, "There will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. After that, and after the selection of a great and acceptable leader or leaders, we and many of our wonderful and brave allies and partners in the Middle East will work tirelessly to bring Iran back from the brink of destruction and make it economically bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Iran will have a great future. Make Iran great again. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So right now, Trump is not looking for anything other than complete and total unconditional surrender. What does that mean? No conditions. That means no conditions is what that means. So if the Iranians come up and say, all right, Trump, we will surrender, but we want to maintain some ballistic missiles. No, because that's a condition. If Iran says, all right, Trump, we are looking to surrender or de-escalate, but we want to continue making suicide drones. No, that's a condition. If they say, all right, Trump, we're looking to surrender, but we want to be able to choose who our next leader is. No, that is a condition. Trump says, no unconditional. Unconditional. You will surrender unconditionally, or we will keep on bombing you. No conditions. Now, hold up. Somebody's saying red alert. Do we have more red alerts? Stand by here. I always check the mobile app just to be double safe. Okay, no, we don't. No, we're good now. We're good. We're good. At the moment, no alerts. Okay, so a quick statement from White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt. She said this just now. Turn up the audio here.
Sure. Caroline, do you have any comment on the MAGA influencer divide on the Iran war? It seems like everything on X is everybody's going at each other. Any message to both sides of the aisle?
I would just remind people X is not real life. This president lives in the real world. And with respect to MAGA, President Trump is the leader of MAGA. He's the creator of the MAGA movement. And there is nothing more America first than taking out terrorists who have maimed and killed our own servicemen and women, who chant death to America and who pose a threat to the homeland. And so President Trump is a leader of the peace through strength foreign policy doctrine. He attempted peace through diplomacy exhaustively and extensively with the rogue Iranian regime. And so they have been struck with the strength and the sheer might and will of the United States Armed Forces. And President Trump has proven he's a man of his word.
There you have it. I need to tell you something here, folks, but we might have more red alerts. I'm going to pull this back up here while I talk. One moment here. I keep seeing people say red alerts, but I just don't think that's true. I think people are trying to clickbait. I will tell you something here. If you are clickbaiting or lying about red alerts, I'm going to have to ban you. Just because, frankly, it's super annoying. Anyway, here's what I'm going to say. For whatever my advice or opinion is worth, I'm going to give it here real quick. Obviously, a huge component of this conflict, of this situation right now with Iran and Venezuela also, is about China. A big part of this is about China and posturing against China. I really wish the Trump administration would just come out and talk about China and talk about how everything that's going on here, in a lot of ways, is about China. I really wish they would, because I think that Americans, both left and on the right, would be able to get behind this to a much higher degree if they knew that this is about China and about posturing against China. Now, I understand why the Trump administration is not talking about that, because maybe they don't want to rhetorically be hostile against China on the global scale, like they don't want to be making threats or justifying these type of maneuvers. China would be justifiably very upset about that, I think, but obviously this is about China. Maybe the Trump administration doesn't want to talk about it. They don't want to publicly broadcast that, but obviously it is. But I really think if more Americans knew that this was predominantly about China and posturing against China, I think more Americans would be able to get behind this. Now, regardless, we've already seen numerous polls saying that over 50% of Americans already support this. I saw a poll yesterday that said 54%. Matt Morris, you're just guessing now. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I understand, I accept that it might not be prudent to talk about China. That said, if more people understood that this really is predominantly about China, I think they would be able to get behind this at a higher rate. Matt, stop guessing. First off, I'm not guessing. Second off, it's my show. Listen, what is the point of tuning into the Matt Morris Show if you don't want to hear what Matt Morris has to say on his own show? Why do you think that you can tell me what I get to say on my own broadcast? That's a little bit weird. Kind of the entire point of the show is that it's my show, right? And of course, we're like literally not even guessing. We know this to be the case. This is not a guess. Folks, I think, well, we have a bang here, and that's a bang in Beirut. They are banging in Beirut. Somebody's banging in Beirut. We're going to put that up on the screen here, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the biggest developing stories right now is that it seems as if the Azerbaijanis are going to get involved in this conflict. In some way, in some shape, form, or fashion, they're going to get involved. We had a story come out not too long ago. Take a look at this. Azerbaijani state media has accused the Iranian IRGC of preparing a terrorist attack in Azerbaijan targeting a massive oil pipeline, the Israeli embassy, and a synagogue. Ultimately saying that the Iranian threat on Azerbaijani soil, this would-be terror attack, has been neutralized. And here's a photo of that. So this guy here on the ground is allegedly an IRGC would-be terrorist was plotting a terror plot to blow up a pipeline and the Israeli embassy. The Azerbaijanis intercepted it, shut it down, and now they are pissed. And now the Azerbaijanis are pissed. By the way, they were pissed 2 days ago. They were pissed 2 days ago because the Iranians fired a series of suicide drones at an Azerbaijani airport. So the Azerbaijanis are not exactly happy, and they might be getting directly involved in this conflict. Might be the case. I can't breathe. Just take a deep breath. Lisa Nora says, Russia is getting information to Iran to help them with targeting, according to Fox. Yes, we have, yeah, there's numerous reports. We know that, by the way, not just Russia, but also China has been giving intelligence and satellite imagery to the Iranians during this conflict. We have seen that. We know that to be the case. Now, they are not getting kinetically involved. They're not, you know, Russia and China are not trying to bomb U.S. bases or naval vessels or something like that, but they are giving intelligence information. China too. That absolutely is right. Keep in mind, hold up, wait, hold that thought. I've got a new video to share with you folks. Stand by here, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is going to work. Well, that's not Tel Aviv, but folks, we have a statement from the exiled Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. He has come out and said that he has accepted the role as Iran's transitional leader. This is a statement hot off the press. We're going to listen to this right now while we have a moment.
The Islamic Republic has launched missiles at the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, Oman, Jordan, Iraq, and Saudi Arabia. It is targeting our Arab neighbors. These violations of their sovereignty are unacceptable, and we condemn them. But this is nothing new. This is who the Islamic Republic has always been, and this is why it must end. For nearly 5 decades, this terrorist regime has sown chaos and bloodshed across our region. It propped up Assad, turning Syria into a graveyard. It planted Hezbollah as a state within a state in Lebanon. It armed the Houthis to destabilize the Arabian Peninsula. It empowered militias in Iraq to undermine Iraqi sovereignty. It attacked the economic hubs of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. None of this has ever been the desire of the Iranian people, but rather that of a regime occupying our country. Now, however, the landscape has fundamentally shifted. Assad is gone. Hezbollah has been decimated. The regime's military nuclear program has been set back. Its economy is in a free fall. The pillars of this regime's aggression are crumbling. The Iranian people have paid the price in blood to reach this moment. The regime massacred tens of thousands of my compatriots in just 2 days, but it didn't break the people. Instead, the regime itself is breaking. Today, history reminds us of our future potential. Before the revolution, Iran worked closely with Arab leaders, from King Faisal to Sheikh Zayed to King Hussein to President Sadat. In Oman, my father helped Sultan Qaboos defend his country against insurgency. We were true partners then. We will be true partners again. The Iranian people have called on me to lead the transition after the regime is gone. I have accepted that responsibility. Part of their great mandate to me is to return our nation and our foreign relations to normalcy. I will do exactly that. My commitment is to ensure the transition is orderly, the country is stabilized, and Iranians determine their future through the ballot box. We will not repeat the mistakes of past transitions. We will avoid de-Baathification scenarios and maintain as many bureaucrats and public servants in transition as possible. Iranians have made their choice at an enormous price. Now I ask our friends in the Arab world to join us, to prepare to recognize and engage our transitional government. We will rebuild our nation not for expansion, but to serve the Iranian people. We will base our diplomatic relations not on exportation of ideology, but on mutual respect and shared interest. We will reintegrate into the regional and global economy to increase prosperity for the citizens of all of our nations. Standing with the Iranian people is not charity. It is a strategic investment in making our region one of the most stable, secure, and prosperous in the world. Together, we can build a Middle East our children will be proud to inherit. Take this new path with us.
So there is a statement from exiled Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi saying he is now officially accepting a role as Iran's transitional leader. You know what? I hope it all goes down like that. Sincerely, I do. I hope everything works out. Sincerely, I do. I really do. This is something that, frankly, I hope I am wrong about here. I have a very difficult time that he is ever going to go back to Iran and be welcomed back with open arms and then lead the country. I have a very difficult time believing that. I just don't see that happening. In fact, if I was at a Las Vegas betting table, I would bet against it. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I am wrong, and I wish to be wrong. But I'm frankly not holding my breath to see that happen. I hope it does happen, though. I hope it does. Now, we have some new updates pertaining to this situation with Azerbaijan, because this is one of the biggest stories that is unfolding right now. Israeli assessment suggests that Azerbaijan may attack Iran following Iranian drone strikes earlier this week. You guys have heard about that. We have another update here. Iran's Fars news agency, citing an Iranian source, the Iranians have just said, quote, if we wanted to attack Azerbaijan, we would not have done it with a small drone. This is Iran's defense. They're saying, if we wanted to attack Azerbaijan, we would not have done it with a small drone. So, by the way, following this drone attack 2 days ago now, which purportedly came from Iran, it blew up at an Azerbaijani airport. We have a video of it, actually. I'll pull up here in a minute. The Iranians actually denied it. They said it wasn't us. The Azerbaijanis were immediately, justifiably pissed. They were very upset that Iran had fired a drone at them, blew up on their airport. The Iranians said, it wasn't us. No. We didn't do it. It wasn't us. Israel did it. Israel sent that drone. They did. It's an Israeli false flag. So the Iranians are denying it. And then they say, well, listen, just now, if we did want to attack Azerbaijan, we wouldn't have done it with a small drone. But I'm not sure why they would say this, given that they've been firing small drones at pretty much every single country in the entire region. What do you mean? What do you mean you wouldn't attack with a small drone? You have attacked everybody with small. You've attacked literally everyone with small drones. You've attacked Cyprus with a small drone, the UAE with small suicide drone, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait. You have sent these drones literally everywhere. What do you mean you wouldn't use a drone? You've used drones on literally everyone. So I'm not sure if I accept that defense from them, wherever that was. Right here, apologies. They've done it to literally everyone. What's more, another report, Azerbaijan will attack Iran following the drone attacks earlier this week, according to Israeli assessments. Well, also, at this point, it's not just the drone attacks. Bear with me here. It's this also. This came out 1 hour ago. This is coming from not Israeli assessments. This is from Azerbaijani state media. Azerbaijani state media accuses the Iranian IRGC of preparing a terrorist attack in Azerbaijan, targeting one of their biggest oil pipelines, the Israeli embassy, and a synagogue. And this is a photo released just an hour ago by the Azerbaijani state media apprehending this would-be Iranian terrorist, IRGC terrorist. So now the Iranians have, I guess, two reasons. It's the drone attack and this prevented terror attack. The Azerbaijanis seem very upset. We had a statement from the Azerbaijani president. Can I pull this guy up? Hold up. Stand by here, folks. I want to pull up his statement from yesterday, so bear with me here. Seems like the Azerbaijanis are going to get involved. What is this guy's name? That's right, Aliyev. Ilham. Not Ilhan, Ilham. I'm just quickly scanning for updates. I'm trying to find the exact statement from Aliyev. Well, frick. Somebody said red alert. I don't think we have any red alerts right now. I don't think so. Following the attack about 2 days ago, he said, Today, a terrorist attack was committed by Iran against the territory of Azerbaijan and the state of Azerbaijan. He accused Iran of launching unmanned aerial vehicles at civilian facilities, calling it a, quote, heinous terrorist act, quote, unprovoked act of terror and aggression, and, quote, ugly, cowardly, and shameless in various reports. Azerbaijan officially, quote, strongly condemns this heinous terrorist act and, quote, those responsible must be brought to justice without delay. Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, in the live chat here, both on Rumble and YouTube, have you folks noticed over the last 5 or 6 days that we've been doing this, an increase in bots? Am I the only one? I'm talking bots in the chat. I'm talking chat bots. Chat bots that are here trying to cause drama or push some propaganda bullshit narrative. Have you folks noticed? Because I've been here, of course, over the last 6 days. Have you noticed? It seems like maybe there's some time, I don't know. I keep looking at the chat sometimes and I'm like, man, what the hell is going on? What in the living hell is going on here? Sometimes I see it. We got to be careful. Stay vigilant. So anyway, those are the quotes there. The Azerbaijanis, the president of Azerbaijan, his name is Aliyev. They are not happy, and today, those statements were from yesterday. Today, they have purportedly halted an attempted IRGC terror attack. Now, we have a quick statement here, ladies and gentlemen, from White House Press Secretary Carolyn Levin on Fox News.
For having me.
I wanted
Turn up the audio here.
to start you off this afternoon because we have confirmed reports from U.S. officials that Russia is providing intelligence to Iran to help it target U.S. assets in the region. I'm sure this is something that does not please the president whatsoever. Has he spoken to Putin about it?
Well, look, I'll leave that to the president to answer himself. But what I will tell you, John, we don't comment on intelligence reports that are leaked to the press. Whether or not this happened, frankly, it does not really matter because President Trump and the United States military are absolutely decimating the rogue Iranian terrorist regime. We are having me.
I wanted.
If it is happening, if it isn't happening, it doesn't matter because we are in control. Because we are in control. Where is our audio coming from here? One moment here, folks. Apologies there. Why don't we tune into our Beirut cam here for a moment, ladies and gentlemen? I'll get caught up on some super chats. We're falling behind. She's pregnant. She is pregnant. Yeah, she must be a couple months pregnant right now. I'm just going to be honest. If Russia is giving intelligence, satellite imagery or otherwise to the Iranians, that's like the least surprising development of the day. In fact, I would almost expect, I would be surprised if they weren't, frankly. Keep in mind, the United States and NATO, we have been giving intelligence. I'm not justifying it. I'm not justifying anything. I'm just getting all the chips on the board here. The United States and NATO, we have been giving intelligence and satellite imagery and whatever else, actually just weaponry, to the Ukrainians, who have been at war with Russia now for 4 years. So would it be shocking or surprising if Russia is giving intelligence, imagery, whatever else, to the Iranians as they are at war with us? No, that's like the least surprising thing of all time, right? That's the way that it goes, I suppose. That's the way that it goes, I suppose. Also, we know that China's been doing it. We know for a fact China's been doing it. Not exactly surprising. But she makes it sound right there that we actually don't have a firm confirmation. You got the media reporting something, but the Trump administration has not confirmed that. Now, a big super chat from WPE Noctua. He said, by the way, thank you very much. Thank you. He says, it's U.S. perspective, absolutely understandable. Don't be offended if our Europe perspective isn't talked about. We do this way in Europe too, and we don't have the American perspective. No reason for arguments. Keep it up, Matt. Great reports. Hey, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. CHF. What do you check? Where are you from? No, look at this. He's Swiss. He is Swiss. You know, I'm gonna tell you something here. I think you'll like this. My wife is a German immigrant living in the U.S. She's been now here with me for almost 6 years in the U.S. She has actually recently said the #1 country in the world, my German immigrant wife, she said the #1 country in the world is the United States of America. I said, okay, who's #2, sweetheart? She said, you know what? Probably Switzerland. I said, not Germany? Germany's your home country. She said, nah, Germany's #3. So my German immigrant wife, she says, okay, US, Switzerland, then Germany is what she said. So hey, you're living in #2 perhaps, #2. My Swiss viewer, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think Japan is up there. Japan is maybe top 5 also. Japan is pretty nice. Thank you very much. Brian Larson, he says, I don't think Trump is ready to call out China until full control of Iran, Cuba, and safer Middle East. Yeah, that might be the case. He's holding his cards close to his chest. I think you're probably right about that, Mr. Larson. Trump, he's not just, you know, shooting from the hip. He's a very premeditated. He's got a plan. Whatever he says intentionally for a reason. No accidents. Thank you very much. Or whatever he doesn't say in this case. Lonnie Booth, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Not even a message, just a $20 super chat. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Thank you very much. Muscle Gamers YouTube says, happy Friday, Morris Force. As a South African, I'm very proud of the U.S. Army, military, Navy, and most of all, President Trump. Best president, in my opinion, the USA is in a way helping the whole world. I like to think so. I think that's the case. I guess that's a controversial opinion these days. I guess we have a controversial opinion here these days. I think that's true. I think so. Hey, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Shout out the South Africans. Thank you very much. How about South Korea? You know, I've been to South Korea. It was okay. It was okay. I wouldn't say it's top 10 for me personally. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. It was okay. Maybe it's top 20. Maybe it was top 20. No, thank you, Muscle Gamers. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm going to do a quick scan for some updates here. One moment here, ladies and gentlemen. About an hour ago, we had Iranian ballistic missiles strike. Oh my gosh. Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. We got to pull this up right now. This happened 1 hour ago. Ballistic missiles actually doing damage, I believe, in Saudi Arabia. One moment here. I need to kind of clean up this mess I made. Okay. Take a look at this. Oh! This was in Saudi Arabia. This happened about an hour ago, maybe 90 minutes at most. So what does this mean? Wow. Very bad. That's bad. Ouch. Yeah. This is coming out of Saudi Arabia, and this struck Prince Sultan Air Base. Good God. So what does this mean? This means that Saudi Arabia is still able to... I'm sorry, this means that Iran is still able to fire ballistic missiles. They're still firing them occasionally. Great catch. Well, you don't want to catch a ballistic missile. Matt, how did you meet your wife? We met each other playing World of Warcraft. I kid you not. She was playing Horde and I was playing Alliance. And we met each other. And I said, listen, sweetheart, you gotta play Alliance. You gotta come and play Alliance. I'm not gonna date somebody that's playing the Horde. Anyway, no, we met playing World of Warcraft, and now we've been married for 5.5 years. So far, so good. No complaints, so far, so good. Now, I have some more updates here I want to share, but first I want to get through a couple super chats real quick. Real quick. We have a massive super chat from Lair Leitner. Says, this is from Abby Leitner. She loves your show. Thank you. Thank you, Lair Leitner, and also thank you, Abby Leitner. Lair and Abby Leitner. Maybe Abby likes the show a little bit more than Lair, but that's okay. That's fine. It's neither here nor there. I forgive you, Lair, even if Abby likes the show a little bit more. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And I remember you from the last show also. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. That's a big one. The CMY says, breaking news, Iran appoints Kim Jong-un as the new supreme leader. You know Kim Jong-un is like sitting here watching all of this unfold. In fact, maybe Kim Jong-un is tuning into this very broadcast. Kim Jong-un, if you're tuning in, hello, nice to meet you. Hello. You know he's sitting here watching all of this unfold, and he's like, all right, yeah, I am not gonna fafo. All right, listen, hey, what we want to do is be friendly with Trump and the American military. We do not want to F around here because he does not want the Maduro treatment or the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei treatment. He's like, I'm gonna be on my best behavior. I'm gonna relax, gonna chill out. Don't want to cause any problems. I'm not gonna issue any death threats or fatwas. So I'm gonna be a good boy. I just want to be a good boy. You know. Little Rocket Man. He's on his best behavior right now. Another super chat from the Gaming Murph. He says, Russia and China both actually have very competent intelligence agencies. I love that even with good intelligence, the goat gropers and the IRGC can't figure out how to use it. The goat gropers. No, Russia and China, they both do. They both do. They both have very high-res satellite imagery, 24/7 live. They've got it. They've got it all. They do. They've got good intel. Not the best intel, but they've got good intel. In fact, I'm sure this story kind of slipped under the radar. Hold that thought. I want to pull something up for you guys, because I don't know if you guys caught this. Where? Oh, hold up. Hey, look at that anti-air fire. Look at that. That's anti-air fire on the left side of the screen there. We just saw maybe 5 or 6 rounds get fired up in the air. Well, ones that we could see at least. I'm sure more than 5 or 6 in total. Stand by here, folks. I need to find something. I need to pull something up for you guys. Stand by here, ladies and gentlemen. You know, for every one tracer round you see, how many rounds are there that you don't see? Like 50 or 100? I don't even know. Presumably. I'm sure somebody in here knows the actual answer to that. Although I'm sure that, you know, it really depends on how many, you know, like what your distribution is of the tracer rounds. Maybe they do it differently than we do it over here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is a story that came out in January, so about 2 or maybe a month and a half ago, 2 months ago. It's 1 in 3. Okay. 1 in 4, 1 in 5. Okay, so ballpark. Okay. Now, story coming out of China in January of 2026, maybe 2 months ago. According to reports from the Wall Street Journal, citing sources familiar with high-level internal briefing, Zhang, who was a senior-ranking member of the CCP, Zhang Yuxia, aged 75, was one of China's highest-ranking military leaders. So now Zhang was accused of leaking core technical data and sensitive information about China's nuclear weapons program to the United States, specifically implied to involve the CIA in some accounts. He was also accused of accepting bribes, including in exchange for promoting an officer to the role of defense minister. This is a story that came out 2 months ago. Allegedly, the US, the CIA, like, bought off one of China's highest-ranking military leaders, and he was leaking information to the US about China's nuclear weapons program. We got that news a month and a half, maybe 2 months ago. This emerged amid Xi Jinping's ongoing anti-corruption purges in the military. China's defense ministry announced the investigation into Zhang for, quote, serious violations of discipline and law. The leak allegations were described as particularly shocking, with some reports linking them to testimony or investigations involving figures like Gu Jun, former head of the Chinese National Nuclear Corporation. So this is a report coming from the Wall Street Journal. Of course, the CIA or Trump, Trump didn't come out and say, yeah, we got him. Yeah, we got him. We don't have an official U.S. government confirmation. But anyway, if this is true, that's like the shakeup of a lifetime. What that would mean is that we infiltrated the CCP and we bought off or bribed or whatever one of the top Chinese military officials and had him giving us secret, classified Chinese nuclear information. Matt, 12th Imamers want the end times, everyone dead. Yeah. That is true. The religious leadership of Iran is effectively an Islamic death cult. That is true. Now, this is one of the debates or one of the conversations ongoing right now. I'm sure you have some group or cabal within the Iranian leadership structure that really does believe in all of that. They are Twelvers. They are Shia Twelvers. They really believe in the end times doomsday prophecy. They want the hidden Imam, the 12th Imam, who goes by the name of the Mahdi, I think is what they call him, the Mahdi. They really believe he's going to come back and usher in the doomsday, the end times, and he's going to smite all of the enemies of Islam. I'm sure some of them really believe that, but how many of them? How many of them? How many? Let's put this into scope here. Okay, there's 200,000 members or so of the IRGC, the party diehard loyalists. 200,000 diehard party IRGC loyalists. How many of them believe in all of this? How many of them would be willing to die because they believe, or lay down their life because they really zealously believe in that prophecy? Is it all 200,000, or is it maybe like only 20,000 of them that are diehard in that belief? I don't know. But it kind of matters. It has a big impact on this, right? It has a big impact. Not the Muad'Dib, not Paul Atreides. The Mahdi. By the way, though, Frank Herbert, the author of the Dune books, he was super, you can tell, super heavily inspired by Islam. When he was writing the Dune novels, there's like so many of them, Frank Herbert took a lot of inspiration from Islam and this Shia Islam, specifically Shia Islam doomsday prophecy. The Dune books are very like Islamic coded, as you might have noticed. That's right. Nice suit, Matt. You look like a professional newscaster now. Are you wearing pants? You want to find out? You want, hey, you want to roll the dice? You want to find out? I'm wearing pants. I'm wearing pants. Much to everyone's relief today, I am wearing pants. Some days I do, some days I don't. You got lucky today. You got lucky. There's some aircraft that looks like a helicopter or a plane, I'm not sure, off in the distance there, flying along the skyline. In Israel, folks, it has been about 44 minutes since we have had any red alerts. No red alerts for 44 minutes. We have a super chat here from, this is RuneScape Vet. He says, that's weak. Chicago alone has estimated 150,000 gang members. 150 gang members. Who would win? 150,000 Chicago gang members of the Crips and the Bloods, or 200,000 members of the IRGC? Honestly, man, honestly, that's a close one. That's a close one. I hate to say it, but maybe the IRGC would win, and the reason why is because the Chicago gang members, they hold their guns like this. At least the IRGC, they hold them like this. In Chicago, they hold them like this. So maybe the IRGC is going to come out on top on that one just because they know how to properly hold the weapon. I don't know. We have a report coming out right now, folks. Stand by here. Hezbollah spent months rebuilding its rocket and drone arsenal ahead of a potential war with Israel, restocking weapons with Iranian support and local manufacturing after concluding another conflict was inevitable following the devastating 2024 war. 6 sources have told Reuters. The group, Hezbollah, which operates on a monthly budget of right around $50 million, largely funded by Iran, has worked to replenish stockpiles and maintain its military infrastructure. Hezbollah media chief Yusuf Al-Zain said the group had decided, quote, to fight to the last breath. So Hezbollah is going to fight to the last breath, allegedly. And by the way, what are we looking at up here on the screen? This is Beirut, in which Hezbollah is bunkering down. The reason why we see all these airstrikes, these Israeli airstrikes in Beirut, Lebanon, is because this is one of the locations where Hezbollah is. Remember that clip of Hassan Abi that came out maybe a year and a half ago where he effectively said that he supported Hezbollah? He was asked, so do we like Hezbollah? And he said, well, you know, we don't not like them. Do you remember when Hassan Piker, what's his name? Hassan Piker, he said that? What a total idiot. What a dumbass. Pardon my language. Now, I'm doing another quick scan for updates out here. I'm sure he loves them. I'm sure he does. I'm sure he just can't really be honest about it. We have an update here, folks, I want to share with you because this really is one of the biggest stories of the day. According to Israeli news reports, Israel assesses that Azerbaijan is going to strike Iran and or join in the wider coalition against Iran as retaliation for Iranian strikes inside Azerbaijan yesterday. To date, Azerbaijan's relationship with Turkey and more importantly Israel has strained their relationship with their neighbor Iran, as Iran has close ties to Russia and Armenia, nations that Azerbaijan increasingly finds itself at odds with. We talked about this earlier, ladies and gentlemen. I would suppose this is, once again, my speculation. I would speculate, where in the world are we? We're going to Azerbaijan. I would speculate that right now, the White House or the Pentagon is having conversations with Azerbaijan saying, hey, listen, if you get involved, if you help us out, if you join our coalition against Iran, once all of this is said and done, some of this northern territory in northern Iran can be yours. Because we know that there are millions, tens of millions, in fact, somewhere between 20 and 25 million ethnic Azerbaijanis live in Iranian territory in northern Iran, just south of the actual country of Azerbaijan. So in this territory, I would speculate that there are conversations right now. Azerbaijan, if you get involved and you help us out against Iran, maybe some of this Iranian territory can end up being yours. You've already got a bunch of people living there. Would not be surprised. And I would suspect a similar deal is being made with the Kurds as well. That some of this Iranian territory over here might end up becoming Kurdistan. Because the Kurds, they don't even have their own country right now. They're squatting in between 3 or 4 different countries. That would not surprise me at all. And you know what? Like, whatever. Am I going to complain about that? No. I'm not going to complain about that. That area is more than sand. Oh yeah, I mean, here, if you want to drop in, why don't we take a look at, let's pick a random town, Ahar. What's it look like here in Ahar? There's probably, I don't know, 20, 30, 40, 50,000 people living here. What's it look like? This is downtown. So they've got, you know, I don't know if I would say it's beautiful, but they've got a little urban center here. That's one spot downtown. But then also they have fertile farmland. So it's not just an arid wasteland, you know. It's not just hell on earth down here. I mean, would you call this hell on earth? I most certainly wouldn't. This guy's having some automotive difficulties. Sorry to hear that, sir. Need a little bit of a jump? You gotta call AAA. Just call AAA. Anyway, no, this is obviously not hell on earth. This is just fine enough, so... Who knows? Maybe the Azerbaijanis are looking to pick up some land. And then, of course, by the way, folks, you know what is astounding here is that this coastline, and Azerbaijan has some of it a little bit up here, but Iran has most of it right along the southern Caspian Sea. This coastline is actually beautiful, and it's almost like a jungle. There's like a jungle here. I kid you not. Maybe we can drop in. Can I find a spot here? You're not going to believe, folks. If I told you that this was in Iran, would you believe me? If I showed you this picture? No. You'd think this is like in Romania or something, right? I don't know, or maybe like Appalachia Mountains. You wouldn't believe it. But then, actually, there's other places where it is like a rainforest jungle. Let's head down over here. I don't know. We'll just pick a spot. What's it look like here? Look at this. If I showed you this photo and told you that this is in Iran, would you believe me? You'd say, no, we're in Hawaii. We're in Thailand. We're in Vietnam. This is in Iran. They do have a little, like, jungle right on the southern Caspian. It just is, I mean, this is beautiful. Holy smokes, right? Beautiful. Mine for gold there. Yeah, there's gold right in there, I'm sure. Maybe. Maybe. Okay, big breaking news update here, folks. Thank you for bearing with me. We are, folks, we are all over the place. We're all over the place. Thank you very much. Stand by, stand by. We have an update here coming out of Axios. They had an interview with Trump. Trump on Iran. Unconditional surrender could be that the Iranians announce it. But it could also be that they can't fight any longer because they don't have anyone or anything to fight with. So earlier today, 4 or 5 hours ago now, Trump said, I am demanding unconditional surrender. How does this end, Mr. President Trump? How does this thing come to an end? Well, I'll tell you how. Unconditional surrender. No conditions. Total surrender. So Axios then followed up just now. What does that mean? President Trump, what does unconditional surrender look like? Trump says, unconditional surrender could be that the Iranians announce it publicly, they proclaim it, we surrender unconditionally. Or it could also be that they just can't fight anymore. They don't have the people or the hardware, the equipment to fight. So there's different types of unconditional surrender, I suppose. Thank you, Axios, I guess, for clarifying that. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. So that right there is actually a big update. That's a big development right there. That's a big update. We saw on flight radar not too long ago. I'm going to show you a photo here. At least 7 massive U.S. Strato tankers are returning to air bases in Israel about an hour ago after supporting fighter operations today, possibly by F-22 Raptors over the Persian Gulf. Over the Persian Gulf. So the Strato tankers were coming home as of about an hour ago. The bombing run, what does that mean? That means the bombing runs continue. Bombing runs continue. That's right, Japan had an unconditional surrender. Germany had an unconditional surrender. That's right. Following World War II. Matt Morris, the only podcaster genuinely expressing himself. Thank you. You know, we keep it a little bit authentic here. I do think a lot of commentators, you know, everybody's got a different vibe. For me, we keep it authentic, we keep it natural. I think some people, they feel like they need to try to pretend to be something they're not. They try to pretend to be more professional or serious than they actually are. We keep it a little bit natural. It's all natural around here. Hey, we're just a bunch of friends covering the news. We are just a bunch of friends here monitoring the situation. We are just monitoring the situation. We have a couple Rumble rants. This is from Carrie Ann over in Rumble. Says, thank you for your great broadcasts. I've been watching since Saturday for the McDonald's or Stella's Fund. Yeah, it might be a good day for a Stella or two. Nothing wrong with that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Carrie Ann. Oh, Carrie Ann. We have an update right now, just 2 seconds ago. Remember how we just said that the bombing runs are ongoing? Well, guess what? They are. Explosions have just been heard on the outskirts of Natanz in central Iran, according to Iranian media. Natanz. You might remember this name. Natanz. Where have I heard that before? 8 months ago, Natanz had a nuclear enrichment facility that was blown to high hell during Operation Midnight Hammer. That's where you've heard that name, Natanz. In fact, this is that facility right here. We blew the living hell out of this thing 8 months ago, and now, so Natanz is actually a city, though. There's the Natanz nuclear facility. In fact, you know what? If memory serves, wasn't Fordow up here in the hills right outside, or maybe not? No, maybe that was somewhere else. No, different location. Anyway, this is the Natanz nuclear facility. So there's bombing going on again in this area here today. And it says, look at this, nuclear power plant temporarily closed. Yeah, that is pretty much the understatement of a century. Natanz nuclear facility, it's a nuclear power plant, temporarily closed is what that says right there. I would say that this is actually permanently closed. I don't think this thing is opening back up anytime soon at all. Temporarily closed on Google Maps. I don't know why that's so funny. Anyway, this is Miss Mistero says, hello again, happy Friday. Thanks for keeping us informed. Enjoy Estella from Pennsylvania. Thank you very much. Man, you guys really, you guys probably think I'm some alcoholic. Listen, I don't really drink a whole lot. I think the Stella Fund is looking pretty good right now. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Oh boy. Okay. Okay, I have an update here, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a breaking news update. Take a look at this. The Iranian army has just issued a statement 24 minutes ago. They said, quote, "We haven't used all of our capabilities yet." The Iranian army says, "We haven't used all of our capabilities yet." What are you waiting for? The Ayatollah is dead. Like 300 of the top Iranian leaders have also been killed. Your bunkers are blown up. You're launching less than 10% of the ballistic missiles today that you were launching a week ago. You don't even have a navy anymore. You don't have an air force anymore. The Azerbaijanis and the Kurds are about to invade your country. What are you waiting for? What's like, what? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what they're waiting for. They're saying you haven't seen anything yet. Warning to the Americans and the Israelis, I guess. You haven't seen anything yet. What are you going to do? Start blowing up your own bunkers? You're going to blow up your own boats? What are you going to... Man, what are you going to do next? Could be a dirty bomb? I hope not. Of course, you know, we're kind of making jokes here, but really, I hope they don't do anything crazy. Maybe they are going to do something crazy. They're going to release another AI-generated video. We have 5 gifted community memberships over here on YouTube from Donda XRP. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Isn't Donda a Kanye West thing? I think that's a Kanye West thing, or a Ye thing. This might surprise you folks, but I'm not really caught up on the rap scene. I don't really follow the rap scene very closely. I don't listen to rap. I don't really know much about all the rappers. That's probably shocking. It's probably shocking because I look like a guy that's really into rap music, right? You just look at me. But I'm not, but really I'm not. Thank you very much. We have a massive $40 super chat. This is from Richard White, one of the good ones, one of my favorites. He says, have an entire case of Stella. You guys are trying to make me obese. I've discovered what the true agenda is. You're trying to make me fat. You're trying to fatten me up. I know what's going on here. Matt, listen. Have another case of beer. Have another hamburger. Hey, man, here's pizza money. Pizza money's on us. Here's beer money. Here's hamburger money. Here's pizza money. Go buy some Pop-Tarts. Go buy some Pop-Tarts while you're at it, Matt. I know what's going on here. You guys want me to be fat. I'm not falling for it. I'm not falling for it. Old Concrete Lizard, he says, it's fun to see you get lit off 2 beers. Have a great day. And that's all that it takes. Seriously. Hold up, ladies and gentlemen. Update. A U.S. official tells Al Jazeera that the aircraft carrier Gerald R. Ford has left the Eastern Mediterranean and has already transited the Suez Canal and is now operating in the Red Sea. If that's true, this is the first we've heard about that. That is big news. That the USS Gerald R. Ford has left the Eastern Mediterranean, has gone through the Suez Canal, and is now operating in the Red Sea. I feel like we would have heard about that. This is the first I'm hearing about this, because that, like, you know, if you're moving an aircraft carrier through the Suez Canal, everybody is going to know about that. You're not keeping that secret. So what does that mean? So let's break this down. The Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier and its associated battle group was positioned right here in the Eastern Mediterranean and was being used to kind of protect Israel.
They tried to bring.
What the hell was that? That was coming out of our Lebanon cam. Anyway, I think it's some woman watching TV. Doesn't matter. So anyway, it was being used to kind of play coverage, play goalie for Israel as launching down drones and ballistic missiles that were fired at Israel. So maybe right now the idea is that Israel is pretty much safe. Israel, we're not too worried about ballistic missiles hitting Israel because we have been pounding the living hell out of Iran. And so now the Gerald R. Ford goes down south through the Suez Canal, through the Gulf of Suez, and is now in the Red Sea. Why would we be in the Red Sea? Think about this. To play coverage for Saudi Arabia. And, you know, maybe it's not going to stay there. Maybe it's going to keep on moving over here and join the Ford? No, what is it called? There's another aircraft carrier out here that we've had. We've had one here and one up over here. There's another one out there, the name of which I'm blanking on. But anyway, maybe we're going to stay in the Red Sea. Maybe we're going to go and double up over here. Keep in mind, we have been hearing from President Trump that we are going to use the U.S. Navy to reopen the Suez Canal. This canal is getting reopened. The USS Lincoln, thank you very much. So you know what might be the case? Is that the Ford might join up with the Lincoln, and we might reopen the Suez Canal one way or another. That might be the case here. This thing is getting opened up. And we're seeing the transition take place right now. That is probably the case now that we've really thought about all of this. That it's all about the Hormuz. We are blasting this straight open. Hold up there. Okay, thank you very much. You think it's about the Houthis? It could be about the Houthis in Yemen. I would bet that it's more about the Hormuz, but you're right, it could be about the Houthis. The Houthis, who, by the way, have remained very quiet. They have not been doing anything. Let's take a look at the Strait of Hormuz right now, ladies and gentlemen. This is all the maritime traffic in and out of the strait. And as you might notice, nobody's going in or out. Everybody's parked on the east side or the west side. These guys want in and these guys want out. And so it seems as if we are about to really make use of the U.S. Navy and force this thing back open. Seems like it's the case. Look at all of these boats. Look at this. All of these. Every dot, every arrow here is a vessel. Some people get mad if I say boat. They say, Matt, don't call it a boat. Okay, I'm sorry. You need to call it a maritime vessel. Okay, you're right. Okay, I'm sorry. It's a look at all these maritime vessels. They're not boats. They're not boats. They're maritime vessels. You can see all the shipping lanes out here. We're all going in the same place. Uh-huh. There's a hell of a lot of them, huh? So, folks, what this means is I would suppose we are about to see a lot more action in the Strait of Hormuz area. Don't you think so? I think so. That is where things are heading right now. This thing is getting reopened. Strait of America. Now we're calling it the Strait of America, the Strait of Trump. The Golden Strait. Once again, a U.S. official tells Al Jazeera that the aircraft carrier USS Gerald R. Ford has left the eastern Mediterranean, has already transited through the Suez Canal, and is now operating in the Red Sea. But it might not be done. It might still be moving. Once again, though, this is one of these things I feel like we would have seen a video or other reports. We've seen no other reports of this at all. Keep in mind, man, like, where's our Suez? There's our Suez. All it would take is one random Egyptian person right here. All it would take is one Egyptian farmer, and there's a lot of them out here, to quickly take a photo of the aircraft carrier going through the Strait of Hormuz and post it on the internet, and then we'd have a photo. Haven't seen that. We've seen no photos. I'm shocked we have not, if this actually is the case, I'm shocked we have not seen a photo of this. Don't you think? Feel like we would have heard about this by now. We've seen nothing. It's a big old strait. And you can see boats going in, boats are going out. There's a boat going in. How astounding is this that we have access to this? We are just like random civilians in front of a computer, and we have access to this technology. We can zoom in on a boat. We could look at a guy scratching his butt on the deck of this boat. What a time to be alive. Seriously, though. What a time to be alive. Pull back up our Beirut cam. And we've got nothing on the satellite imaging that the U.S. military has. Do we have red alerts? Is that right? Hold up. Yes, we do. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have ballistic missile launches allegedly towards Israel right now. Red alert, red alert, red alert. Let's flip over back to our better Israeli cams here. Red alert inbound, folks. Red alert. Lock it down. Red alerts. We will probably hear them here pop up any second now. We've got the early alerts they're already going off. Samson option. I think they probably don't need to use the Samson option right now. I think they're fine at the moment. Red alerts now, folks. So, folks, allegedly, we have Chinese intelligence coming out right now that has confirmed, in fact, the Ford Carrier Strike Group has left the Mediterranean. I've got photos I'll show you. We've got a photo coming out of China, Chinese satellite imagery. But I'm going to show you after this red alert. Chinese satellite imagery. Happy Friday. We have a massive super chat here from Joe Dean. She says, for GPL-1 to control weight, haha, take care. Oh, that's like Ozempic or something. True. Wow, true. I never thought about that. And we can buy it on Trump RX, 86% discount. I never even thought about that. Good reminder, Joe Dean. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good reminder. John Burris, he says, I worked for CV968 between 68 and 75. I built CVN 7678 and DevCom, God bless America, Navy ships. That's awesome. Hey, thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's awesome. Thank you, Mr. Burris. Thank you, John. Thank you, sir. Right now, folks, Mr. Burris, there is a red alert. There are ballistic missiles inbound. Oh, boy. Yeah, Mr. Burris. I haven't seen something like this in quite a while. Okay, it's happening right now. It is happening right now. Like, big time, over the skies of Tel Aviv. If I were you, ladies and gentlemen, I would be paying attention in the top left to Cam 4 specifically, maybe Cam 3 as well over the Ben Gurion Airport, which is also at Tel Aviv. Cam 4, Cam 3 is where I'm going to be looking right now. There we go. We've got sirens here, folks. I just cranked up the volume on that. In fact, there are even more warnings. There's even more. Another round of warnings just popped off now. This is not over. We are not done. Do not relax. It's not over. It's not over yet. Not over yet. Not over yet. Checking the mobile alerts. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and it seems to be over. All of the all the red alert zones have gone blue over Tel Aviv and the surrounding areas. Seems like all of the ballistic missiles that were inbound have been intercepted. Now, something to keep in mind here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to pull up our map here. Okay, all of the ballistic missiles that sometimes we see get intercepted over the skies of Israel, those missiles have already had to make their way through a series of other missile interception systems. There are missile interceptors located all throughout Iraq, Kuwait, Jordan, Qatar. So, you know, let's say, like, I'm just going to make these numbers very easy to prove the point and easy to understand. Let's say Iran launches 100 ballistic missiles. You know, if Kuwait and Iraq intercept 50 of them, missile interceptors over Jordan intercept another 25. You only have 25, 100 minus 50 minus 25. You only have 25 in total out of the initial 100 that make their way to Israel, and then we see those ones get intercepted sometimes. But there's a lot of interceptors all over the place, is what's going on. No, this is live here. This is live. Now, what I do have real quick, like I said, take a look at this. The U.S. Navy's Ford Carrier Strike Group has left the Mediterranean and is now headed into the Red Sea, heading closer to Iran and Yemen's Houthis. And we have Chinese satellite imagery. Allegedly, this is what we're looking at. Ni hao ma, she she. Ni hao ma. Nihama, Gerald R. Ford. So anyway, reportedly this is the Chinese satellite imagery confirmation. I'll tell you what though, of course I'm gonna give you my speculation here real quick for whatever that's worth. I would suppose that this carrier strike group, carrier battle group, does not just hang out in the Red Sea. That it does not just hang out here. I would bet that it keeps on going, keeps on go all the way up here. And this is really a relocation pertaining to the Strait of Hormuz more than anything else. That would be my guess. That would be my guess. Put this up on the big screen here. At this point, I'm doing a quick scan here. We're doing a quick scan. Okay, I've got a report I'm going to read to you. I don't know exactly how true or false this is. We're going to break it down step by step. Report coming out right now. Russia is giving Iran the exact locations of American troops, warships, and aircraft. We've seen a media report of that, but the White House has not confirmed that. I would not be surprised. I would bet that they probably are, though. I would bet Russia is giving intelligence to Iran. And U.S. intelligence says China is preparing to supply Iran with money, spare parts, and missile components. If true, this war just changed completely. Multiple U.S. intelligence sources told CNN and Washington Post that Moscow is feeding Iran live targeting data on American forces. 6 U.S. service members were killed when an Iranian drone hit a facility in Kuwait. Several other drones hit exactly where American troops were stationed. One source said this shows Russia still likes Iran very much. Iran gave Russia Shahid drones for Ukraine. That is true. Now Russia is returning the favor with battlefield intelligence against American forces. Now China. 3 sources told CNN that China may be preparing to provide Iran with financial assistance, spare parts, and missile components. China already shipped Iran enough material to build 500 ballistic missiles after last year's war. That would have been in the last 8 months. The cargo ships traveled with tracking systems off. China gave Iran supersonic anti-ship missiles that analysts call carrier killers. Yeah, then why haven't we seen them? We keep hearing about all of these Chinese super weapons and the Iranian super weapons, and the Iranians have the Chinese super weapons. Iran has been talking about blowing up aircraft carriers for weeks now. You can't help but notice that it hasn't happened. We also know that China sold Iran a bunch of surface-to-air missiles in order to blow down all of our bombers and intercept our missiles. How did that work out? Did that work out very well for the Iranians? Hasn't seemed to have worked out. It seems like a lot of this Chinese military hardware is just bullshit. It's Temu hardware. The report goes on to say, and here's what nobody's talking about. This war is a live testing ground for Chinese weapons against American systems. That much I believe is true. I'm sure the Chinese, they're harvesting information, whatever information they can. What is that information saying? They're saying, oh yeah, none of our systems work. Oh wow, the United States is completely dominating us. That's the information that they are harvesting right now. Oh wow, our CCP hardware doesn't work at all. every engagement gives Beijing combat data it could never get any other way. I'm sure of it. I'm sure. Whoops. I lost my place here. Iran switched its entire military navigation to China's Beidou satellite system. How did that work out? Over 500 Chinese satellites are feeding Iran intelligence on U.S. naval movements in the Gulf right now. I'm sure of that. And here's what nobody's talking about. This war is a live testing ground for Chinese weapons against American systems. Do we have red alerts? We do. We have red alerts right now, ladies and gentlemen. Hostile aircraft intrusion in northern Israel. In northern Israel, well, we have cameras right now in northern Israel. We're going to take a look at that right now. Red alerts in northern Israel. Show you what that looks like right here. Hostile aircraft intrusion is specifically what these alerts are. All over northern Israel, northeast of Haifa, along the border with Lebanon. Okay, we've got camera footage right there. You've got the coverage. Maybe Hezbollah has fired an AI-generated rocket into Israel, into AI-generated Israel. See if anything here is coming in. Have you caught anything on camera in the past 2 days? Yeah. A lot. In fact, last night we watched for hours as the Israeli Air Force was dropping bomb after bomb after bomb in Beirut. We saw, in Beirut, we saw a lot of that. Today, we've seen some anti-air fire in Beirut also. All right, the red alert is over. Red alert is over. Let's keep on working our way through this report here. Hegseth, Pete Hegseth, Secretary of the Department of War, yesterday said that Russia and China are not really a factor. I'm going to tell you something. This is my totally unprofessional assessment. I'm just telling you what I observe. It does seem to be the case that China and Russia are giving intelligence information right now. They have been over the last week to Iran. Seems to be the case. They're giving them intel, satellite imagery, whatever. Is China... Are China and Russia going to get directly kinetically involved in this conflict? Seriously doubt it. Seriously doubt. Is China and Russia, China or Russia, are they going to start dropping bombs on U.S. military bases in Iraq? Are they going to fire their own rockets at Israel? Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. I got it. Thank you. Thank you. I seriously doubt. China, yes. Some people think this is going to escalate with China. Russia, I'm not even sure if Russia really even has the capacity to mount some big, large-scale escalation, because they have been waging war against Ukraine for the last 4 years. Russia, to some degree, I'm sure, is slightly depleted right now after 4 years of war in Eastern Europe. China, I suppose they could try something if they wanted. They could try something if they wanted. What is China's big immediate goal? To take Taiwan. Keep in mind though, as badly as China wants Taiwan, how many people live there? Taiwan, I've been there 2 times. Taiwan is a nice country. 23 million people live in Taiwan. Taiwan is a country that does not want to be invaded. You've got 23 million people that do not want to be invaded. They do not want to be Chinese. They're totally happy being Taiwanese. They don't want to be a part of China. Think about the logistical nightmare that it would take. We're just talking like military strategy. Think about what it would take for China to mount an invasion of Taiwan. Think about how many people they would have to kill. Think about how brutal and blood. You remember D-Day? Like beach landing, mines and Gatling guns and bombing campaigns. It would not be easy for China to invade Taiwan. They do not want to be taken over. You'd have Chinese boats unloading Chinese... Dude, too loud. Too loud. It would be hell. It would be brutal. It would be hell. And I think China knows that. I think China knows that. And Taiwan has been bunkering down for a very long time. They've been very worried about a Chinese invasion for... I mean, hey, what do you see here? These are more like water breaks, but... Taiwan has been bunkering down. They've been getting ready. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, actually, speaking of China here, I've got a video here that I want to watch with you folks pertaining to China, and we're going to watch this while I try to quickly eat my lunch. Where is this video that I had up here? Here it is. All right, take a look at this one, folks.
Peter Schweitzer is the author of The Invisible Coup and the president of the Government Accountability Institute. So what are they thinking about in Beijing?
They're in a panic, Jesse. I mean, look, anytime you have these kinds of military operations that are taking place, they have ripple effects. These ripples are actually tidal waves in China. Think about it. Over the last 58 days, between what happened in Venezuela and what started happening in Iran, China has lost 2 of its most important allies in the developing world. They were big energy suppliers, about 20 to 25% of their energy, but China was able to buy that energy on the cheap because they were sanctioned companies. They were paying $15 a barrel less than anybody else was. And by the way, they weren't paying in U.S. dollars. They were paying in the Chinese currency. And that has been a long-term objective of China to move away from a dollar-based economy. That is all gone. But it's having effects that we don't even fully appreciate, Jesse. Look at the AI race. You think, what does this have to do with AI? Well, 2 of the biggest AI contractors in China are Huawei and ZTE. These are big telecom infrastructure companies. They're vital to China's AI capabilities. They both have huge contracts in Venezuela and Iran for which they are now not going to be paid. And you know, we're talking about tens of billions of dollars in contracts of revenue that they were expecting to get that they weren't getting. They were doing a lot of AI testing in these countries. So the ramifications are enormous, and Donald Trump has really shifted the equation with China within a matter of less than 2 months.
And we're testing our AI in real time under extremely dangerous conditions. So we're getting even more intelligence than they would ever get tinkering around on a computer. The fact that now we control anything that ships out of that strait, so much oil flows out of that strait to the whole world. The fact that we now control it, what does that do to China?
It now means we have a chokehold on the strait. Look, assume that China wanted to move on Taiwan, right? There's a military response, but now we have a massive energy response, which is we simply don't allow any tankers to ship oil from the Persian Gulf through the Strait of Hormuz. We can do it. It might have been a little bit dicey had we not taken out the Iranians. That's roughly half of their oil, 40 to 50% of their oil.
You know what really makes me super angry is that all these people keep talking about China, oil, China, Strait of Hormuz, China, Taiwan, China. It's like, don't these guys understand that this is only about Israel? This is 100% about Israel and nothing more than Israel, exclusively about Israel. There's nothing more to it. This is an entirely one-dimensional situation. It is only about Israel. So I don't know why everybody's talking about China. I don't get it. No, I'm joking. I'm kidding. Of course, I'm being sarcastic. I'm being a little bit sarcastic.
Is now suddenly not available to them. So those are enormous methodologies. And look at what happens in terms of military technology, Jesse. China provided their most advanced air defense capabilities to Iran. We completely destroyed them. They didn't shoot down one American or Israeli plane. This is reminiscent of 1982 when the Israelis flying F-15s went up against the Syrians flying MiGs, and the Israelis beat them 81 aircraft to 0. What happened after that? They couldn't give the MiGs away. So China now has the problem that their military technology is not recognized as being up to par to the United States. That's going to have huge implications with a whole host of other countries.
Right. So they lose a bunch of customers and they lose face. Now that the United States, if this mission is successful, now we have no idea how this is going to play out. We're praying it works out. If it's successful, what kind of position does that put the United States of America with Venezuela and now Iran more in our orbit?
Well, it means that a lot of countries in the developing world that might have been flirting with China don't want to flirt with them anymore because they realize that, A, China can sign all the quote-unquote strategic partnerships they want, but they're not going to do anything about it if their allies get in trouble. I mean, all China's done is send some scolding messages. They haven't done a single thing to stand up for their allies. Second of all, they understand that this administration is the partner that they want to be in business with, not Beijing.
Wow. It is a new world order, that's for sure. Peter, great to talk to you. Thank you.
Yeah. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Obviously, I was joking about that. Like we said, really, sincerely, genuinely, what we're seeing here in the Middle East and in the Panama Canal and in Venezuela and Colombia and cracking down on the cartels and with Greenland, all of this is aimed and targeted at taking the wind out of China's sails. Really, anytime you ask yourself the question, why is Trump doing this? Why is Trump doing that? Whatever he's doing at the time, why is Trump doing this? Almost every single instance, a big component is going to be about China. Trump is really the first president that, Trump is really the first president we've had in a very long time that appropriately, that properly and correctly appreciates how big of a threat of a crisis we have with China. We have a chance right now. It's not too late yet. We have a chance right now to really shut down China. But if we don't, 5, 10, 15 years from now, it will be too late. And it'll be game over. It'll be game over. It'll be game over. So Trump, thank God, God bless him. He really is doing the right thing here with shutting down China. Thank God. Absolutely. And it's been so crazy. A lot of people that just cannot understand what is going on here. Speaking of China, once again here. Speaking of China, once again here, Chinese radar satellites have detected a naval formation entering the Suez Canal, believed to be the U.S. forward carrier strike group, traveling south through that canal into the Red Sea. Into the Red Sea. Satellite imagery coming out of China. This is some curious satellite. Like, why do we not have just actual high-quality satellite imagery? I suppose right now because it's nighttime. Actually, I just answered my own question because it's dark outside. It's nighttime. There's the answer why. So whenever sun rises over there in the Middle East, we're going to have some real good photos, I would imagine. I would imagine. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Trump here very soon, our president, is going to be participating in a round table discussion. Very soon, during which he's going to talk about sports. It is the Saving Our Sports round table. Probably talking about trans athletes or something. And so frankly, we're probably not going to watch that entire thing, but what we can do is see if he's going to talk about the situation in Iran. I'm sure he will talk about it at least a little bit. At least a little bit. I thought this was about Iran war, not politics. Do you think that the Iran war has no relation at all to politics? Do you think that those things are mutually exclusive? Do you think the war in Iran is not political at all? Because I think that it is. I think it probably is. I think that it is. Anyway, Trump is going to be holding a roundtable talking about sports, college sports. So we're not going to watch that entire thing, but if he does talk about Iran, we're going to listen to it. He might talk about it for a couple minutes, and maybe he'll take questions from the media at the end. So we will be here for that. There's something flying over the skies there. Stand by here. Maybe CENTCOM has given a confirmation about this relocation. I don't see it. Narnian says, U.S. Central Command Public Affairs, March 5th, USS Gerald R. Ford, pics on DVIDS page. I'm not sure where that is or what that means. Not sure about that. Ladies and gentlemen, breaking news. One of our beautiful viewers named Larry Daniels. Larry Daniels is tuning in, eating what appears to be a Jersey Mike's sandwich, drinking Canada Dry, and watching the broadcast. He is monitoring the situation from his own house. Here's a picture of that. Eating some sandwiches, drinking some Canada Dry, and tuning into the show. He has a PlayStation 1 in the background there from 1997. All right, that's what it's all about. That's what's up. Thank you, Larry. Thank you, Larry. I'm doing a quick scan here, folks. I've got a photo here I want to show you, ladies and gentlemen, real quick. Matt, show your wife. No. You show me your wife. I want to see your wife. What about that? We have a photo here, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look at this. This is an IRGC brigade base before and after U.S. airstrikes up on a hilltop here. Before, here's the IRGC base up on the hilltop. And after the airstrikes, that base is pretty much completely leveled, just about. They just blew the living hell out of that thing. They just blew the living hell out of that thing. Yes, they sure did. There's the before and after. Okay, we actually have updates here. Oh my wow, okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I have a massive, absolutely massive update about the Azerbaijanis and whether or not they're getting involved in this conflict. Like, seriously, massive update. I have a video. But first, I'm going to take a 90-minute restroom break. Airstrike right there on the left side. We just saw that right there. Explosion right there on the left. Did you see that? There's smoke coming up right there. Okay, give me 90 seconds, and then we're going to talk about this Azerbaijani involvement in the ongoing conflict. So, one moment here, ladies and gentlemen. All right, folks. We actually have a very big update here. I was not lying about that. If you do me a favor and hit that like button and make sure to subscribe if you're new here. I just took my 90-second long union mandated break, and now we're back. Like I said, take a look at this. Azerbaijani State Security Service, the SSS, said it arrested a number of people linked to a criminal organization and Iran who were involved in planning a terror attack in the capital city of Baku. This comes following Azerbaijan's vow to retaliate for an Iranian drone strike inside of its borders the other day. We have a video of this. So remember, we saw the photo of this, but now we actually have the video. So the Azerbaijani, special forces police, they broke in the house and they arrested all of these Iranian-backed terror cell operatives that were planning a terror attack. What I read earlier is the terror attack was planned on a pipeline, an oil pipeline. Where are we at? In the capital city of Baku, which is right on the water here. So this is Azerbaijan, capital city Baku. I'm sure it's a beautiful little city. Anyway, there's a pipeline that's going in and out that they were planning on blowing up. This Iranian-backed terror cell. So the Azerbaijanis are very, very upset right now. Not only have they discovered this terrorist cell in their city or in their country, but also the Iranians fired a suicide drone. They fired a suicide drone at an Azerbaijani airport the other day, and I think it hit a residential neighborhood as well. So the Azerbaijanis are very, very upset, and they might actually be joining this conflict personally on the ground. Now, we have some super chats here. I want to get back to these. It's been a while since I've taken a look at these. Brian Larson says, I don't think Trump is ready to call... Okay, we saw that one. Hold up here. This one right here. Actually, no, I think we're on top of all the super chats. We have two new ones. Thank you, Matt. Thanks for the Morse Force who came to our live baking stream every Tuesday. Thank you very much, Eastcake. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for tuning in. It seems as if still the Iranian regime's plan is to instigate, bomb, and attack every single one of their regional neighbors, hoping that the regional neighbors will get together and collectively apply pressure on the U.S. to pull out and leave the region alone and leave the Iranian regime alone. However, what we've seen is that that plan has completely and totally backfired. The regional neighbors have been so pissed off and upset, made upset by the Iranian regime, that now they're just throwing their support with the United States. There's something I want to show you folks here. We have a little bit of an update. Newly released image of a USAF B-52H heavy bomber preparing tonight to conduct a strike mission against Iran. Okay, can I just say real quick, this is badass. This is obviously this is just badass. This is obviously just completely and totally badass. And then we have more images here too. Just when I thought that we couldn't get any more badass, we did. There's another one. B-52 strike bomber. Like, dude. This thing is loaded up. Looks mean. It looks mean as hell. You can tell it's got 3 bombs there, 3 bombs there. You do not want to look up and see one of these things flying overhead. They're getting ready to go. They're getting ready to go. So these bad boys right now are presumably flying over the skies of Iran, perhaps right this very moment. Full of JASSM cruise missiles. Can we get some information on what those look like? This is a JASSM cruise missile. Come on, we've got to have a better photo of that. We've got to have something better than that. We do a little bit of penetrating. Looks like we can do a little bit of penetrating. Uh-huh. Well, yeah, I mean, this is about what we saw strapped to the bottom of that thing. Where did our, yeah, I mean, this looks like what it is. Oh, yeah, yeah. That's what they are. That seems to be like what they are. Probably don't want to get hit by one of those. Yeah, that's right. Anyway, so that is just a little sample of what is currently being dropped on the Iranian regime all throughout Iran. If you're a member of the IRGC, you're probably going to become very acquainted with those here very soon. Oh, I'm sorry, I was muted just for a moment there. You didn't miss anything, really. I was about to say, you see a lot of people over here on the right side of the aisle. They say, yeah, America number one, America first, we are the global hegemon, we are the world superpower. We are the superpower, undeniably. But then when we engage in geopolitical maneuvers or actions like we're doing right now, these are things that are required to maintain our superpower status. Then the very same people that say, yeah, America first, America number one, we are the global superpower, we're number one, those very same people, they say, oh, I don't know about this. I don't know about this, I kind of don't like this, I don't know about this. Listen, a superpower is going to do superpower things. You want to be a superpower, this is what it looks like. I hate to break it to you. A superpower does what a superpower is going to do. Mind you, we're doing a little bit of a news scan here. So, I'm just going to try to make sense of this here with you guys. This is a White House senior advisor in the Trump administration, Stephen Chung. He's in the Trump administration. You guys probably know him. In response to a bunch of Iranian military equipment getting blown up, Stephen Chung, he said, L1, R1, square, R1, left, R2, R1, left, square, down, L1, L1. I think this is a cheat code. Yeah, this is a cheat code from the video game Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. He responded to this, and in the video game Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, this specific cheat code gives you infinite ammunition. Stephen Chung posted the infinite ammunition cheat code. So really, what is he saying? Effectively, what he is saying is that, hey, the U.S. has infinite ammo. He's saying we can do this all day. He's saying, yeah, the bombing will continue. We have infinite ammo here. We can do this all day. We can do this all day. Are you saying Trump didn't run on that promise? Yeah, that is what I'm saying. So just like a reminder, both Trump and J.D. Vance at the RNC, less than 2 years ago, both said that if Iran refused to capitulate and stop building a ballistic missile program and nuclear weapons, that they were going to bomb Iran. Both Trump and J.D. Vance said that numerous times on the campaign trail. Trump has been talking about preventing Iran from having a nuclear weapon since the 1980s. So anyone that is, like, confused or shocked that Trump is bombing Iran because they refuse to stop building ballistic missiles and nuclear weapons or enriching uranium, I don't know what to tell you. It was pretty... It wasn't exactly secret. He talked about it. Seriously, I encourage you, go back and watch the 2024 RNC, the Republic National Convention. Go watch it. They said all of this. They said that, listen, we don't want to have to bomb Iran, but if they refuse to stop building ballistic missiles and enriching uranium, then we're going to bomb them. That was, like, literally and explicitly said. Explicitly said. In fact, this is a clip from... So this is just June 21st, Actually, this... So he must have said this at the RNC in 2024. This is J.D. Vance talking to Hannity Contrary to the planosphere of the media, here's the day he received the VP nomination calling for us to bomb Iran. This is Vance.
The most important part, I think, of the Trump doctrine in foreign policy is you don't commit America's troops unless you really have to. But when you do, you punch and you punch hard. I think that's the way that you respect America's brave men and women who are serving. Now, let me say something about...
When you say that, does that, like, for example, how President Trump beat the caliphate? It was overwhelming force, and it was done pretty fast.
How President Trump beat the caliphate, beat ISIS, which people said literally couldn't be done, and he did it in a matter of months. But also Iran, Sean. A lot of people recognize that we need to do something with Iran, but not these weak little bombing runs. If you're going to punch the Iranians, you punch them hard, and that's what he did when he took out Soleimani. By the way, that action, people said that it would lead to broader war. It actually brought peace. It actually checked the Iranians and slowed them down a little bit.
So this is J.D. Vance on the day he was picked as Trump's vice president at the RNC. You can go back and watch the entire thing. Trump talked about this also. He said, listen, if you punch Iran, you punch them hard, you get it over with, and you ideally don't deploy any troops to the Middle East. That's what he said. Once again, you know, you can like, of course, here's what I'll say. Most certainly, you can be unhappy that this is happening. You cannot approve of this foreign policy. But to pretend that Trump blindsided you by this, that you didn't know that he was going to do this, or that Trump lied to you or deceived you, that's just factually incorrect. That's just factually people saying Trump betrayed us. That's just factually incorrect. You can be unhappy about the foreign policy. You're more than welcome to feel that way. But you were not lied to. You were not. This is Donald Trump in 2013. Here's 2013 before he even got involved in politics. He said, this is during the Obama administration, while everyone is waiting and prepared for us to attack Syria, maybe we should knock the hell out of Iran and their nuclear capabilities. Trump said this over a decade ago, 13 years ago. So once again, to act like this is surprising, I don't really think that it is. I don't think it is. Maybe you weren't paying attention personally. I'm doing a quick update scan here, folks. Putin has just had a conversation by phone with Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian. Putin expressed condolences to Pezeshkian over the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, members of his family, and civilian casualties. He also noted that he is in constant contact with the leaders of the Arab countries in the Persian Gulf. So Putin is just paying close attention. Paying close attention here. And as it would seem, the Russians are providing intelligence to the Iranians at the moment, which is not exactly surprising. Not exactly surprising. You are it's the same person having a meltdown in the chat. You are rewriting history, revisionism. I have shown you tweets, I have shown you videos, I don't know what. I've shown you tweets and videos. We've got the timeline on the record here. I think I just need to ban this person is having a deranged meltdown. I think this person is psychotic. I think this person is psychotic. Maybe. There we go. This person's out of their mind. We have another statement here. I'm going to play this again. This is from Carolyn Levitt about an hour ago. I'll pull this up. We just got this not too long ago. Turn up the audio.
Do you have any comment,
Sure.
Caroline, do you have any comment on the MAGA influencer divide on the Iran war? It seems like everything on X is everybody's going at each other. Any message to both sides of the aisle?
I would just remind people X is not real life. This president lives in the real world. And with respect to MAGA, President Trump is the leader of MAGA. He's the creator of the MAGA movement. And there is nothing more America first than taking out terrorists who have maimed and killed our own servicemen and women, who chant death to America and who pose a threat to the homeland. And so President Trump is a leader of the peace through strength foreign policy doctrine. He attempted peace through diplomacy exhaustively and extensively with the rogue Iranian regime. And so they have been struck with the strength and the sheer might and will of the United States Armed Forces. And President Trump has proven he's a man of his word.
That's from White House Press Secretary Carolyn Levitt. You know, I'll kind of give you my personal opinion here. This is multifaceted. One, I think having a psychotic regime like the Iranian regime in the Middle East making ballistic missiles and suicide drones in mass volume is not a good idea. That is never going to end up going well. As we've seen over the last couple days, they've been launching these things at all of their regional neighbors. This regime is psychotic. That's the first thing. I think it's good. It's a good idea to not let them have those things. In addition to highly enriched uranium, which can be used to make a dirty bomb. I think that's not a good idea. That's the first thing. Second off, yeah, I do in part empathize. I empathize with the Iranian people that have been forced to live under that regime. At the same time, I feel like it's not really America's job to make sure that everybody has a happy, great life around the entire world. So yes, I do empathize with the people of Iran, but also I don't really think that's our responsibility, frankly. So it's a kind of give and a take there. Really, the big reason, I'll tell you the massive reason why I'm generally in favor of this operation as it has unfolded so far is because I view this operation as being really a genius geopolitical play targeted towards undermining China. I am in favor of this operation because this operation, as well as what happened recently in Venezuela and Greenland and the Panama Canal, Trump is systematically slicing and dicing China's presence, economy, power, influence all across the entire world. China is getting destroyed and ripped apart, minced, sliced and diced by Trump right now. And that really is honest to God, that's my big reason for being in support of this operation so far. China is the big deal for me. Yeah, it sucks about the Iranian people. I hope that they end up having freedom in their own country. That's not really my guiding, motivating factor, honestly. It's not, I'll be honest with you. For me, the big deal is China. By the way, we have Rachel Wilson in the chat. She says, I appreciate your take on this, Matt. I think you've been fair and objective, and I agree with you for what it's worth. By the way, first off, thank you. Thank you. If you agree with me, that means you are correct about all of this. So, first off, thank you. You must be very smart. No, I saw you the other day. We're on the Joe Rogan podcast also. Your husband was on the podcast a month ago, and then you were on the Joe Rogan podcast, right? Just a couple weeks ago, or maybe a week or two. I've been seeing clips Clips pop up on the timeline. That's huge. That's congratulations. Thank you very much. I saw a clip going around where you said that Trump would do better if he was less of a feminist and stopped hiring so many women. This is Rachel Wilson, a woman, by the way, who on the Joe Rogan podcast the other day said that, you know, Trump would be wise if he was a little bit less of a feminist and stopped hiring women. Trump should hire more men in his cabinet, in his administration. Rachel Wilson said that, and you know what? You might be a little bit, yeah, you're probably a little bit right. You're probably a little bit right, Mrs. Wilson. Thank you very much, by the way. Now, you know, recently we got the news yesterday that, I'm sorry, one moment. Okay, we actually have some update here. Okay, big news. We're going to go through this right now. Truth Social post. Trump says, we just concluded a very good meeting with the largest U.S. defense manufacturing companies in the country where we discussed production and production schedules. They have agreed to quadruple production of the exquisite class weaponry in that we want to reach as rapidly as possible the highest levels of quantity. Expansion began 3 months prior to the meeting, and plants and production of many of these weapons are already underway. We have a virtually unlimited supply of medium and upper medium grade munitions. Unlimited supply, virtually unlimited, of medium and upper medium grade munitions, which we are using as an example in Iran, and recently used in Venezuela. Regardless, however, we have also increased orders at these levels too. The companies represented were the CEOs of BAE Systems, Boeing, Honeywell, Aerospace, L3 Harris, Missile Solutions, Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, and Raytheon. The libtards are not. This is like the list. This is like, it's like Trump. If you're a liberal, it's like Trump has just listed off 7 different demons that crawled out of hell. Northrop Grumman, Raytheon. The meeting concluded with another meeting scheduled in 2 months. States all over the country are bidding for these new plants. Thank you for your attention to this matter. We're not going to be happy about that. So Trump is rebuilding our munition stockpiles, is what he's doing. He's putting in a pretty big order. Hey, he's dropping bombs. You got to replace them. You drop a bomb, you got to make a new one. Thank you very much. No, Rachel Wilson, thank you very much. Congratulations to both you and your husband. Hey, extend my regards. We have a super chat from MacD1978. He says, Matt, I agree with your assessment of how Trump is handling China with recent events. I think the Democrats know this as well, which is another reason they oppose this undocumented conflict. It's not a war. It is an undocumented conflict. That's right. That's right. Do not forget that. Thank you very much. As many of them are pro-China. I think so. I think so. Makes you wonder how many Republicans we have that are pro-China. You know what? Can I just think out loud here for a minute? If I was a Chinese CCP propagandist, if I was getting paid $10 million a year to concoct CCP propaganda, you know what I would do? Seriously, you know what I would do if I was a CCP propagandist getting paid a ton of money to make up the best propaganda there is? Every single time Trump did anything that was negative for China, Venezuela, Iran, Cuba, potentially, Panama Canal, Greenland, whatever, you know what I would do? I would, as the chief CCP propagandist, I would push the narrative that Trump is doing it for Israel. That's what I would do. And you guys know, I'm not an Israeli shill. I've got a lot of problems with Israel, to be honest with you. To be totally honest with you, I've got some big problems and their influence in the U.S. That said, if I was a CCP propagandist, doesn't matter what Trump did, I would push the narrative Oh, Trump is only doing it for Israel. Oh, Israel. Why is Trump doing this? Israel. I would try to undermine and erode his support and erode his base in the U.S. That's what I would do. Yeah, divide and conquer, exactly. Yeah. Really makes you wonder. Really makes you wonder. We have a breaking update here. Let's make sense of this one here together. The heavy amount of visible U.S. Air Force tanker activity over the Middle East continues. Earlier, several KC-135 Stratotankers transited with their transponders activated from Israel to the Persian Gulf and back. We saw that, actually. Now, several are active in Jordan, in Jordanian airspace, with one heading towards the Persian Gulf and Iraqi airspace. So what in the... Can we pull up flight radar? Let's get flight radar pulled up here. What the hell's going on here? Thank you, Mahdi, again. Saturn dreaming of Mercury. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. DMC93, thank you, sir. And Nora says, machinists in America that work for those companies are about to get paid. It's good for the U.S. economy. I think there's some benefits, there's some positives. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, it looks like we're looking at Cyprus right now. We got to zoom out. This website is always so incredibly laggy. We're looking to get over. We're going to Jordan. Hop in, folks. We're going to Jordan. All right, well, you see a bunch of these U.S. Stratotankers. That's North Jordan. What about South Jordan? Well, folks, I'll be honest here. It's hard to make sense of this. These U.S. They're just... So that, obviously that... So what do you think what in the hell are we doing out here? Look at this. You got all these Stratotankers out here over Jordan just flying circles over the Jordanian desert. You seeing what I'm seeing? So it makes me wonder if they're out here supporting bombers in the area and they're doing aerial refueling. I mean, what else are they doing? They must be doing that. They must be doing some refueling out here over the skies of Jordan. They must be. Refueling jets and such. Yep. Yep. That's the refueling point. That must be what's happening. This is a war against Islam, and they are losing. Well, a certain type of Islam, no doubt. I think there's a tiny bit more nuance that must be acknowledged there. So there's two big types of Islam. Where are we at? There we are. Sunni and Shia. What is the Iranian regime? Shia. In fact, they are the largest, really the only Shia Islamic country in the world. The Shias. There's different sort of denominations. You know how here with the Christians we've got Catholics and Orthodox and Lutherans and Evangelical and da-da-da-da-da. Okay, well, maybe similar but kind of not. Similar in some ways. All of these guys down here are Sunni. These are the Sunni Arab nations. And you might notice that, and Shiite also. Anyway, the point is, you might notice that pretty much everyone here is in opposition to Iran. Everyone here. So I mean, you can't really say this is a war on Islam because we've got like 5 or 6 different Islamic countries that are sort of working in our coalition right now against Iran. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it appears as if Camp Victory near Baghdad has just been attacked right now. We have new footage that just got posted on Telegram. It appears that Camp Victory near Baghdad, Iraq, has been attacked. The video was just posted. This is the aftermath. That's the aftermath there. So it seems as if the Iranian regime is still firing out drones and missiles and whatever else. We hope that nobody got injured there. I will say, ladies and gentlemen, if you are new to the show, do me a favor. It really helps a lot. If you have not, listen, hey, if you have not hit that like button already, pull out your phone, go to the computer, hit that like button. It really seriously does help. When YouTube sees that more people are liking and subscribing, then YouTube they keep on promoting out the broadcast. That's what we want to have happen here. And on Rumble as well, it means a lot. It really helps a lot on Rumble too. So thank you. I'm doing a quick scan out here. I'm doing more of a deep scan. Folks, it has been 55 minutes since in Israel there's been any red alerts. No red alerts in Israel for 55 minutes. The rate at which the Iranians are launching attacks is going down. It's ever decreasing. It's ever decreasing. Okay, folks, we have the confirmation here from the U.S. Navy. According to the U.S. Navy, the USSR, I don't know why I keep saying, the USS Gerald R. Ford, USS, not the USSR, the USS Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier and its associated battle group have transited from the eastern Mediterranean through the Suez Canal into the Red Sea. They did it yesterday. This happened yesterday. And now we officially have the confirmation. So this means a lot of things. We had a carrier battle group here, positioned effectively off of the coast of Israel. Why were they positioned here off the coast of Israel? They were playing coverage for Israel. So anytime a ballistic missile would launch in and they were worried it was going to make contact with Tel Aviv or what have you, the U.S. carrier battle group would get involved and launch up a ballistic missile interceptor and shoot it down from the sky. Well, it seems like we are a little bit less concerned about Israel getting hit by ballistic missiles now. So the Gerald R. Ford carrier battle group is repositioning through the Suez Canal. Too many words coming out of my mouth these days. I can't even keep them all sorted. Through the Suez Canal, down through Egypt. It's a big long canal into the Red Sea. Remember the Red Sea? Remember that time it got parted? Okay, so anyway, here it is. Now, some people are speculating that maybe this U.S. carrier battle group is going to just kind of lurk out here in the Red Sea, off the coast of Saudi Arabia. What I think is going to happen, I think this battle group is going to continue on through the Gulf of Aden, up here, up here, and meet up with the Lincoln carrier battle group and try to open up the Suez Canal. We've been hearing Trump talk for days now. We are opening up this Suez Canal, and that is what I think is going on here. I think we're seeing a massive relocation of naval assets up here to reopen this canal. It's been shut down for a couple days. You want to see what that looks like? This is what that looks like. Nobody's going in, and nobody's going out. You see a bunch of boats waiting. These guys want to go in, these guys want to go out. They can't, though, because the Iranian regime, they've threatened to blow up any boat that they catch going through this thing. And we've seen them do it twice. They fired rockets at 2 tankers that have attempted to go through. They've been doing it for days. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say Suez there? I apologize. You guys, listen, hey. During these broadcasts, do me a favor. Listen to what I mean, not what I say. Listen to what I mean, not what I say. You know, when you're live on the air 10 hours a day, 6 days straight, sometimes you're going to make a little oopsie daisy. Sometimes it'll happen. Ladies and gentlemen, President Trump's secret plan has just been leaked to the public. The Persian Gulf is going to be renamed the Second Gulf of America. The Gulf of Oman is going to be renamed to the Third Gulf of America. The Strait of Hormuz is going to be renamed to the Strait of MAGA. Time will tell. We'll see if this secret report ends up being true. Time will tell. We're going to give it time. The Strait of MAGA. Yeah, it's been an hour. It's been an hour on the nose since any red alerts coming out of Israel. And it makes sense. I mean, this is why this carrier battle group is relocating, because Israel seems to be a little bit safer right now. Okay, why have things gotten safer for Israel and really everybody in the entire region? Well, it's because for the last 6 days, the U.S. and Israel have been blowing the living hell out of all of the Iranian ballistic missile launchers. So, ladies and gentlemen, top left, flip that off. There's Condoleezza Rice. Is that Condoleezza Rice? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, right now, Trump is about to participate in a round table talking about saving college sports from what? I don't know, probably trans people, if I had to guess. There's Senator Ted Cruz. I would imagine that Trump is going to at least talk a little bit about Iran. Maybe we don't need to listen. Yeah, this is live. We don't need to listen about college sports. Maybe, I don't know. I'd rather keep talking about the Middle East, but I want to see what Trump is going to say here. Got to mute the music. Classy. Anytime there's music like that, I get hit with a copyright strike, so I need to shut it down. So we are, we're going to tune in here once Trump comes out, once our great president comes out, once our illustrious supreme leader, once the supreme leader of America comes out, we're going to listen to what he has to say. We'll give it a moment. This is like the funniest title of all time. Trump speaking about Iran and college sports. What a curious combination, but nonetheless, that is the combination. Are we playing music still? Yeah. Oh, there's good old what's his name? There's Ron DeSantis. Ron DeSantis. Some people I've seen are speculating that Ron DeSantis is going to be replacing Pam Bondi as the Attorney General. I've seen rumor. And you know what? Oh, there's Marco Rubio. Rubio! There's Susie Wiles. There's Speaker of the House Mike Johnson. I think we are going to be talking about Iran here. I can't imagine that I can't imagine everybody's here right now today to talk about college sports, right? Given the circumstances. I think we're going to be talking about Iran. They call him the governor, yep. I've been around long enough to remember when everybody called him Roboto. Roboto! Rubio, no, Roboto. That was 2016. 2016, way back in the day. Right now they're playing music, so I can't play the audio, but whenever they start talking, I will unmute that. Rubio Hegseth. If I had to take a shot, I would bet that the ticket in 2028 will be Vance Rubio. I would suspect Vance Rubio. That's my personal suspicion. But time will tell. It's a little bit early to even think about that. We've got midterms. We've got midterms to worry about. If Vance wants, I think he does. And by the way, we have heard on 2 different occasions from Rubio that if Vance wants it, Rubio is not going to compete against Vance. Rubio has said, I'm going to defer to Vance. If Vance wants to be president, it's his. I'm not going to try to compete against him. Rubio has said that publicly, twice, that I've seen, maybe more. Newsom Crockett, 2028. Yeah. Yep. That is just what this country needs. Newsom Crockett. Mm-hmm. Ace Willem says, keep up the great work, Matt. Ignore the bots. Just hit those nails with the band hammer. That's probably good advice. Ah! We're gonna bonk him. Ah! Is that Dr. Oz? Is that Mehmet? No, I don't think that is. I don't think it is. Mary D 3329. Thank you. Hey, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, ma'am. I'm happy you're tuning in. OG American Grind says, any news on Lloyd's Insurance? I've been keeping tabs on that. No updates on that yet. No updates yet. Good question, though. That's a really fascinating story. There's Doug Burgum, Secretary of Energy. He was down in Venezuela yesterday, 2 days ago, meeting with Delcy Rodriguez, rekindling economic ties with Venezuela. Mr. Burgum. We've got everybody in the house. Roxanne McGroin says, thank you for your excellent coverage. Your work and dedication is appreciated. I'm very thankful. I'm very happy you're tuning in. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Gracie says, good afternoon, Matt and Morris First. I hope y'all having a blessed week, Matt. You are awesome Floridians. May we please borrow your governor for Attorney General? Well, he's going to be done here. He can't run for re-election. He's not. And so he's going to be out. He will not be governor anymore in Florida in like 7 or 8 months. Something like that. So then he's going to be unemployed. In 8 months, DeSantis will be unemployed officially. Who knows where he goes? Would not be surprised if he ends up somewhere involved in the Trump administration. Would not be surprised. I would not be surprised at all. So, folks, one more time, President Trump is going to come out here and speak, and you have all the stars here. Allegedly, they're primarily going to be talking about college sports, but I think we're going to hear some information about Iran also. That's really why I'm tuning in. Is it okay? Can we talk about this first? If they just really start talking about college sports, is it okay with you folks if we go ahead and mute that? Or do you guys really want to listen to the college sports stuff? Because I would rather keep on talking about the Middle East. I think there's always stuff to talk about there. We can bounce the app, mute it. All right, okay. I'm a man of the people. We do what the people want. I've got maybe a crazy video. Can I show you guys something real quick? Here, take a look at this. A ballistic missile launcher concealed inside of a hay storage site was struck today. Wow. So this ballistic missile was concealed inside of a hay storage site, and it was blown up earlier today. They're hiding these things all across the country. Do we have red alerts incoming? Well, also President Trump is coming on out right now. Trump is coming out right now, and we also have. Oh, okay. This red alert is kind of maybe don't worry about this one too much. This is not a drone or ballistic missile launch. This is a confrontation line alert. So yeah, and now it's already over. It's already over now.
Thank you very much, everybody. Please.
Here we go, folks.
This is a very important meeting. We had a lot of important meetings today, but this is a big one because this is really the future of, I think, beyond college sports. This is the future of colleges, because we're looking at numbers that are coming in and the amount of money being spent and lost by otherwise very successful schools is astounding just in a short period of time. It's only going to get worse. So we have to save college sports and save, I believe, colleges. We have to save our Olympic team, because so many sports that are in the Olympics will no longer be represented by people that went through college and became competitive, became great at the sport. We won't be anywhere near what we were. I think it's just a very, very important meeting. We have the most important people in college sports and really beyond. And what I'd like to do is I'll say a few words. I'm going to ask Marco and a few to also say a few words. And I'd like to take your suggestions. And we have the speaker. We have John Thune is here or represented. We have some of the big politicians, senators, Congress people that can make it get approved. Yeah, because we have to go through, I guess we have to go through, I'd do an executive order. I'd love to do that. I'll probably do it anyway. We'll do an executive order. We'll see how it works, because it would be I have a really nice, simple idea. But we'll go through this process, and maybe I think we'll get it through Congress. We have a good chance. I think it'll be very bipartisan. And I just want to thank you all for being here as we stand up for one of America's greatest and most beloved institutions. It's called college athletics, which is true, means so much. I want to thank Secretaries Marco Rubio, Scott Bessent, Doug Burgum, Howard Lutnick, Linda McMahon for being here, And also, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson doing a great job, Governor Ron DeSantis, Senators Ted Cruz, Eric Schmidt, Leader Steve Scalise, Representatives Lisa McClain, Jim Jordan, Brett Guthrie, and Lori Trahan. Thank you all for being here. We have some great people. Condoleezza, thank you very much. I see you over there. Great to have you. Great to be with you. A very special welcome to New York Yankees President Randy Levine, friend of mine for a long time. I used to sit with George Steinbrenner in the box. It was one of the most difficult days of my life. I would always be, he liked me, I liked him, but we both liked very few other people. And we had a good time. We won a lot of games, right, Randy?
We never lost.
We never lost, actually. And a great champion of college athletics, former, as I just said, Secretary of State, a woman who's really respected, Condoleezza Rice. Thank you very much again, Condoleezza. And Ron DeSantis has been working very hard with us, and wherever you may be, Ron, hi, Ron, and has some great ideas and some great coaches that gave him some great ideas. We're gathered today to discuss an important threat to the integrity and culture of college sports, the inability to set rules on eligibility, transfers, name, image, and likeness, and more, much more than that, in the face of endless lawsuits. And it's what's going on with the legal community is incredible. We had a lawsuit a couple of years ago by a radical left judge from California who decided, knowing nothing about football or college sports, that everything was illegal that was taking place. And I don't think it was ever appealed. Nobody can find out if it was appealed or not. But you can win an appeal. I think I win more cases on appeal than I do in front of some judges that are not very good. But it was a horrible, incredible ruling. And it threw the sports world and the college athletic world into tithers. And that's where we are right now. It's crazy things are happening. Young people are being signed, 17-year-old quarterbacks, for $12 million, $13 million, $14 million. We have a 7-year freshman. You know, we have people, we're seeing things that we've never seen before. We have college players that don't want to go to the NFL because they're making more money in college, right, Jim Jordan? And a lot of really bad things are happening. But basic questions like who is eligible to play are now virtually unregulated and decided randomly by judges rather than by reasonable, agreed-upon rules that could be very simple and very simply drawn. So this has grown into a major challenge. We actually have some of the best sports agents here because I think they'd like to see it solved, but maybe not. I'm not 100% sure about that. But they're represented. We have everybody represented today, just about every group you can think of. But it's grown into a major challenge that threatens the future of college sports and really colleges themselves, because many are going to go down the tubes. It was announced that Penn State, their athletic division, lost $535 million this last year. Florida State, Ron and I spoke about it, $440 million loss. It was just announced that Rutgers lost $95 million, and they're doing all sorts of things to try and save the ship. And I think those numbers are nothing compared to what's going to happen. This is new. This just happened. Those numbers are going to go to levels that nobody's ever seen before. If you had no salary cap in the NFL, you'd see staggering losses. We have no salary cap in colleges. Colleges are going to have, unless something's done, unless we solve this problem. And I think probably today, and we're going to ask for ideas that, not that we don't have to take months. We'd like to see if we could do it for next season. But we certainly have the brain power. We have tremendous knowledge, far more knowledge than I have about this subject. But it also poses special dangers for women's sports and our Olympic pipeline. Women's sports are being canceled all over the country, just so we understand. Women's sports are in deep trouble, other than one particular women's team. That's Miami, where I have my granddaughter on the team. They canceled men's golf, but women's golf is doing just fine. I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding. But they are canceling golf. They're canceling wrestling. They're canceling fencing. They're canceling even basketball. I thought that would be maybe immune, but it's in trouble. And it's all going to football. But ultimately, football is going to be the worst laggard of all. It's not going to be affordable. And it's going to take down practically every college. In my opinion, it's going to take down virtually every college, or every college that wants to be, they think they want to be competitive. Under the current system, educational institutions find themselves in a financial arms race for athletes in sports like football and basketball, and both of them, but basketball is being hurt very badly. It's being dominated by football. Last July, I signed an executive order to stop destructive pay-for-play schemes that are all over the place and keep college athletics rooted in the traditions that made it great. I thought we had a great system, frankly. I thought we had a system that should have been appealed, and it could have been maybe perfected a little bit. But it took close to 100 years. It was developed over 100 years. And one judge that knew nothing about sports, knew nothing about football, knew nothing about Olympics, knew nothing about anything, just decided everything was unconstitutional. It's crazy. But only Congress now, it looks like, can deliver a permanent fix. So, Speaker, you and John and everybody else, including Democrats that are represented very strongly, we can hopefully get it done. Federal legislation must allow college athletic programs to set common sense rules, simple common sense rules, without endless litigation, and establish a fair name, image, and likeness standard that eliminates the patchwork of conflicting state laws. That's the other problem. All of these colleges, they're all in different states, and all the laws are different. So you got laws that are totally different, some one way, some an entirely different way, while allowing the full spectrum of college athletic programs to thrive. It should thrive. If Congress does not take action fast, it could destroy college sports and destroy the colleges that play these sports. They'll be destroyed. They'll be going bankrupt. Everyone, so many of them. No other nation in the world has built a system that develops champions in classrooms and on the field, producing Olympic heroes, professional legends, and the leaders of tomorrow all at once. I thought the system of scholarships was great. What do I know? But I thought it was great. And just one of those things. I was with Nick Saban the other day, and, you know, his timing is exquisite. He played and he won and won and won. And when he saw this thing, he said, I'm going to get out of, I'm not doing this anymore. He's around here someplace. Where's Nick? Where are you, Nick? Right? Now, he doesn't admit this. I said, how come you left just, he didn't want to go through one season? Because there's no better mind at this than that man. And he looked and he said, what a shame, what a shame. And he's going to speak about it. And I think you have some very constructive ideas, Nick. I think so. No other nation in the world has built a system like this. It's so good, and we've thrown it right out the window. And I'd like to see you go back to something maybe resembling that, and maybe pay for each player. Not such crazy pay, but just pay for each player. With every player, maybe the quarterback and the third string lineman making the same. But you're going to tell us about it. We're going to try and get it passed. Our goal is not to go back to the days where student athletes were never allowed to receive any compensation, although not the worst idea, but I think a lot of people would overrule me on that. But we must pass reforms that protect the cherished American tradition of college athletics for future generations. So I look forward to hearing from a lot of you, and I think a few of you are going to say a few words, and then we'll get to some ideas. And I don't know, maybe by the end of a long session, if we need it, I'm here as long as you need me, they came to me. They said, "You're the only one that can do it." I said, "Oh, thank you very much." I said, "Really, because I'm president." Okay, to be honest. But we have certain abilities, and we'll see if we can get it done. So I'll ask in this order. Marco, you'll say a few words, and then Speaker Johnson, Randy Levine, Nick Saban, Charlie Baker, the Governor Ron DeSantis, and Greg Sankey, Sarah Hirschland, and Pete Bavacqua. And they'll go pretty quickly, and then we'll hear from some of the people. And we may have something come up that's somewhat of a miracle. There's an idea out there, and somehow it's going to have to be arrived at, because there's no way this system will allow colleges to, in my opinion, will allow schools to live financially. It's not going to happen. So if I could, I'll ask Marco, you can start, and then Speaker, and then we'll go through the list, and then we'll take some ideas or questions, all right?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have actually quite a lot of breaking news updates that I want to share with you, ladies and gentlemen, that have popped up just over the last 5 or 10 minutes. First off, I have to say, man, it is so hilarious. Right now, there is war in the Middle East, war in Iran. Bombs are dropping. The Iranian regime is crumbling. The IRGC is losing their minds. They're about to lose their grip on the country. And President Trump, meanwhile, as there's chaos all throughout Iran, the Iranian regime is getting absolutely dominated. Trump is back here in the U.S. talking about transsexuals competing in college sports, as if he just doesn't have a care in the world. Is there a war? Oh, what's that? Is something going on in the Middle East? I don't know. Anyway, we're going to talk about why we got to get these transsexuals out of our college locker rooms. There is nothing more important going on than that right now. That is the number one priority. It is just funny, the difference here. The Iranians are on the cusp of losing everything. The Iranian regime is losing everything, and it's whatever. We're going to talk about kicking transsexuals back out of the locker rooms now. So anyway, okay, we have some breaking news updates. First off, we have a poll coming out of NPR and Marist. And by the way, the reason I'm showing you this is because this is pretty much in accordance with everything else that we've seen. Trump's approval rating on Iran. And they polled 2024 Trump voters. Amongst 2024 Trump voters, what is the approval rating on what's currently happening on Iran? 82%. Disapprove, 13%. The discrepancy is people that, I don't know, I'm not sure. What about U.S. military action in Iran? 86% approval. Should we take U.S. military action in Iran? 86% approve amongst 2024 voters. So there's that. So amongst the MAGA base, massive support. Not shocking. I mean, we've seen pretty much this same thing from numerous other polls at this point. Even some of the Democrats are in support of this. In fact, nationally speaking, the number I've seen a couple times is around 54% of Americans nationwide are in favor of what is currently happening in Iran. 54, that's Democrats and Republicans alike. Now, I've got something else here. I want to show you something here. This is coming from an IDF spokesman. This is the secret bunker from which Khamenei was supposed to conduct the war. Senior police officers continued to use it because they thought it was protected and impenetrable. They were wrong. So, in Tehran is where this was. Bunker complex in Tehran. Oh, look at that. They've got the entire network. A bunch of different locations all linked up together. And they thought it was impenetrable, I guess, is what they thought. I suppose that ended up not being the case. They've got an elevator going up and down. Yeah, I suppose that ended up not being the case. And there you have it. Look at that. Wow. Of course, this is all sort of speculative. I wonder what it really looked like down here. Man, it would have been so interesting to see what it actually really looked like down here, like in real life. That is before it got blown up. Before it got blown up. Am I the only one here? I feel like there's a masculine urge to own a bunker. I feel like every man has a dream to have a bunker in his backyard, the masculine urge to have an elaborate bunker complex in your backyard. Someday I too will own a bunker. Now, I'm not going to use my bunker to wage a jihad against the United States of America or, push out a fatwa or whatever they call it. No. I'm just going to have my it'll be a peaceful bunker, a bunker of peace. A bunker of peace. Now, we have another one here. The breaking news. Yesterday, Iranian state TV broadcast and propaganda video showed an underground missile facility threatening U.S. and Israel. Today, that facility has been destroyed by joint U.S.-Israeli airstrikes. So this is their propaganda video from yesterday. And we blew it up. So that's one hell of a missile. That's one big missile. They wheeled it on out of their bunker complex, and now today, that entire complex has been blown up. I'll play it one more time. That really is astounding. We have a couple super chats here. A big super chat from McD says, Matt, I agree with your assessment. Okay, actually, we saw that one. I don't know why some of these are staying up and some of them drop off. I'm not sure. Chosen Outlaw says, Matt, please buy something nice for the wife. She's been so patient and awesome while you've been doing this. Behind every great man is a great woman. I have a great wife. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Maybe we'll go grab a bite to eat tonight. Hey, you know what? How about this, sweetie? If you're tuning in, sweetheart, whatever you want to watch or whatever you want to eat tonight, we can go get it, okay? There you go. Courtesy of Chosen Outlaw. Hey, thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. That's very kind. Thank you very much. Hold up. Do we have red alerts? Somebody said red alert. Well, it would appear as if we do. We do have a small little red alert right now. Take a look at this. Take a look at this. This is on the northern border of Israel. All the way up there. And I'm just going to permanently ban that guy in the chat. Don't even worry about what he said. Anyway, this is a little tiny red alert. I would imagine just some small fire going on. Small munitions. Generally, if it's a drone, it'll say enemy aircraft or unidentified aircraft intrusion. If it's a ballistic missile launch inbound, it'll specify that. So when it says confrontation line or confrontation zone, it's always just, I think somebody's taking pot shots along the border. Not that that's not bad, but it's just not. It's not a ballistic missile launch or a drone strike. That's what I'm trying to say here. So anyway, we had another update here I wanted to show you folks. We have video footage. U.S. attack helicopters are operating against Iranian militia forces in Iraq. This is in Iraq. So what do we see up here in the night sky? Maybe you see something up there. We have another one here too. You hear the Islamic chanting in the background. Ugh. This is over Iraq. Allegedly helicopters involved here. Hala, yulala, hogi bogila, oh mala, ho shababa. We have a big super chat here from Timothy. He says, Matt, I'm a Trump supporter all the way, but my approval of this conflict would shift if you put boots on the ground. I'd like your input because you're much more knowledgeable on the conflict than myself. Yeah, I feel the same way. I feel the same way. In fact, I've been talking about that over the last couple days. To be totally honest with you, my support for this conflict will also go down if there are American boots on the ground. If this situation ends up becoming Iraq War 2.0 or Afghanistan War 2.0, my support is going to drop right down to zero, just about to zero. Now, I don't think that's going to happen. I think right now we've got pretty much no reason to think that that's the direction in which this is going. But yeah, I am not a fan of American boots on the ground in this conflict. Targeted airstrikes and things like that, it's a different story, or using the Azerbaijanis or the Kurds to sort of be an on-the-ground force. That's a different dynamic. Maybe even U.S. Like private military corps like Blackwater or something. If we work out a deal with a bunch of U.S.-based PMCs, I also kind of don't really care about that. That wouldn't really bother me that much. If Blackwater goes in and we're paying them to do that, that doesn't really bother me a whole lot either. But once again, I really don't think we're going to have some like insane war on terror troop deployment into Iran. I think there's no reason to think that that's what's going to happen. But anyway, there's my opinion. No, I appreciate you asking. I think a lot of people feel the same way. I think a lot of people kind of agree with everything I just said. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I don't think that anybody really wants to see boots on the ground with this thing. I don't think anybody really wants to see that. Now, speaking of this entire situation, really, we just got an update 10 minutes ago. We got an update 10 minutes ago from CENTCOM. Operation Epic Fury, first 7 days. Official CENTCOM update. Why don't we take a look at this? Operation Epic Fury overview. U.S. Central Command commenced Operation Epic Fury at the direction of the President of the United States of America. CENTCOM forces are striking targets to dismantle the Iranian regime's security apparatus, prioritizing locations that pose an imminent threat. Operation launched 1:15 a.m. February 28, 2026. Operation location, Iran. Targets struck so far, over 3,000. Over 3,000 Iranian ships destroyed or damaged. 43 Iranian ships damaged or destroyed. U.S. assets employed. I mean, this is just a very long list. We don't need to read through all of this. B-1 bombers, B-2 stealth bombers, Lucas drones, it's all of it. Oh, but really the most curious thing at the bottom, what does it say at the bottom here? See that? So it gives off an entire list of 30 different things they've used so far. Look at this. ... And special capabilities we can't list here. Once more. And special capabilities we can't list here. What do you think we're talking about? We are using classified technology, classified equipment, classified weapons in order to make this thing happen. You can't talk about it publicly. Some people say it's the alien technology. It's the alien technology. Operation Epic Fury Day 7, types of targets. What have we been targeting? Command and Control Centers, IRGC Joint Headquarters, IRGC Aerospace Forces Headquarters, Integrated Air Defense Systems, ballistic missile sites, Iranian Navy ships, Iranian Navy submarines, anti-ship missile sites, and military communication capabilities. And that is the end of our PowerPoint. And of course, we've been using some of these. Yeah, that was on the list a little bit earlier. Isn't that something else? You most certainly do not want to look up in the sky and see one of these things flying overhead, dropping a bunch of these 2,000-pound bombs. No, you don't. Now, we also have some footage just now coming out of Fox News. Take a look at this.
Overnight with 50 fighter jets and more than 100 munitions, the Israelis say they targeted the bunker of Iran's former leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei. You can see in this video here massive strikes rocking the capital of Tehran. A senior Israeli official says this is the location where Iran's supreme leader was killed when Operation Epic Fury began, but that he was above ground. This new information indicates he didn't have time to get into the bunker. A source telling Fox News this was all part of a deception campaign launched by Israel and the United States.
He was above ground and he didn't have time to get into the bunker. So he probably thought, I think it was day one of this Jewish religious festival, Purim, however you say that. It was day one of this big Jewish festival. And it was also Shabbat. It was Saturday. It was Shabbat, which is, maybe the Jews are not doing a whole lot on Shabbat. And so maybe he thought it was safe. Maybe he thought it was safe to be up top I don't need to be in my bunker. It's day one of the festival. It's the Shabbat. It's all good. There's no way they're going to kick off the operation today. And they sure did. They sure did, though.
The official added that President Trump and other officials made statements and comments ahead of the strikes to make it seem like no operation was imminent. Also adding that top commanders in the IDF even went to their homes for Shabbat on Friday night, just hours before the strike took place. The Israelis say it took the Iranians years to build this, and the plan was to have the supreme leader enter into this underground space if war began to command his army and troops. We understand he never made it there because this official says that even as jets were in the skies toward Iran, that his inner circle didn't think to take him below ground. The official adding the result was exactly what planners had hoped for. Khamenei stayed above ground, and the opening strike of Operation Epic Fury found him right there. We expect these Israeli strikes against Iran to continue as more ballistic missile fire has targeted Israel over the past 24 hours.
So there's that. There's the Fox News report about how that Khamenei assassination strike unfolded. Allegedly, that is how it unfolded. Man, I would love to know what it looked like inside of that bunker before it got destroyed. That would be so curious to know. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we actually have some updates here. Seems like the IRGC has actually just carried out a series of strikes at a U.S. base in Iraq. It's called the Victoria Base at the Camp Victory Complex near Baghdad International Airport. I'm going to pull this up. We'll take a look at this real quick. So, the Islamic resistance in Iraq targeted the U.S. military's Victoria Base. Put this up on the full screen.
هذا هسه الحريق باوع اسمع شدوا بالنظيفه ثانيه وهاي المحطه هاي المحطه وهاي الضربه وهذا المخيم هسه واقفين بيننا بس هذا القاطع جو احترق.
There's another video right here. This is a 1-second clip of that same attack. And you can see the smoke and fire there off in the distance. Doesn't look good. So, to some degree, by the way, excuse me, to some degree, a very limited degree, the Iranian regime does have some capacity to still attack. In fact, this is actually not the Iranian regime proper. This is the Iranian-backed Islamic resistance group in Iraq. So it's one of the Iranian regime's sort of like terror proxy cells. Why don't we look on the map? Camp Victory. Camp Victory, Baghdad, Iraq. And this is just an absolutely massive... Has anyone been here? I'm sure maybe one of you in the live chat here has been here. This is at the Baghdad International Airport. I'm sure somebody in the live audience has actually been here before. So somewhere on this complex, there was an attack. And something is on fire. I'm not sure exactly where that might be here, but it's something down here. Wow, wow, wow. And this was carried out, once again, not by the Iranian regime or IRGC proper, but by an IRGC-backed terror group based out of Iraq. Is what that is. So that's what just happened there. Now, let's put back up our camera and make sure this is live. Get some audio, and we're scanning for updates. Taking a quick look around here, folks. One moment. Now, this, I think we have a very curious statement here coming out of the United Kingdom. What are we looking at here? The UK Deputy Prime Minister David Lammy twice said that Cyprus is a part of NATO, though the country is not a member itself. Take a look.
Our allies, I should say, because Cyprus is part of NATO. The French, the Germans and others have also sent frigates to the region to support those in Cyprus. Well, the safety of that base is essential, and it's not just a base that serves the United Kingdom, it serves the region, and of course we work very much with our allies because Cyprus is a NATO country. Beside our allies, I should say.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, although Cyprus as a nation is not independently a member of NATO. Can I zoom out here? Pardon me. Cyprus is effectively occupied by the Greeks, the Turks, and there's a British base there, all of whom are members of NATO. And so he's trying to make the argument that this is a NATO country, sort of by affiliation. Really, the more, whether or not that's true or whether or not you agree with him, the more curious component here, as far as I'm concerned, is that why is he making this argument? Why is he trying to make the argument that Cyprus is a member of NATO? The only reason somebody would make that argument is if they plan on invoking NATO Article 5 of the NATO Charter, which says an attack on one, effectively an attack on one is an attack on all, as a means with which to pull in all of the other NATO countries into the conflict. That's my take, at least. So I would speculate he's trying to say this, he's trying to make the argument here in order to get Europe increasingly involved in what's going on in the Middle East. So, curious take. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll keep an eye on that. It wouldn't pass the vote needed. Yeah, I think you're probably right. I think you're probably right. Okay, folks, I have photos of this U.S. base in Iraq. We first off, we had a couple videos. Now I have some photos. Iranian drones and rockets reportedly hit U.S. military's Victoria base, Camp Victory, near Baghdad. So here's a photo of that. We just saw some of this. And here's a different video, a third video. From the distance. So I hate to say it, I'm not happy about it. It does seem to be the case that Victory Base in Baghdad, right next to the Baghdad International Airport, was in fact hit with something. This report says drones and rockets. I hope not. And if it was, I hope that everybody's okay. I'll look for more information there. We have a massive Rumble rant over here on Rumble. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit late on this one. It's a $100 Rumble rant from Patty Patu. Thank you there, Patty. Says, great job, Matt. Your coverage of Operation Epic Fury, Operation Roaring Lion is fantastic. Make Iran great again. Hopefully Iran will be free and can finally be free again after 47 years. Patty, can I tell you something here? I hate to sound a little bit selfish. I'm going to make this about me. One of the reasons I hope that Iran gets its freedom here at the end of this is so that someday all of us can go on vacation here on the southern side of the Caspian Ocean, or the Caspian Sea. This little tiny sliver of land here in northern Iran, I'll be honest, it just seems beautiful. It seems beautiful. Imagine having a little beachfront vacation right here. I mean, hello, can you believe this is Iran? All the women have burqas. Anyway, we got to get rid of the burqas. We're going to liberate everybody. But anyway, someday we'll be having vacations here in northern Iran. I don't know, maybe within the next 10 years. I'm not sure. You'll see me there. All right, I'll see you there. Someday I'll see you there. We'll take one more look out here. Oh my gosh. What have we found? Look at that. She's got a little shotgun out here. They're shooting something. And Grandma is hitting the hookah. Grandma, put that hookah down. They're lighting something on the fire. And Mima, he's got the shotty. And what are they shooting at? What do you think they're shooting at down here? Oh, it looks like they're shooting at ducks. Looks like there's some type of waterfowl down there in the water. And she's just look what we randomly found out here. That's crazy. What are the odds? I think you probably parked your truck a little bit too close to that rock there. What a random find on Google Maps. How funny is that? That is just hilarious. There's cooking something over there. You're shooting ducks on the pond. You're shooting ducks on the pond. Okay, one more peek. We're going to see what they're doing down here. One more little look around. Well, isn't this just the most beautiful thing you've ever seen? Look at that. And they're out here hiking. These are just some random people. He's out there looking at the grass. These are just hikers out here on the top of the mountain looking around. There's some cities down there. So it is funny because there is like 1%, maybe 2% of Iran that is just stunningly beautiful. The rest really is not quite as beautiful. Sorry about this camera, it's a little bit weird. The rest is not quite as beautiful. Well, that's something else. They've got these mud castles. They've got mud brick castles. Yeah, I'd rather live up to the north, if I'm honest with you. So there's that. So there's that. Matt, why don't you look at some videos of Iran in the 1970s? Can I tell you something? Everybody always wants to talk about Iran in the 1970s. I want America in the 1970s. Everybody says we got to make Iran just like how it was in the 1970s. We need to make America how it was in the 1970s. That's what I am more concerned with. That's my preoccupation. Let's make America more like how it was in the 1970s. We got to turn the clock back here, okay? That's kind of how I feel about that. Now, right now, we don't have any alerts coming out of Israel. And I'm doing a quick scan here for some more updates. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, got something to show you here. Okay, I can neither confirm nor deny whether or not this information is true, so perhaps take this with a grain of salt. But first, Circus Lover on Rumble says, "Hi Matt, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish and have everlasting life. And the Lord sent his one begotten Son to lead the wild into the ways of the man. And he said, follow me." Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Mary Field says, "Hey Matt, I'm just now tuning in for the day. Can you give a quick rundown since last night's show?" Yeah, I'll try to integrate all the information in here. First off, we have a breaking news report. Take a look at this. And this is allegedly, I cannot confirm or deny this. The Iraqi National Security Service says it has arrested 5 alleged Israeli spies carrying Polish passports after uncovering a suspected espionage cell in the country. Now, whether or not this is actually true, whether or not these 5 gentlemen are actually Israeli spies, I don't know. I don't have a confirmation of that. I will tell you what, though. Yes or no, is Mossad operating on the ground in Iran and Iraq right now? Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, they are. I would imagine probably the CIA also. Oh, yes, the CIA, the Mossad, God knows what else. I am positive that we have, intelligence assets, spies, whatever you want to call them, on the ground this very moment. I'm almost positive. Whether or not they just got caught in Iraq, I don't know about that, or some of them, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Now, I'm doing a quick scan here. One of the big breaking news developments of the day, do I still have this pulled up? Well, first off, on the official Khamenei government page, earlier this morning, this is now probably, 6 or 7 hours ago, earlier this morning on the official Khamenei government page, he's dead now, but the Iranian regime is still using his page. They are still to this day, as of this morning, posting threats, threatening to completely destroy the Zionist regime. This time they posted an AI-generated image, as they love to do, building some type of ballistic missile in an underground bunker laboratory, and then they're launching it, and then it is colliding with Israel. There's an Israeli flag there, the Star of David. So they're still, as of this morning, they are still posting AI-generated images threatening to blow up Israel. So that's great. That's just astounding. They really do love their AI-generated images. Yes, it is AI-generated. We also saw a story today. Do we have this one? The Azerbaijan State Security Service, called the SSS, says it arrested a number of people linked to a criminal organization and Iran who were involved in planning a terror attack in the capital city of Azerbaijan. It's called Baku. This comes following Azerbaijan's vow to retaliate against Iran after Iran fired a suicide drone at an Azerbaijani airport about a day and a half ago. So things are escalating in Azerbaijan. They're disrupting Iranian-backed terror cells domestically inside their own country. They got hit by an Iranian suicide drone, maybe multiple Iranian suicide drones about 2 days ago. They're arresting Iranian-backed terrorists here inside of Azerbaijan. And now, right now, speculation is we've got intelligence coming out of Israel, at least, saying that they expect Azerbaijan to get directly involved in the war, that they're going to join the coalition between U.S. and Israel, and then Azerbaijan is going to join. Time will tell what that looks like. We'll see what that looks like. We'll see what that looks like. We have a super chat here on YouTube from Southern SOG. Says, did Trump use their acronym against them? The East Plano Islamic Center EPIC is a prominent nonprofit. Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure. Thank you, though. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that super chat. Aaron Worley is a now new member of the community. Thank you, Aaron. And also Mike Cap. Hey, thank you, Mike. I appreciate that. Both of you. All of you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. If my history is correct, Azerbaijan has never attacked Iran. This is the most unprovoked you could possibly get. Well, beyond that, I think that actually the president of Azerbaijan the other day was actually giving his respects to the recently deceased Ayatollah Khamenei. One day after the president of Azerbaijan gave his respects to the now deceased supreme leader, they got hit with a series of suicide drones. So when you talk about an unprovoked attack, yeah, it seems to pretty much be totally unprovoked. Now, if I had to give you my speculation, I've said this a couple times, this is just me speculating for whatever that's worth. Let's look at this area of the world. Here's Azerbaijan. Here's Iran. This is Iran. In this sort of mountainous area, spanning across 3 different nations, spanning across Iraq, Iran, and Turkey, you live a group of people called the Kurds. The Kurds hate the Iranians, or they hate the Iranian regime at a minimum. They hate the Iranian regime. The Azerbaijanis, they also right now are pretty oppositional, to say the least, pretty upset with the Iranian regime as well. I'm breaking down the entire dynamic here. Out of all the Azerbaijanis in the area, actually 60% of ethnic Azerbaijanis technically live in Iran, south of the border. Only 40% of actual ethnic Azerbaijanis live in Azerbaijan. And there's been a sort of territorial dispute. The Azerbaijani nationalists, they say, no, this is our land, we want it back. Iran says, no, it's ours, you can't have it. And so, if I had to make a bet, if I had to take a guess right now, I would bet that the Trump administration, the Trump White House, the Pentagon, whatever, the CIA, I would bet that they are actively having conversations with the Azerbaijanis, saying, hey, listen, Azerbaijan, if you get involved here, if you help us, if you join our coalition, if you help us mount an offense against the Iranian regime, after all this is said and done, we're going to give you some of this land. This land that is currently owned by Iran, guess what? This land that for decades now the Azerbaijani nationalists have been talking about taking back, we're going to help you. We're going to help you get that land back. That land is going to be yours if you get involved here and help us overthrow the Iranian regime. We need you to be our boots on the ground force. And if you do, if you perform now, then we're going to give you that land that you want, that you claim is yours. I would bet, that's my speculation, that that is a part of this dynamic right now. Another speculation I have is that a very similar conversation is probably taking place with the Kurds. The Kurds are a nationless people. They live in between multiple different nations. There's a region that is called Kurdistan, but they actually don't have their own autonomous nation. They just live in the hills between all these other countries. I would suspect that right now a deal is being brokered between the United States and these these Kurds, saying, "Hey, listen, if you help us get involved here, if you help us and you get involved here, maybe we're going to give you some territory, some of your own land also." I would bet that that is probably a part of this dynamic. That would be my guess. But this is total speculation. I'm just trying to kind of read between the lines here. It could not be happening. I'm just monitoring the situation, as we like to say. We're just monitoring the situation. It does seem that there is a concerted agenda to get the Kurds and the Azerbaijanis involved in this, and that we want them to be our sort of ground force. Okay, we have footage coming out right now. An Iranian drone just hit an equipment warehouse in Narisiya oil field south of Basra, Iraq, setting them ablaze. This is an Iranian drone. Well, that's loud. Once again, allegedly an Iranian drone has just hit an equipment warehouse south of Basra near an oil field. This is in Iraq. This is in Iraq. Seems like Iraq is getting hit a little bit hard right now. Not with ballistic missiles, but with drones. But with Iranian manufactured drones. Do we have any red alerts? No red alerts. It's been about a half hour since we've had any red alerts now, folks. And once again, hey, if you're new to the show, make sure to hit that follow button. Make sure to subscribe and like that broadcast. It helps a lot. Oh boy. Oh boy. We have a statement from Scott Bessent 15 minutes ago.
You know, the Iranians are fighting.
I'm going to turn up the audio. It's a little bit quiet there.
You know, the Iranians are fighting on two fronts. They're fighting a losing military battle where they're being overwhelmed. As Secretary Hegg said, the General Kane and the President have all said tonight will be our biggest bombing campaign and will do the most damage to the Iranian missile launchers, the factories that build the missiles, and you know, we are substantially degrading them. You know, our campaign has been overwhelming.
So tonight, biggest bombing campaign that we have seen yet. Tonight, the biggest bombing campaign, reportedly. Tonight will be the biggest bombing campaign. And right now, it does seem as if we just have complete and total air superiority over the Iranians. Oh, okay. Actually, speaking of bombing, it seems to be happening right now. It seems to be happening. Breaking news: U.S.-Israeli airstrikes are pounding an Iranian intelligence base in the city of Suez in western Iran. Yeah. This would have happened about 45 minutes ago. So within the last hour, massive bombing in western Iran. Mr. Grass, hey, thank you again, Mr. Grass, over on Rumble. I appreciate that. It's coming out of Visegrad. Let me see what else we have going on here. Azerbaijan security services foiled a terrorist attack planned by the IRGC. How long of a report is this? Okay, this is 10 minutes long. We might not watch that. Breaking news, Azerbaijan announced it has detained several people who were planning terrorist attacks on behalf of the Iranians. The group, which was caught with explosives, planned attacks against the Baku-Tbilisi-Cayenne oil pipeline and a synagogue. So this took oil from the Caspian through Turkey into the eastern Mediterranean is what that did. Uh-huh. Here's the pipeline right there. Things just keep on getting crazier. Iran has not announced the name of the new supreme leader due to the risk of an assassination attempt on his life. Two senior Iranian officials told the New York Times that it remains unclear when the name of Ali Khamenei's successor will be officially revealed. Earlier, Iran International reported, citing its sources, that Khamenei's son, Mojtaba Khamenei, could become the country's new supreme leader. Sina Azodi, director of the Middle East. Hold up, do I hear an airstrike? Hold that thought. I thought I heard an Israeli fighter jet coming in. Anyway, a condensed version of that is the Iranians are scared to announce new supreme leader because they're worried that we're just going to kill him again. And you know what? That is probably a legitimate concern. Probably a legitimate concern. Young Something says, a Vance Rubio ticket would go so hard. Hey, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much.
You know, in case you're wondering where my leanings are, but I care about the future of college athletics. And when you see a student athlete,
look at that,
as you talked about, Pete,
Rubio
on their
whispering,
school and they're 28 years old.
They're talking about trans sports right now, and Rubio is whispering to Trump, something is happening right here. This is live.
A degree for the 99% who
This is
aren't gonna
live.
play
It's about
professional
Iran, you
sports,
know.
It's just going to be lost. And how can you reestablish that? So we started putting some things together. We have the antitrust protections in this bill. We protect women's sports in this bill. We established, Mr. President, that Title IX maintains so that however many men's sports you have to have an equal number of women's sports. Some schools have a lot of sports.
What do you think that was?
Some schools can only afford a few, but whatever you have to have an equal number of women's sports, and that's protected in this bill. And obviously, the Olympic sports are protected as well. We also wanted to make sure you could put limits on the transfer portal, because that is something that a lot of people get very frustrated when they see that you just have pure free agency. The professional sports don't even have that. And so you limit with, and again, open to suggestions, but what everybody seemed to come.
He doesn't look particularly happy, does he? It looks like he just got some report or some news. He's concerned or something. I'm not sure.
The NCAA can look at a case by case. If your father's on life support and you want to transfer to a different school to be close to your family, you can get an additional one. But
I would suppose that Trump is going to get up. I bet that Trump is going to get up and walk out of this meeting here very soon.
Student athletes have more protections that they currently
He's
don't
not
have
happy.
today. You might be getting that $300,000 or $2 million contract. You might not even know you have to pay taxes on that. And you might run into some real financial problems if you're a 17, 18-year-old kid. We make sure the schools educate the kids on financial literacy. So we put a lot of other things, including health protections, as Commissioner Sankey talked about. So we listen to students, we listen to schools, we listen to all the conferences, all the HBCUs support this bill. And we built a framework and we built a coalition. We're right now at a point where we've got more than a majority in Congress supporting this bill, including, as the Speaker said, double-digit number of Democrats who support this bill. So it's a bipartisan coalition. We absolutely will take more input, but only input that grows the coalition, not detracts from the ability for student athletes to get that structure that they and the schools need. That's what the SCORE Act does. We want to move on it soon.
Something is happening.
I think we all recognize that we can't wait another year and have this wild, wild west continue, and it will take the Senate some time to start their own process. So I'm expecting we're going to be moving soon, in hopefully the next few weeks, on the SCORE Act in the House, and then keep this conversation going, keep growing this coalition to solve this problem, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. We have to move it quickly. Otherwise, you're going to have another season that's a disaster, and it's not affordable by colleges. Next to you, Steve, you had something
He's
to
like,
say.
come on,
Thank
wrap
you.
it up.
I did. Thank you,
Wrap it up.
President Trump. My name is Jim Phillips. I'm the commissioner of the ACC. We welcome Kai this fall. I'll be your commissioner, so we'll look forward to seeing you out watching her play. I went on a college campus 30-some years ago and never left until I became commissioner.
Dude.
And I will tell you, we need your help. We need everybody's help in this room. There are 6 areas that the SCORE Act is the right piece of legislation. First, as been mentioned, there's a national law versus state legislation and patchwork. We have 37 disparate laws across the country, so what you can do in one state is different than what you can do in another state. That just doesn't work. When you have inter and intrastate competition, as Greg mentioned so well, the student athletes want to know that they're lining up against somebody that's abiding by the same rules, NIL, rev share, and the rest. Second, it's a reaffirmation that these are student athletes. Not one of the commissioners in this room has had a student athlete come up to them and say, we would like to be an employee. They're smart enough to understand what that means. Third, limited liability protection. The lawsuits are killing us. They're absolutely crushing college sports. If you
Okay, real quick, folks, I'm trying to figure out what might have happened to kind of, you know, put Trump, I don't know, concern him or whatever's going on here. And the only thing that I see that has happened in the last 10 minutes or so is that an Iranian drone seems to have hit an equipment warehouse in at an oil field south of Basra in Iraq. That's all I see. I don't think anything else has happened right now, but of course, things can happen that we don't know about. Could be something behind the scenes.
We've added 942 new scholarships because of the House case. 56% in the ACC of those scholarships have gone to women's sports. So the House case has not hurt women's sports. It is not. And the idea that we can sustain this is just not, has been expressed, is just not feasible. So we need your help. We thank you for taking your time and assembling this crew, and we look forward to working together.
So the concept of what we're doing with your great experience is a pretty good start. Yeah. If you could pass that around would be great. This is a summary of the SCORE Act, which I think people should see. So you like the concept of what we're doing? Very good. Yeah, it sounds it.
Yes, sir.
Good. Thank you very much. Please.
Tim Pernetti, the Commissioner of the American Conference. Mr. President, thank you for putting this incredible meeting together, and more personally, thank you for your support of the Army-Navy game. Army-Navy are members of the American Conference.
That's right. Thank you.
Like a lot of people have said in this room, I had the same experience. College football changed my life. I couldn't afford college. I got a scholarship, and it changed everything. And I won't reiterate all the reasons why SCORE makes sense, because there's a lot about it that makes sense.
Well, real quick, the Camp Victory attack is about an hour ago now. That happened about an hour ago. Not that that's not a big deal, but I think that Trump would have heard about that already. This seems like some more breaking news event that has Trump on edge. The Camp Victory thing was maybe an hour ago. Someone passed him a note.
It still is that, so long as we put it back in focus. But we can get through SCORE, create more consistency, because the industry has a lack of consistency from eligibility all the way down the line. But we have to examine other ways to solve the economic crisis. And these things shouldn't impede each other. And I know it is a very hot-wired topic, but looking at the opportunity for the industry to bring together valuable commercial resources in the future, such as unifying their media rights, is something that should be examined. And we're not making that decision today. If the Sports Broadcasting Act can be amended to provide college football the antitrust protection that the pro leagues have to be able to unify their media rights, that gives the industry an option, which is the important word, in the future. And that's really what the industry will need. This is an expense problem, but there are revenue paths that we haven't ventured down yet. The reality of all this is going to take bold steps. It's going to take guts. And this has become a transactional business where commitment is flying out the window, but it's not everybody. The top 1% which is how the industry's been designed to serve the top 1%. 99 out of 100 student athletes in our league don't want to be employees, to what Jim Phillips said, and they signed up for a great experience. Like, our responsibility is to make sure we reinforce the mission. And
I see a lot of people spamming the chat about Russian giving intel to Iran. Yeah, we've been talking about that for 6 hours. That Russian intelligence thing, that story is 6 to 10 hours old. That is not what has Trump on edge here, I promise you. This is something new.
For mentioning the Army-Navy game, because as you know, I signed an executive order to protect that time slot so that during that, from like 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock or 6:30, I guess, we protect that space, that airspace, so nobody can play a football game, and we have the Army-Navy game protected because the kind of money that's being thrown around, they were a little bit concerned that the Army-Navy game, as great as it is, may not do so well. I think it would actually do pretty well, but we protected the time spot anyway, so that during that little period of time, it won't have any of this competition where lots of money's being thrown around. I think it was a worthwhile protection because it really is it is a very special time and a special, very special game. So thank you very much. Great job. Anybody else around?
Mr. President, could I just, before
Yes,
you're being handed you're given a handout that just has a quick summary bullet points of the composition of the SCORE Act for those that aren't familiar with it. And let me just apologize. I think NIL has been abused, and my staff put my name and image on the top of it really big. And it's sort of ironic and not intended. Sorry about that.
You didn't get paid for it.
Yeah, I didn't get paid anything for it. Yeah, yield back.
Anybody else, please? Cody, please.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, I would like to express my gratitude for your involvement and interest in all of this, and especially personally the opportunity to be involved in helping to find the solution, because college sports, as many have said, changed my life, made me a better businessman, a better husband, better father, and made me better at life in general. This is a complex issue. It's multifaceted. There are a lot of different perspectives on how it should be solved. There are a lot of different agendas that are represented in this room. And the SCORE Act is a good start. It gives us a place that we can build on. But as we move into the Senate, the political dynamics are going to change, and many of the agendas that are represented in this room and outside of this room are going to come into conflict with one another. The reality is nobody's going to get everything that they want. If we're going to come to a solution on this, we have to find a place where we're all sort of equally unhappy, so to speak. That's just like any other business deal. And I think what's key is that we are all willing to come to the table and compromise and work together. Recognize that the small schools are important, the big schools are important, women's sports are important, Olympic sports are important. It's not just about big-time college football. And so that may require you twisting some arms along the way to make sure that people work together.
Ballistic missile launches 2 minutes ago.
And understand that this whole ecosystem of college sports belongs to all of us. It's a national treasure.
We've got red alert reports of ballistic missile launches inbound towards the Tel Aviv area, central Israel. As of 2 minutes ago, ladies and gentlemen. So pay attention now.
That might even be a commitment that you could ask everyone to make, is that they will work together, they will compromise, come to the table, and be constructive.
So, Cody, I know you have worked very hard on this, and frankly, you've been working on it long and hard, maybe harder than anybody else. I've heard your name mentioned more than anybody. Could you use this as a base, and we all get together, maybe as a smaller group, and ultimately report back to the larger group and come up with something? Do you think this is a good base?
Yes, sir. I think it's certainly a good base, and it's a great starting point. Again, the dynamics will be different in the Senate, and we'll have to build on it from there. And again, a lot of these tougher issues are going to come to the surface once we get there. But absolutely, we should convene a smaller group that can work on those things and work on the compromises that need to be made to be able to have a bill that can get 60 votes in the Senate.
Is there any way we could go back to the old system, which I thought was fantastic, and do something with some compensation for the players and simplify things so that you'd go back to a scholarship system plus some compensation, more minimal, but, a lot for a player? I mean, for the most part, they would consider it to be a lot. whether it was $75,000 or $50,000 or maybe more than that. But you go back to that wonderful system that I thought we had until this judge decided to just throw everything out the window. And it's been worked out for years and years, and it was finally honed. And then all of a sudden we're sitting in this crazy neverland where colleges are losing hundreds of millions of dollars, and in many cases not even putting out competitive teams. It's incredible. Is there any way that can work? Coach, we were together, and you had some pretty strong ideas. How would you feel about that?
You know, as a coach, well, first of all, thanks for having us. And
Thank you, Coach.
I speak on behalf of so many of my former colleagues that I visit them now, and they're a mess. You know, I don't see coaches sticking around.
Something's going on, folks.
Coaches getting paid very well, so they leave and enjoy their life, because what they're dealing with is the loss of a locker room. You take away team, and our country's in trouble. You know, my two girls played college volleyball, and one of the greatest interviews I've ever witnessed is she's at Georgia Tech and said, I learned so much more on the volleyball court than I ever learned in any classroom.
Tel Aviv camera 4.
So I actually think it's a simple fix. And it's not simple unless we get antitrust protection.
There's a
because the NCAA
missile interceptor getting launched up right there.
In the profession,
Interceptors over Tel Aviv.
You lose your job.
Interceptors over Tel Aviv getting launched out right now. We also saw in North Israel, we saw an interceptor get launched up. Yeah, I would expect here that action is going to be on the horizon. I think we're going to be hearing our red alerts here in just a moment on the mobile app. On the mobile app, it was 5 minutes ago, we got ballistic missile launches inbound. And we just now saw Tel Aviv launch interceptors.
Eliminate. The only thing I dislike about the SCORE Act is that
they're still just talking. They're still just talking. We've got big-time ballistic missile red alerts right now here, folks. I'm gonna crank up the audio. We might end up hearing sirens here any minute. Got a report coming out right now that just said, more than 27,000 Americans have been returned to the United States from the Middle East since Saturday. So in the last week, we have had 27,000 Americans evacuated out of the Middle East. Yep, there it is. This is South Central Israel, ladies and gentlemen. Red alerts coming out right now. Yeah, ballistic missiles inbound. I'm just going to have the cameras up here. I told you, red alerts. We're hoping that all of these get shot down and intercepted. Yeah, we've seen the Strato tankers over Jordan. They've been doing that for a while. Looks like they're doing aerial refueling. We'll look at that here in a minute, but right now we've got ballistic missiles inbound, seems to be. Another alert, Central Israel. We'll see what we can see here. Same area, really just kind of east of Gaza in central Israel. South central Israel. In fact, I'm going to tell, real quick here, folks. Remember yesterday when the Iranians threatened to blow up that nuclear research center? Well, you can't help but notice. They might be trying to blow up that damn nuclear research center like they said they would yesterday. It's very close. It's in that approximate region. They might be trying to blow up the research center. I would not be surprised if this is about that research center. I blocked one. Oh, sorry about that. Seems like nothing happened anyway. Although we still have a lot of red alerts out here. The red alerts are still active. Matt, you should have a Make America Great Again fedora for Formal Friday. Yeah, I'm not going to wear a fedora. I don't think you're ever going to see me. In fact, no, you will never see me wearing a fedora. I hate to break it to you. No fedoras. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it seems as if all of these red alerts have concluded. We made it out of that one alive. Well, the Israelis did at least. I'm going to pull up the map here. So this is where all of the red alerts were, and now they're blue. Like I said, though, you cannot help but notice this is called the Dimona Nuclear Research Center, the Negev Nuclear Research Center. And it was a day and a half or 2 days ago that the Iranians were threatening to blow it up. They said, we're going to blow up your nuclear research center. And they might now be targeting that research center. They might be. I'm going to now that that crisis seems to have concluded. I'm gonna put Trump back up here. Let's see where we are.
This is a bipartisan issue, and we have bipartisan consensus. I agree it should be a bipartisan issue, but it's worth speaking realistically. The challenge is simple. You asked about the SCORE Act. I think the SCORE Act has many good elements. I think it is a very good first
Trump is still
step.
watching. He's still sitting there.
But the challenge is for this to be passed into law and put on your desk, we need 60 votes in the Senate, which means we need at least 7 Senate Democrats. Right now, there are 0 Senate Democrats who support the SCORE Act. I've spent the last 3 years negotiating with Senate Democrats on this issue. And I will say for some time we have been, to use a football analogy, at the 2-yard line, but not able to push. And there are interest groups on the left, in particular trial lawyers and unions, that have resulted in Democrat senators that are actively lobbying against the SCORE Act and don't want to see legislation passed. And so my hope, there are a lot of people around this table who care desperately about college sports. My hope is that you speak out to Democrat senators and urge them, let's come together and solve this together. And I think a solution, part of a solution needs to be on the cost side. And I think part of the solution should be discussing and looking at the
Hold up,
revenue
hold
side.
up,
I think
hold
both
up.
of those are important parts
Cam
of the
11,
solution.
Cam 11, Cam 11.
There are a number of
Top
Senate
right.
Democrats who care about this,
That's
but
in
have
Haifa.
not quite gotten to the point of getting to yes. That's the single big.
We just saw in Haifa, a missile interceptor get launched out. Just now, just one of them. And I'm not sure why, because we don't even have any red alerts. Why are they launching interceptors? Just randomly right there. We've got no red alerts at all. That was most certainly an interceptor that we just saw. Well, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see what that was. You think it was a secret Israeli hypersonic nuke? I doubt it. I kind of doubt it. Kind of doubt it. Okay, folks, at this point, I'm just going to leave these cameras up here. I'm not going to touch this. If Trump... okay, massive red alert. Holy shit. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is a big one. This is a big one. Mega red alert. Big time. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. That's why we saw that Haifa interceptor get launched off. Makes a little bit more sense now. Okay. This is targeted at Tel Aviv. We're leaving this up. We've got a big look at Ben Gurion International Airport at Tel Aviv and also Tel Aviv skyline. That's good. That's exactly what we want to see here. And we're hoping that none of these get through. I have never seen more than this. I've never seen more than that. Oh, Cam 4, interceptors. I see at a minimum 2 interceptors launching off. That's 3 interceptors. 4. Five interceptors in the sky. We lost our Tel Aviv cam. Also, ballistic missile going into Haifa right now. You can see it coming in. Another ballistic missile going into Tel Aviv. We're losing the camera, though. That's a hit. That's got to be a hit. Wow. Oh, boy. That sounds like 3 hits. Folks, keep in mind, the USS Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group has left the Eastern Mediterranean. Right now, they're in the Red Sea. They left about 18 hours ago, maybe 12. They're not there to help play coverage for Tel Aviv anymore. Tel Aviv is a little bit more exposed now by nature of that carrier group leaving. That might be why some of these ended up making their way through. Okay, seems like all the red alerts are gone now. I think they've all gone. Yeah, those have resolved. Okay. Good gosh. I'm going to do a quick scan. I'm scanning out here.
And you'll probably have a judge that doesn't know a damn thing. And it's a mess. It's a mess. And I don't know whether or not that decision was appealed. Was that decision ever appealed?
They're still talking about transsexuals in sports or whatever the hell, or college sports or whatever. I don't know. That ballistic missile barrage is over right now. I'm trying to get a confirmation on whether or not those were hits or what.
נסכם רגע את האירוע של הדרום, שם אנחנו מדווחים על יירוט אחד מוצלח. כרגע לא התקבל דיווחים לא על נפילות ולא על נפגעים בשטחים. שימוש בפצצת מצרף.
Just looking for a I'm a humble man. I'm just looking for a confirmation here. That was a pretty substantial attack. I'm not going to lie to you. Europa, the last battle. Yeah, I watched that one time. A long time ago. I did see that. No, folks, it is not my birthday. It is not my birthday. It is not. You guys think that every day is my birthday. It is not. Tel Aviv cam is back. Over the last 6 days, 27,000 Americans have been evacuated from the Middle East. 27,000 Americans evacuated in 6 days from the entirety of the Middle East, trying to get everybody back home. I think that's not really that confusing. Keep in mind, folks, generally speaking, the report that I read was that only 10% of missiles launched ever make it to the skies of Tel Aviv. And the reason why, real quick, is because we have missile interceptors all throughout the Middle East. We've got missile interceptors in Iraq. We've got missile interceptors in Jordan and in Saudi Arabia and Bahrain and Qatar, UAE and Kuwait. We've got missile interceptors everywhere. We've also got planes that are scouring the Middle East, attempting to shoot down drones and missiles as they're mid-flight. And so out of all the missiles that are launched from Iran, only 10% ever actually make it through all the interceptors and even have a chance. We ever see them over Tel Aviv, that is. And so you can do the math real simply, right? If we see 5 missiles that make their way over into Tel Aviv, and we see them on our live broadcast here, they might have fired 50 missiles in the first place. And a lot of them just got intercepted earlier on in that flight path. So perhaps Iran is still somewhat capable, perhaps, of having larger ballistic missile launches. Perhaps. I've got footage coming out of Tehran right now, out of Tehran, in the last 20 minutes or so. More U.S.-Israeli joint airstrikes in Tehran, Iran. Wow. Wow. We're still trading blows, although I'll tell you what, it's not tit for tat, it's tit for tat 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 tat. Every single time they hit us once, we hit them 10 times or more. Seems to be the case. Seems to be the case. Got an update for you folks. Last year, the regime's president met with all of the IRGC generals. Since then, all of them are dead except one. So a year ago, these were the top generals of the IRGC. Now, only one of them is alive. It's been a rough year for the IRGC. I wonder where that guy is. I wonder what hole he's hiding in right now. I wonder. Wonder where he is. That was a pretty big attack, man. Well. Let me take a look here. CNN, Fox, and others are forbidden from reporting on the true destruction of Israel. So I keep hearing this idea that like Israel is getting leveled and that Israel right now looks like Gaza and Israel is just getting absolutely blown the hell out. But I am 12 hours a day or more watching live feeds and scrolling through Twitter and also 4chan, admittedly, over here. And I am digging for footage. I want footage of everything. I don't really think that Israel's getting hit that hard. I'll be honest with you. I'm out here like digging for this. I'm everywhere. I don't really think that's happening. I do not think Israel is getting leveled. Matt, did you hear that George Soros was arrested this morning on his flight to Dubai? I did not hear that. I don't know if that's true. What I do see, frankly, is a bunch of AI generated slop that people are posting all over Twitter. I think there's a lot of AI slop everywhere. Nas Fan says, Matt, I came across your Rumble channel about a week ago. Great content. You're doing a fine job. Thank you, sir, and welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. Thank you very much. I'm happy you stumbled your way over here. That's awesome. Thank you very much. I'm happy you found your way here. What's Soros news? I don't think George Soros got arrested. I don't think so. I think we would have heard about that. I'm telling you, guys, you listen, everybody, all of us, me included, everybody has got to be so careful with clickbait headlines and artificial generated videos. It is so tough to know these days. Right now, it is so difficult to know what is real and what is fake, what is bullshit, what is propaganda, what is AI generated, what is clickbait. There is so much bullshit everywhere, and it goes every single which way. It's so tough. It is so tough to know what is actually happening in this world. It is so tough to know. We have a statement here from the Department of War. This is from the DOW. Just wait. If you think you've seen something, just wait. The amount of combat power that is still flowing, that's still coming, that we'll be able to project over Iran is multiples of what is currently happening right now. So pretty much a statement just come out of the DOW is that you've seen nothing yet, pretty much. The U.S. has just gotten started. You've seen nothing yet. You've seen nothing yet. It's from the DOW. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm muted. I apologize, I'm muted. Okay, I'm sorry, I'll start over. There was a message here from Sherry Zilak. She said, in the 12-day war, do I remember correctly that Israel almost ran out of interceptors? And Sherry, you are actually absolutely right about that. Israel did almost run out of interceptors after 12 days on their own. It was pretty deep on the second half of that conflict where the U.S. ended up getting involved and started playing coverage for Israel. And I remember I made a comment. It was like day 10 or day 11 or day 12. It was near the end of that conflict. And I said something on one of my broadcasts that I remember pissed people off, but we know it's true now. I had said that one of the reasons why the U.S. is finally getting involved here is because Israel is at the point where they are unable to defend themselves. Israel was, I'm just going to be honest. Let's cut the shit. Israel was losing. Israel was losing. They were running out of interceptors. We know that is the case. We have the numbers. And the reason why the U.S. got involved after 12 days is because Israel was running out of means with which to defend themselves. They were running out of interceptors. And so we got in and bailed them out. And I'm not saying we shouldn't have done that, should or shouldn't have, but that's just fact of the matter. They were running out of interceptors. And that is why we got involved at the end. You've only got so many munitions. That is true. The fact of the matter is Israel is not able to go toe-to-toe with Israel. Israel is not able to go toe-to-toe with Iran without the U.S.'s help. Israel needs the U.S.'s help. They can't do it on their own. And that's why we are involved in this right now. Well, there's one of many reasons why we're involved in this. That's one of the reasons. From the U.S. point of view, we benefit greatly from this dynamic for all the reasons we've talked about a million times, namely China. China, a lot of Chinese-related reasons. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have another. This is from Trey Yingst on Fox News. He says sirens. He says launches detected from Iran, missile launches detected from Iran. We're going to have another wave of sirens here pretty soon. Matt, you overestimate Iranian missiles given 32 people died in all 12-day war. Well, I want you to think about this logically. Very few people died because Israel still had interceptors. What happens if Israel runs out of interceptors on day 14, 15, 16, 17? If Israel runs out of interceptors, and they've only got so many, then that's when you start really seeing people die. So the death count was very low because Israel still had interceptors. They could defend themselves. But what happens when they run out of munitions with which to defend themselves? That's when people start dying. We just saw a missile launch in Isfahan right here. We saw a missile launch right here. We just saw it on Cam 2. Iran has just at least right there, they just launched one ballistic missile. They just launched one. Oh, well, would you look at that? Actually, I think this one is unrelated. This is a hostile aircraft intrusion along the northern border of Israel with Lebanon. This is unrelated to a ballistic missile. This is potentially some drone, some Hezbollah drone. This is a drone. Same spot, same alert. Hostile aircraft intrusion in northern Israel. This is not related to ballistic missiles. Sean Evans, I saw you post that 9 times. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's another hostile aircraft intrusion in North Israel. That's what that looks like. So once again, these are not ballistic missiles. These are potentially drones. Getting launched down into Israel from Lebanon by Hezbollah. This appears to be gunfire in the same region. Confrontation line, red alert, hostile aircraft intrusion, red alert. Maybe we have rocket launches up here in North Israel along the border. That's more confrontation line conflict. I'll tell you, man, it has been a very eventful day. Is this the most eventful day we have seen in like 4 days? I think so. I think so. There's been a lot going on. A lot going on. A lot going on. The website that has red alerts is called saveadam.co.il. I'll link it one time in the chat. That's what that website is. Is Cam 4 frozen? No. Matt, what's the likelihood that America uses tactical nukes in the mountains of Iran? I think... I'm not going to say 0, I'll say 1. I say 1% or less. 0.1%. I really do not think that we're going to use tactical nukes. So to add some more context here, the U.S. military's largest bunker-busting bombs are actually nuclear bunker-busting bombs. All the red alerts are over, by the way. Red alerts are over. Anyway, we have massive nuclear bunker-busting bombs that... Remember those 50,000-pound GBU massive ordnance penetrator bunker buster bombs that were dropped during Midnight Hammer? Well, we've got bunker buster bombs that are way bigger than those, and we haven't used them yet. The problem is they're just nuclear. But I think we're not going to do that. I think we won't do that. And really, one of the biggest reasons why is because I think using nuclear weapons is just so taboo. The optics are so bad. Every single person around the world would totally condemn that. It would, I think, really, and rightly so, I think it would be a terrible look. I think it'd be a terrible look if we started dropping nuclear bombs. And, you know, to a certain degree, I do think that perception, optics, is an important thing. I think so. Seems like these red alerts are kind of relaxed. That seems to be just an airplane over North Israel. I think that's just an airplane. I think that's just an airplane. All right, it's getting a little bit out of control. I will make a very basic request. A very basic request. If you're tuning into the show, please do not spam the chat. None ya business in the Rumble chat. Dude, you have been spamming, and I haven't timed you out. I try to give people an opportunity to, like, read the room and take a hint. I don't like to just, smack you. Dude, you have been posting the same thing for, like, 3 hours. Bro. Stop spamming. Stop spamming. Please. You are driving me insane. Please. I try to be so nice. I try to be so tolerant. I try to be tolerant. I try to be tolerant. You gotta stop. People are abusing my tolerance. It's out of this world. Okay, real quick, we have footage coming out of Tehran right now. Ladies and gentlemen, the bombing continues in Tehran. This is U.S. and Israel dropping bombs in Tehran. Trump's, by the way, Trump's meeting is over, and they're not taking any questions from the media. It's just, Trump is just going back to work. No questions. No questions from the media. No questions from the media. So that's in Tehran. We have another one here. Okay, we saw this one 20 minutes ago, but we'll play it again. The U.S. and Israel continue to take out target locations. IRGC bunkers, etc. Etc. Where's our internet? There it is. Okay. Thank you, TMY Ruby. Thank you, Ruby. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Zapper Jackson says, Matt, can you stay up all night with me? I'm working at 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. at Vanderbilt. I need something to watch. Hey, no promises. I hate to break it to you, but no promises. I'll be here as long as I can be here, but then when I can't, then I'm not going to be here. Although, we've been here for almost 6 hours. I think we'll be here at a minimum another 3 hours. I think so. I don't see why not. It really has been a very eventful day. Like, a lot is out. Oh, folks. Okay. Hold up. I have a lot of clips here. Hold up, folks. Hold up. Hold up here. Uh, 40, 38. Okay.
Right. There's a lot. We're doing by the way, in Iran, we're doing very well. Somebody said, how would you score it from 0 to 10? I said, I'd give it a 12 to a 15. Their army is gone. They're just about, look, their navy is gone. Their communications are gone. Their leaders are gone. 2 sets of their leaders are gone. They're down to their 3rd set. Their air force is wiped out entirely. Think of it. They have 32 ships. All 32 are at the bottom of the ocean. Other than that, they're doing very well, Coach. Right.
There's one statement for, and by the way, CENTCOM actually says that number is 43. 32 ships. The number is actually 43, according to CENTCOM. What about the Iranians?
The Russians are helping Iran target and attack Americans.
That's an easy problem compared to what we're doing here. I mean, but can I be honest? It's just, I have a lot of respect for you. You've always been very nice to me. What a stupid question that is to be asking at this time. We're talking about something else. Can we keep this maybe a little bit? Go ahead, please.
What a stupid question. I heard the Russians are giving intelligence to the Iranians. What a stupid question. Easy problem to solve, he says. It's an easy problem to solve. We have another little one here. What's this one?
I think we're right now we're a country that's more respected than we've ever been respected before.
Okay, so those are the statements from President Trump. He just took a couple of questions there, as you can see, not too many. Just a couple very brief snippets. some snippets. Just a couple snippets. You know, when somebody asks President Trump a stupid question, he gives the same response I give when somebody's spamming my chat. You can tell. I don't like people spamming the chat. Trump doesn't like people asking him stupid questions. You can only take so much. A man can only take so much, he said. That's a stupid question. We have a report coming out from NBC News. From NBC News, President Donald Trump has privately expressed serious interest in deploying a limited number of U.S. ground troops inside of Iran for specific strategic missions, though no decision or orders have been made. According to multiple U.S. officials, this is coming from NBC, so once again, just anonymous. According to anonymous officials, coming through NBC. I've got some serious doubts about the veracity of that report, to say the least. Say the least. I'm having a bunch of people tag me on Twitter in this story about Khamenei's son getting killed. That is fake news. That's fake news. We do not have any confirmation at all that Khamenei's son, the potential future Ayatollah, no, fake news. We've got nothing confirming that. Seems like still, perhaps right this very minute, U.S. and Israeli airstrikes are ongoing in Tehran specifically. I'm digging around here real quick. Yep, actually, speaking of Tehran, and we never see this stuff live, we always see it after the fact. This is Tehran. Wow, holy hell. Jeez Louise. Jeez Louise. Wonder what that tower is on the far right there. The Milad Tower, the tallest tower in Tehran. Yeah, pretty much it seems as if the Trump plan right now is to bomb them into submission. The bombs will drop until complete and total surrender. Until complete and total surrender is achieved, the bombs will drop. That seems to be the case. Okay, so there's that tower we just saw. This is the tallest tower in Tehran. This really is just something else. You know, Tehran, I mean, a lot of Iran, it's not just some uninhabited desert shithole. Sorry, pardon my language. It's like an actual city. This is an actual city. There's almost 10 million people. Almost 10 million people living here. That's crazy. Oh, there it is. There's that big tower. Once again, you can see it on the far right over there. That's just astounding. Can we get some one-man show merch? I am working on merch. I'm working on merch. Merch is coming soon-ish. It's not going to say one-man show, but merch is coming soon-ish. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. It's something I've been kind of slowly working on behind the scenes. I'm getting everything set up. Thank you very much. Eyes Wide Open says there's some good pick on AP News. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Hi. I would take a tea like a black tea. Thank you, sweetheart. I think coffee's a little bit too heavy for me right now. William Barnes says it's not a war, it's a fiery but mostly peaceful negotiation through the undocumented immigration of ordnance. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm just quickly doing a little scan here real quick. Ladies and gentlemen, hold that thought. Somebody said that there were some really good pictures on the Associated Press Twitter page, but I don't really think that that's true. I don't really see anything there. I do have more. Okay, folks, I'm going to tell you something. The U.S. is just battering the living hell out of Iran right now. This is the Mehrabad International Airport in western Tehran is on fire right now. Right this very moment, right as in right now, we are just unleashing an ungodly amount of bombs. Ungodly, perhaps actually godly, perhaps a godly amount of bombs, considering who we're bombing right now. Yeah, this is perhaps the biggest wave that we have ever seen. Tehran is getting cooked. Yes. Yeah. We have that video. I mean, this video is just shocking. Trump is ramping up. Trump has demanded unconditional surrender. Thank you, dear. This is what's going on right now. And once again, you know, we are not just carpet bombing and bombing people indiscriminately. All of these bombs that are getting dropped are on highly targeted locations, taking out members of the IRGC or of the Iranian leadership structure. We're not just like, you know, dropping bombs on neighborhoods. There was a report that came out. In fact, this has been going viral in like left-wing dumbass in the left-wing dumbass world. The Trump administration officials told Congress in a closed-door briefing that the U.S. was responsible for targeting the area in which a girls' school was struck and scores of children were killed, per NBC. And then they post this photo of, like, mass graves. This photo, I believe, is from COVID in Myanmar. This is from Myanmar in 2021 during COVID. Yeah, look, the image... okay, no, it's Indonesia. The image shows COVID-19 mass graves in Jakarta, Indonesia. And the leftoids are trying to run with this. What's more, the U.S. actually did not. This is what happened, okay? So the IRGC, they built their military compound less than 1 kilometer away from like an elementary school or a daycare. With our missile, we attempted to blow up the compound. The IRGC launched a missile interceptor. The missile interceptor misfired and fell back down to the ground and landed on their own school. It wasn't even our missile. So our missile is coming in towards the IRGC compound that they built within 1 kilometer, significantly less than a mile away. It's like same neighborhood block, actually. They shot up an interceptor. Their own interceptor misfired, had a malfunction, and then fell back on the school. What's more, we don't even know if kids were there at the time that this happened. We don't even know if any kids were there or got killed at all. They might have not been there. They might... I think it actually happened during nighttime. We have an update from the Saudis. The Saudi Arabian Ministry of Defense said that it tracked and shot down 4 Iranian drones that were headed to the Sheba oil field as Iran continues to target Gulf nation oil and gas infrastructure. So Iran is still trying to blow up and cripple its own neighbors. Saudi Arabia just shot down 4 Iranian suicide drones. Looks like we have some border disputes. Okay, this is the most northern point in all of Israel. What is it called? Metula? Right here. We have seen over the last week or so a ton of conflict. A ton of conflict. You can just imagine people are in the hills or in the buildings taking shots at each other. This is on the confrontation line. Confrontation line alert. And it looks like it's over. Yeah, it looks like that is actually already over with. Looks like it's already over. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I have a video. Remember about a half hour ago now, there was a massive ballistic missile wave that rained down over North Israel and also Tel Aviv. We have got footage of that, and it seems like one of them actually made it through. Take a look here. This is about a half hour ago. We all watched this together.
פספס אותו, תראו הטיל יורד, זה טילים שיורדים עלינו. אתם רואים את הטיל יורד עלינו? זה יורד, כושה לדודה שלהם, זה יורד לידי. תראו את השני, הנה הוא מתפצל, אחד יורד פוגע. אתם רואים את המיירדים עולים? הם לא פוגעים בו, הוא הולך ליפול. יואו, הוא נופל בראשון. יואו, תראו, בום, ירד בראשון.
Seems like this guy is pretty happy about this, actually. Sounds like there's some joy in his voice. So anyway, at least one of these ballistic missiles ended up hitting. I believe this is in the Tel Aviv area. Translate. I'm pretty sure what he said is that if you enjoy the show, you need to make sure to like and subscribe. Matt Morse TV on Rumble and Matt Morse TV on YouTube. I think that's what he said, but I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, that one made it. And so these are Israeli missile interceptors, and it just blew right past them. Right past them. That's something else. So, and we heard a lot of those. Remember, about a half hour, 45 minutes ago, maybe, we heard a lot of those booms. It sounded like 3 of them actually collided. There's footage of 1 of them. So there's confirmation of 1 of them colliding. Making impact. Once again, right now, NBC is pushing a report saying that President Trump has privately shown serious interest in U.S. ground troops in Iran. This is coming out of NBC. I am very suspect about this report. I would take this with not a grain of salt, I'd take an entire salt shaker. President Trump has privately shown serious interest in U.S. ground troops in Iran. Regardless of whether this is true, we are praying that we are not sending U.S. ground forces into Iran. We are praying that that does not need to happen. Hopefully that does not end up happening. I wouldn't be surprised if the Strait of Hormuz is reopened in the next 2 days. I think it'll take probably 2 days. Well, let me show you why I say this, okay? So for the last week or so, maybe the last 10 days, the USS Gerald R. Ford carrier battle group has been stationed off the coast of Israel, kind of playing coverage for Israel, intercepting ballistic missiles and drones, etc. Well, that carrier group has actually been repositioned. Right now, it's currently in the Red Sea. It passed through the Strait of, the Suez Canal. It passed through the Suez Canal. And now that carrier group is in the Red Sea, and it seems like it's probably on its way to the Gulf of Oman, at which point it will link up with the Lincoln carrier battle group, which is already there. And, okay, so why would they be doing that? Well, President Trump has been talking a lot about reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Trump wants the Strait of Hormuz reopened up ASAP. Get the oil flowing. The oil must flow. And so it seems like these 2 carrier battle groups are going to be used to kind of like forcibly open up the strait. And then also to protect all of these trade vessels that are going in and out. These tankers. Seems like that's about what's going to happen. So yeah, like I said, I think that this strait will probably be open in the next 2 days, because it takes time to travel there. It takes some time, maybe a day and a half or 2. The oil must flow. The oil must flow. Well, it seems like we've got double Beirut up there. I need to get that fixed. We have not had a Tel Aviv live feed all night. Yes, that's right. You can bring a carrier in the strait. Yeah, that's what I said. The carrier group has already gone through the Suez Canal. The Suez Canal. It already made it through. It's in the Red Sea right now. One moment here. Hear some gunshots somewhere. Oh yeah, this is what I was going to do. Your gas prices haven't moved. Yeah, I think here in the U.S. it would take probably 2 weeks, maybe 3, to see a marginal increase right now. So that increase wouldn't have happened yet. But if this strait remains closed down long enough, I think we would. Yeah, that's Tel Aviv. Perfect. Okay. So what can I do here? I need to fix our... just a little bit of production maintenance here, folks. That's Jerusalem, and we also have a Tel Aviv camera now. On top of that, this is Tel Aviv. Perfect. Seems like we're having some airstrikes, some Israeli Air Force airstrikes in Beirut. I think those are just kind of continuing. Those are just continuing. All right, and with everything fixed, I will be back in 90 seconds. Okie dokie. Hey, Summerman123, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Matt, Russian military aircraft over northeast Turkey heading towards Syria. I gotta tell you, man, every time I open up Flight Radar, I lose my mind. And the reason why is because this website is so laggy. I don't know what I need to do about this. What are you doing here, sir? That's right. This is a Russian... Well, this is not like a combat plane. This is like a... The Ilyushin... what? 262M. It's a narrow-body jetliner. It's a long-range, narrow-body jetliner. Going back to 1960 as a successor to the whatever. Has a capacity for almost 200 passengers. Almost 200 passengers. However, it's designated as a military or government plane. It's a military or government plane. Now, if you had to guess where this plane is going, well, it's hard to tell. I mean, it might be going somewhere in Syria. Who's to say? However, something must be noted here. Okay? The fact that we are seeing this plane publicly together on Flight Radar means one thing. That the Russians want us to see this plane. If they didn't want us to see this plane, they would go dark. They'd flip off the transponder. The only reason we are even seeing this plane at all right now is because they want us to see this plane. Also, of course, this plane must have gotten permission to fly here from the Turkish government. The Georgian government is like kind of effectively operated by the Russian government, so that's not, they do whatever they want. But most certainly the Turks are on board with this plane being here, otherwise they wouldn't have let it fly on through. So the Turks know about this. Are we flying from Moscow? Where are we flying from? This website is just such a drag. All the way from Moscow. Moscow. That's right. So who's to say where this thing is going? Very curious. Very curious indeed. This is this the #1 most tracked plane in the world? I don't know why I'm not seeing that. This here is the most tracked plane in the world. This here is the single most tracked aircraft in the world. There are 16,000 people looking at this, and this is a U.S. drone that is flying over Saudi Arabia. To show you exactly what this guy looks like. It's one of these. What does it look like? It looks like one of these. It is the drone days. There's drones everywhere these days. Drones are everywhere these days. So this is the #1 most tracked aircraft in the entire world. And this thing is hauling ass. Pardon my language. It's got places to be. 752,000 subs, not bad, Matt. Keep going. Yeah, you know, I've been live so much here, I haven't even looked at that because I've just been so focused on monitoring the situation, for lack of a better word. But no, listen, we've had a lot of subscribers both on YouTube and on Rumble lately. It really means a lot. I'm very fortunate that so many people are tuning in and enjoying the coverage. I'm blessed that we've got so many people that are out here monitoring the situation with me. We're all doing it together. I am just incredibly fascinated by this Russian plane, which has, by the way, gone dark. We actually don't know where it is now. This is the projected position, but the plane went dark over these mountains up here. It flipped off its transponder, FYI, so we actually don't know where this Russian plane went. Gunshots. Yeah, those are outside my house. I live in the ghetto. I live in Compton. Sorry, folks, I live in Compton. It seems like the Bloods and the Crips are outside my house, shooting each other again. I'm kidding. These are gunshots coming out of Beirut. Coming out of Beirut, Lebanon. Who's there? Hezbollah. Hezbollah. I think for the time being, I'm going to flip back on our quad cam. And I'm gonna, and in fact, you know what? Here's what we should do. Bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. I would rather keep an eye on this Russian plane. Let's keep an eye on this Russian plane over here. Oh, we might be losing our Beirut live feed. We're going to give that a moment here, folks. Give that just a moment. That's what I thought. Sometimes it comes back. I knew you'd be back. So, allegedly, Pete Hegseth just had an interview with 60 Minutes. What is that, ABC? ABC 60 Minutes?
Does this put U.S. personnel in any more danger than they otherwise would be?
Well,
the Russian involvement.
No one's putting us in danger. We're putting the other guys in danger. That's our job. So we're not concerned about that. We mitigate it as we need to. Our commanders factor all of this, but the only ones that need to be worried right now are Iranians that think they're going to live.
There you have it. There you have it. Nobody's putting us in danger. We are putting them in danger. I would expect that very soon we're going to have more footage. Matt Moore's Oklahoma Live, tornado on the ground with storm chasers. That, respectfully, we're not going to be watching that because we're a little bit more focused here on the war in Iran, but I hope that everybody in Oklahoma is going to take care of themselves, respectfully. Yeah, I would expect that we have more footage coming out. Oh, you know what? We actually already do. We already do. We already do, ladies and gentlemen.
CBS News has 3 sources telling us that Russia is providing intelligence to Iran on U.S. positions and movements. The average American might hear that and think that's a big and dangerous deal, is it?
Well, we're tracking everything. Our commanders are aware of everything. We have the best intelligence in the world. We're aware of who's talking to who, why they're talking to them, how accurate that information might be, how we factor that into our battle plans, our CENTCOM commander. So we know what's going on, and the president has an incredible knack at knowing how to mitigate those risks. And so the American people can rest assured their commander-in-chief is well aware of who's talking to who And anything that shouldn't be happening, whether it's in public or back-channeled, is being confronted and confronted strongly.
The American people could therefore expect conversations with the Russians to stop this?
Well, President Trump, as people have seen, has a unique relationship with a lot of world leaders where he can get things done that other presidents, certainly Joe Biden, never could have. And through direct conversations or indirect, through him one-to-one or through his cabinet, messages definitely can be delivered.
There you have it. He doesn't exactly sound too concerned. Also, I don't know, for me, it is not surprising or shocking at all that Russia is giving intelligence to Iran. Of course, I wish it wasn't happening, but I'm not exactly surprised by it. You flip the script here, you know, Russia has been at war for 4 years with Ukraine. Let us not forget that we, the United States, have been giving intelligence to Ukraine and military weapons and munitions and aid and intelligence. We've been doing that for Ukraine for 4 years now, so is it particularly surprising that now that we are in a conflict with Iran, that Russia is giving intelligence to Iran? I'm not exactly surprised by that, to be honest. It's not exactly shocking. I wish it wasn't the case, but you can't pretend to be surprised by it. At least I'm not. I'm sure we're going to have more of those clips come on out here pretty soon. Hey, Sarah. Sarah. I pulled up your Substack here. A few images of Tel Aviv and elsewhere in Israel. For the Fox News, CNN, and MSNBC lovers, Fox News, they are not going to show you these clips of the destruction of Israel. Oh, okay, now they're loading. Just a moment ago, they weren't even loading. So this is on the ground, some of the destruction of Israel. We do know that some of these ballistic missiles have been hitting. We do know. It's undeniable. So this appears to be from about 1 day ago. We haven't. Is this the same one? Okay, we saw that one. What about this one here? This one seems a little bit weird. This one seems a little bit strange. This one, I'm getting kind of AI vibes. I'm not sure about that one. That one doesn't exist anymore. This one, I think, is real. It is undeniable. And then that one doesn't work either. The first one is probably, well, hold up. The first one is gone now also. Well, now the first one is gone. Here it is. We still have it pulled up here. Can I put this on the full screen? I don't think I can. So this is posted from the Iran Defense Force. This is presumably anti-America propaganda page. This is the anti-America propaganda page. Regardless, by the way, it is most certainly true that Israel has taken direct hits. That can't be denied. Israel has taken direct hits. We just saw them take one a moment ago, in fact. That's just undeniable. Anyway, there's some anti-American propaganda. So the anti-American propaganda page. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Sarah. Oops. This guy's having a meltdown. How do you know? Because we've been watching live broadcasts, live footage, 24 hours a day, every day for 6 days, and we've literally seen it. We've seen it happen with our own eyes on live broadcasts. That's how we know? That is how we know? Now, what do we have here? We have an update from CENTCOM. CENTCOM says, first, the Iranian regime claimed and reclaimed 5 days in a row that it sank the USS Abraham Lincoln. Now, the regime claims the aircraft carrier has miraculously resurfaced and left the battlefield after encountering Iranian missiles and drones. Need we say more? It is a propaganda war. We are living in a propaganda war, and it's so crazy to see the propaganda come out in real time. We're all watching it happen in real time. That Russian plane disappeared, by the way. We can't even see that Russian plane anymore. Totally disappeared. It's gone. It's just gone. They went dark. We're still watching this little guy. This is a U.S. drone. I'll leave that one up right there. We can watch that one there. Thank you, Raycar. Thank you, Raycar. Sarah says, finally Matt says something I can agree with. Oh, Sarah. Oh, Sarah. I do have a report coming out here. One moment here, folks. So, okay, we have a new situation to try to make sense of here, ladies and gentlemen. What the hell are we looking at here? What do we have this time? Violent clashes are ongoing between Hezbollah fighters and soldiers from the IDF's 35th Paratroopers Brigade, who reportedly attempted to infiltrate eastern Bekaa. An initial attempt involving 2 IDF helicopters was thwarted, and efforts are reportedly ongoing. There are unconfirmed reports that an IDF unit was ambushed. Uh-oh. This is coming out of, where are we at? Eastern Bekaa. I think we just want to see the map here. Put this on the map here. Bekaa, Lebanon. Oh, you know what? It's not a city, it's like a state. It's like a territory. It's this, you can barely see it. So in Eastern Bekaa, so it's between Damascus and Beirut. This kind of territory here. Okay, so that's where we're at. This is called the spray and pray, is what this is called. The video lagged out, and the video lags out. So allegedly, I'm going to read this again. Violent clashes are ongoing between Hezbollah fighters and soldiers from the IDF's 35th Paratroopers Brigade, who reportedly attempted to infiltrate eastern Bekaa. An initial attempt involving 2 IDF helicopters was thwarted, and efforts are reportedly ongoing. There are unconfirmed reports that an IDF unit was ambushed. So it seems like they've got reason to believe that there are Israeli helicopters inbound. They're trying to shoot them down. And then what do we have? Sorry, I'm just taking a look at Beirut. Those are gunshots in Beirut. Britain versus Israel. Oh, you see him in the distance there. Seems like it's going on in Lebanon. It's going on in Lebanon. And then we have a follow-up video. Okay, 3... Lady, you gotta stop yapping. 3 IDF helicopters reportedly landed on the Syrian side of the border and then crossed into Lebanon, but were immediately detected and confronted by Hezbollah forces. Israeli media are reporting a security incident and that an IDF unit is being besieged in Nabi Chit, eastern Lebanon. It kind of sounds like the Israelis are trying to carry off some like spec ops midnight raid and they kind of got caught. If this story is true, that's what this sounds like. It sounds like they were trying to do some midnight spec ops helicopter raid, and that they got caught, and that now they are allegedly besieged in Nabi Chit. Can we pull that up? Right there, right there. So, allegedly, this is where it's going on. That's where it's going down. At this very moment. I'm going to keep you folks posted. This is an ongoing situation. Don't worry about that. Oh, okay. Wow. There's more. There's more. There's more. There's more to this story. Right now, flares are being dropped in the area where clashes are taking place between IDF paratroopers and Hezbollah. Some accounts are reporting it as a helicopter, but that does not appear to be the case. It may be a separate incident, unclear at the moment. So flares are getting shot up into the air. So I don't know. I'm just trying to piece this together. It might be the case that these Israelis kind of got caught. They're pinned down and they fired flares into the sky for support or something. I'm not sure. This is evolving second by second here. This is second by second. We also have something else here that I want to bring up. I think this is unrelated. We also, to be fair, we don't even know who fired the flare. Could have been Hezbollah, could have been the Israelis. And then the flare, of course, could have been fired for multiple different reasons. So we don't know who fired it or why it was fired. I think this is another tangential story right now. Video footage purported to show an Iranian ballistic missile strike on Prince Sultan Air Base in Al-Kar, Saudi Arabia, with the missile impacting very close to several U.S. service members. Thankfully said to have resulted in only minor injuries to personnel at Prince Sultan. So, injuries, but no deaths. Ballistic missile strike at Prince Sultan. Okay, you know what? We saw this 2 hours ago. Yeah, this footage has been going around for about 2 hours. We've seen that already. And yeah, it was the same story then. It was Prince Sultan Air Base. Listen to all the gunfire in Beirut. That's all coming out of Beirut, folks. That is all Beirut. Oh, this is not Jerusalem. Okay, hold up. I need to get this fixed. Both of those are Tel Aviv. Stand by here, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I might do? And it seems like we lost our Beirut cam. Well, when it rains it pours. When something goes wrong, everything goes wrong. Bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. How about that? What do you think about that? There, and perfect. All right, okay. Okay. If I had to take a shot at what we are hearing in Beirut right now, I would bet that that's more anti-air fire. And it's off in the distance and it's ringing through the city. But who's to say? Oh, is that Russian plane back on flight radar? Stand by here. I don't see it. What I do see is just an absolutely ungodly amount of stratotankers in the area. Look at all of this, and these are all American, presumably. American. Some of these have gone ghost. We know they're out there though. Look at this, good lord. And so, okay, so why do you have all these stratotankers up in the air? Well, presumably they are helping, they're engaging in aerial refueling maneuvers. That's what's going on. And a lot of them are flying east. Towards where the bombing is taking place. Kind of sounds like all hell's breaking loose, folks. And of course, when more footage pops up, I'm gonna bring it up for you guys. This is Dilly Broder over here on Rumble. He has a massive Rumble rant. He says, Matt, thanks for another great day of the best war coverage on the internet. Vegas Dave in beautiful South Carolina. Thank you, Vegas Dave from South Carolina. Thank you very much. You guys, listen, man, you are very generous. You guys are much nicer to me than I deserve. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's more than I deserve. Thank you very much. Folks, I gotta say something here. Over on Rumble, we've got just about 7,000 viewers on Rumble, and we're not even on the front page. Have you seen this? Look at this. We're taking over Rumble, and we're not even up on the front page. Everybody else is, but not us. All natural. Hey, thank you, folks. Thank you, everyone. We've got 7,000 Rumblers here. Authentic. Thank you very much. And also, everybody over here on YouTube, I appreciate that, too. Thank you very much. No, there was a Russian jet that was coming down. It was right about to cross into Syrian airspace. And they went dark. I suppose it makes sense why you would turn off your transponder flying over Syria. You probably don't want people knowing where you are, considering it's, Syria. Who was the Libertarian presidential candidate in 2016? What was that guy's name? Johnson? What was his name? It was Gary Johnson. Do you remember in 2016 when he was having an interview with some mainstream media outlet? And they asked him, what would you do about Syria? What would you do about Aleppo? You remember that? And he said, Aleppo? Who's Aleppo? Aleppo? Never heard of him. And he was being serious. No, like Aleppo, the city in Syria. It is a city in Syria where there's ISIS fighting and Bashar al-Assad. What would you do about that? Aleppo? Who's Aleppo? Oh man, that like immediately killed his campaign. That was game over. You don't know what Aleppo is? Alright, game over. What's Aleppo? Hi there, Raya. Hey, good evening. Good evening. Bearded Nerd Gaming says, hey Matt, a little something to help motivate your 12-ounce curl workout. Ha, see what I did there? LMAO, thanks for what you do. Hey, well, thank you, Bearded Nerd Gaming. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Do we have action on the Beirut cam? Somebody said red alert. Do we have red alerts? No, okay, we've got no red alerts in Israel right now. No. So, folks, let me tell you what's going on. Right now, the breaking news of the moment that we're looking for updates on. It seems like there was a spec ops, like a sort of like a special operations Israeli raid in eastern Lebanon, northeastern Lebanon. And it seems like the raid did not go according to plan. It sounds like there might be members of the IDF that are sort of pinned down, surrounded by Hezbollah. They tried to do a midnight raid, and it seems like it did not go that well. So we're waiting for more updates. We've seen it. We've been talking about that in a little while, though. Now, meanwhile, as all of this is unfolding, footage of extensive U.S. and Israeli airstrikes hitting Mehrabad International Airport in Iran's capital. This is right now. It seems like we are blowing the living hell out of the Iranian airport. Holy... wow. That airport is cooked. That airport is cooked. Deep fried. In fact. This happened just now, over in Tehran. It's almost kind of pretty. Deadly and pretty. There you have that. Chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night. It is Friday. It really does seem like right now this is what has been going on in Tehran for the last 2 hours. I'm going to play a couple videos. It seems like, you know how we've been talking about absolute doomsday bombing, that Trump was going to just like send it all in and let it all fly? Seems like that's kind of happening tonight. And we've got all the footage coming out, and I'll show you what that looks like. I have a couple videos here. This was about 2 hours ago. All of this is in Tehran. It feels like eerie. It feels apocalyptic and eerie, yeah? This is about 2 hours ago. This is in Tehran. Then we saw this. Then we saw this. There's a photo. Similarly, also in Tehran. Seems like Trump is making it rain. Trump is the rain man. He's the rainmaker. Hey, Puma. You know what, Puma? I see that and I appreciate that. Thank you, Puma. Thank you very much. We gotta be careful. Listen, if you guys keep coming over to Rumble, my Rumble channel is gonna be bigger than the YouTube channel. Won't be long before we've got more viewers on Rumble than on YouTube, huh? There's that, and then we had this recent one. Yeah, this is the airport. We just saw this. This happened just 10 minutes ago. So anyway, the point is, over the last 2 hours, the U.S. and Israel joint airstrikes. We have just been blasting the living hell out of Tehran and all of these key IRGC locations therein. Flip back up our cameras here. I'm looking for more updates here. You know, we have a couple super chats here too. Abby Normal. Hey, thank you. Thank you, Abby Normal. Thank you very much. Are you Abby Normal or abnormal? Everybody's abnormal in a way. Legendary CEO says, Tulsa people find a tornado shelter. Yeah, we heard about, I guess there's some big tornado in Oklahoma. I don't know a whole lot about it, but if you are in Oklahoma, make sure to stay safe. Make sure to stay safe. Ladies and gentlemen, look right over here. We're tracking, this is a U.S. drone. How many, and this is right in the Persian Gulf, between Iran and Kuwait right now. How many drones do we have up there in the sky, do you think? Just flying around hunting Iranian drones and Iranian ballistic missiles. I bet hundreds. I would bet that we have hundreds of drones, just like this, up there in the sky, hunting Iranian drones and hunting missiles soaring through the sky, trying to pluck them out of the air. We're looking at one of them right now. I would bet that we have hundreds. I don't know, you think thousands? I don't even know if we have thousands. Maybe thousands. Maybe thousands. We're looking at one of them right now. Too many to count. Yeah, personally, I can't count past 7. Okay, back to that Israeli spec ops raid in Lebanon. I've got an update here. The sound of helicopters has faded in the area, and the clashes have stopped, while warplanes continue flying intensively overhead. In separate incidents, Hezbollah reportedly targeted a Merkava tank in Margalio with what appears to be an anti-tank guided missile, and an IDF unit was ambushed in Qiyam, southern Lebanon. Sounds like the Israelis are very busy tonight in Lebanon, and it also, regrettably, sounds like not all of their plans are going off without a hitch. Seems like the Israelis are busy and maybe a little bit unlucky tonight. All up and down Lebanon. Amy Joe. Hey, thank you, Amy Joe. Thank you very much. I do my best to break it down. I try to break it down. We try to break it down around here. Thank you. Thank you very much. DeWitta says, YouTube is dead. Thanks, Rumble. Rumble's blowing up. Here's what I'll tell you something real quick. If, God forbid, in 2029 we have a Democrat president, Gavin Newsom or AOC or whoever else, if that ends up happening, you can bet that I am getting banned on YouTube. Don't you think? Am I going to get banned on YouTube if Gavin Newsom is president in 2029? Or shadow banned or something like that? Yeah, I would bet so. I would bet so. And the reason why I say that is because we saw a whole lot of that during the Biden era. We saw conservative commentators get shut down left and right during the Biden era. Would not surprise me. Which is why we love Rumble. We're on YouTube as well as on Rumble. We love them both. We love them both. But as they say, never put all your eggs in one basket, huh? Never put all your eggs in one basket. That's what they say. Gotta hedge your bets. You'll be in jail. You think they'll put me in jail? Well, that's why we just, we better not lose the election, huh? Good Lord, folks, look at this. Look at this. This is flight radar over the skies of Tel Aviv. Well, just west of Tel Aviv over the eastern Mediterranean. What do you see? Stratotanker. U.S. Stratotanker. U.S. Stratotanker. U.S. Stratotanker. U.S. Stratotanker. U.S. Stratotanker. Something is happening here. And curiously, they're over here west of Israel. You'd think that they would want to be east to go help refuel fighter jets or bombers that are out to the east making runs back and forth. I don't know. You know, keep in mind, at some point, these fighter jets and bombers, they do have to land just to get more munitions. If you run out of bombs before you run out of fuel, well, you're still going to have to land to re-kit out and get some more bombs and get back up in the air. So you can refuel as much as you want, I guess, but it doesn't really matter if you're out of bombs. Munitions, I suppose, are really the limiting factor. And as far as I'm aware, you can't reload your munitions mid-air. You got to land to do that. You've got to land for that part. Somewhere. I see there. They're in a holding pattern. Hold. Hold. I'll tell you, folks, I have never heard Beirut this chaotic. Beirut is going effing nuts tonight. This is crazy. Hey, look at this drone over here. What is this little guy doing? He flipped a Yui. He's flipped a Yui. He's right in the middle, right dead smack in the middle of the Persian Gulf. Look at that. And he flipped around. This is a Northrop Grumman MQ-4C Triton. He's either surveilling or hunting. Can the Triton carry weapons or more surveillance? Let's see here. No, the MQ-4C Triton cannot carry weapons. It is designed and operates as an unarmed, high-altitude, long-endurance, unmanned aerial vehicle focused on maritime intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. So this is a recon drone. So he's gathering intelligence, he's surveilling. Surviving and surveilling. It's a spy plane. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, it's just total chaos. Beirut is total chaos here. Okay, Mrs. McCoy, I see that. Shout out Mrs. McCoy. You know, an hour or two ago seemed a little bit weird, but now we are seeing more and more and more reports of this. Can I pull this up? You're right. I keep on seeing more, and now news outlets are talking about this. Mojtaba Khamenei, the son of the former Ayatollah Khamenei, and the Iranian president have both reportedly been eliminated today. Reportedly. Mojtaba Khamenei and the Iranian president have both reportedly been eliminated. I'm seeing this all over the place now. Now, to be fair, we do not have an official concrete confirmation yet, but I'm starting to see a lot of chatter about this. There's a lot of chatter about this. I'm seeing a lot of chatter. We're going to give that one time before the official confirmation, though. Thank you for your attention to this matter. That's one of those allegedly. You guys know I like to use that word allegedly. This is footage coming out of Tehran right now. Oops. Full screen that. Full screen that. Okay, out of Tehran right now. Pull this up on the big screen. There we go. Oh. Oh. Over the skies of Tehran. It just keeps on happening. Tonight, it seems like the biggest I don't know, bombing session that we've seen in Tehran so far. Seems like we are hitting Tehran the hardest that we ever have so far. You know, I see a big super chat here from Anstey Finsterwald. He says, go put the flannels and cap on. You know, I was going to say, if we are going to be here all night, and it kind of seems like we are, right? Doesn't it seem like we are? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make a deal. Let's make a deal. I'm going to let the tie loose a little. I'll take the jacket off. I'm going to unpop the collar here. I'm going to be here all night. If you promise to not go anywhere, okay? If I'm going to settle in here for the show and get a little bit cozy here, then you guys need to promise. Pinky's up. Pinky swear. You got to promise you're going to stay here all night. You're not going anywhere. Leave it on. At a minimum. I'm not going to put the flannel on, but I will. Listen, I'll pop this damn collar. I can barely breathe in this thing. I can barely breathe in it. There we go. There's a chance I can't do this myself. Some nights, I go up to my wife. I say, "Sweetie, can you undo the button? I can't do it myself." She says, "Okay, all right. Look at you." I say, "Sweetheart, I can't do the button by myself. I need a little bit of help." "Oh, sweetie, okay." So I don't even know if I can do it on my own. To be honest, I'll try here. I'm gonna wrestle with it. I think I might need my wife's help. I can't do it. I'm stuck. Help! I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I can't do it on my own. Oh. I think I'm stuck. I think I might be stuck. This is a little bit... Well, this is a little bit awkward. This is a little bit awkward here. Hold up. Here. You son of a bitch. All right. Hey, I give... Okay, you know what I give up? Sweetheart, if you're tuning into the show, this is really embarrassing. This is like 20,000 people here. This is really embarrassing. No, I did not. Can you help me? Can you help me? Can you get this, please?
It's just because you have such
right
a
there.
big muscular neck.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you. You know what it is? She's right. It's my massive muscular neck. It's because my neck is so freakishly muscular and masculine. I can't even do it. I'm like a freak of nature. I'm a freak of nature. It's too muscular. There we go. Okay, now we're good. Problem solved. She pretty much just saved my life. My life has been saved. Could have used a knife. That's right. Oh, hold up. Oh, wow. Wow, hold up. We have some breaking news here, folks. Hold up here, ladies and gentlemen. We've been talking about how the U.S. and Israel have been bombing Tehran. Well, also the Mehrabad International Airport. We've seen some footage of that, but now we have even more. Mehrabad International Airport in Iran's capital, Tehran, is burning tonight after a series of U.S. and Israeli airstrikes. Aircraft are reportedly on fire. We're looking at the airport here. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's play that one more time here. Play that one more time. That is ridiculous. No, this is in Tehran, Iran. So the U.S. and Israel are carrying out airstrikes. They have been all night. I'll show you on Google Maps exactly where that is here. This is in Tehran. We have Google Maps open. There's Aleppo. All right, where's their international airport? Yeah, there it is, right in the middle. I thought it was right in the middle. So, it is this airport. Here's the airport. The terminals are up there. Iran Air. I would suspect, I don't know if they blew up, if we blew up the building? This must be imagery taken after the last airstrikes during Midnight Hammer. No, we didn't hit him here in Midnight Hammer. I don't know if this is oil spills or what. I don't know what they're doing here. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But anyway, so today we are just blowing the living hell out of this airport. This is an airplane graveyard. The airplane graveyard over here. Anyway, once again, they have a hell of a lot of airplanes. Like, a lot. They've got a lot of airplanes. It might be the objective here tonight to just completely destroy their airport and all their airplanes. That might be what's going on here. It's quite a big plot of land they've got out here. More airplanes up there. There's even more airplanes. There's all types of airplanes. A lot of them are, you can tell, they're no longer in use. They've got these things out in the yard. They left them out in the yard. So that's what's happening now. Seems to be the case. Can your wife do a voiceover instead of that lady always in the background? Would you rather have my wife speaking German in the background or this woman speaking Arabic or whatever? Where the hell she's speaking? Probably German, huh? Probably German. I'd prefer German. So why don't we flip these cameras back up here just for a moment? I think German is a nice sounding language. Everybody says French is the language of love. I think German is the language of love and power. It is the language of love and power. Really, English is the language of power. The language of power is English. Once again, I'll play that video again here. Right now, we are just, and when I say we, I mean the U.S. and Israel. We are just decimating the Iranian International Airport. This is what that looks like as of the last 25 minutes ago. As of 25 minutes ago, this was their airport. I wish we could see exactly what had been targeted here. This is just crazy. This is crazy. And reports were suggesting that aircraft, even the aircraft, are on fire. The airport itself and also the aircraft. And so here is kind of the airport terminal. Can these women, like, pipe down? Can I say that? Can I say that? Hey, pipe down! It's getting to be, they're having some argument. You can tell they're arguing. They're having a little bit of an argument. Keep it to yourself, ladies. Keep it to yourself. This is getting a little bit ridiculous. It's going to be a bit much. It's getting a bit silly. What do you think they're putting out here? Well... Well, what do you think they're putting... This is at the airport, by the way. At the airport. They're storing something over there. Some section, or maybe the entire airport, I don't know what. To some degree, this airport is being bombed. We don't know what specifically is being bombed. All of it, part of it, none of it, well, definitely some of it. Almost kind of reminds you of a shooting range a little bit, with those big berms. That's what's happening there. Ammo bunkers. Yeah, you might be right about that. You're probably right about that. You're probably right about that, because you might have noticed here, there's no actual path for an airplane to taxi on over there. You're not going to taxi an airplane down this path here. This is for trucks or cars, right? So yeah, these probably are munitions, bunkers, storage facilities here. I think you're probably right about that. And they're all bunkered in case there's an accident. So, you know what? If I was in charge of bombing this airport, I would probably bomb this. I would say, well, we're in the area. We're going to drop bombs on this, too. This is getting bombed. Is this the latest that Matt has ever stayed on? Yeah, and do not tell my mom. If my mom catches me up past my bedtime, I'm going to get in big trouble. So don't let her know that we're still doing this. Put our cameras back up here. It's been about 2 hours since we've had any ballistic missile warnings in Israel. 2 hours. Oh, wow. Wow. We're talking about this airport. What are we doing at the airport here? Well, I got some insight for you folks. Take a look at this. A Boeing 747 is ablaze at Tehran's Mahrabad International Airport after extensive U.S.-Israeli airstrikes. A Boeing 747. Okay, can I get a little bit conspiratorial here? Remember that Russian jet, that Russian plane that we saw flying down from Moscow through Turkey into Syrian airspace, and then it went dark. We don't know where it went. Went dark. Went dark. We don't know where. We don't. And it was a Russian military. It wasn't a fighter jet or a bomber or like a tanker. It was just. It was like a passenger, Russian military passenger plane. I wonder if that Russian flight had something to do with us blowing the living hell out of this airport. Do you think, are these two things related? Could be totally unrelated. Could be related. I don't know. It's landing in Egypt. Is that right? Do you know where it landed? I'm just sitting here kind of speculating. Somebody saw that thing land in Egypt? Is this a hold on, is this a Candace Owens joke? Is this a joke about Candace Owens? You might be it occurred to me that you might be joking there. I don't know. You think the pyramids have something to do with this? Yeah, hold on. Where is that? Where is that Russian boy? Did this thing resurface? Where the hell did that thing go? What are you? No, that's Qatar, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. No, that thing, it just disappeared. It disappeared. Right as it was about to, pop into Syria. Heavy gunfire in Beirut. Oh yeah, we've been listening to it for hours. Beirut is just in chaos right now. Beirut is in chaos tonight, and you can hear it. Hey, where's our U.S. drone? This is a U.S. surveillance drone that we're tracking right now. Take a look at that. Actually, right off the coast of Iran. Right off the Iranian coast. I was reading a report the other day. You can't help but notice. Look at this drone here. It's right next to an island called Kark, which is an Iranian island right off the coast. I was reading a report the other day that Kark is actually an incredibly geo-strategic location for the Iranians. Why don't we take a look at that island, Kark? Where am I at? There we go. There's our island. And that the U.S. was allegedly going to try to actually take control of this island. I don't know, but here's Kark. If I had to guess, this is probably a big oil island. Are these oil storage facilities? What are we looking at here? Fire water tanker, truck station. Do we have photos on the ground? Can we get on the ground down here or no? Well, it's called Oil Boulevard. I think this has something to do with oil. Considering the main road right down the middle is called Oil Boulevard. I'm starting to piece this together. They've got a little city over here. Hold up, do we have alerts? Do we have red alerts? Wait a minute. Checking the app. No, we don't. Okay. Okay. Power plant. This is natural gas power plant. I got a strip runway. You can land your plane there. So anyway, yeah, and then you can load it up. Then you can load it up out here. Oh, I mean, look at it. Look at this. Ah, yeah, we know what's going on here. They're pumping oil onto these boats. This is Oil Island, is what this is. That's what that is. So anyway, that this is one of the most important locations in all of Iran, and that the U.S. May actually try to seize the entire island. We're taking the island. Maybe. Potentially. It's one of these key locations here. Was. Yeah, right. Olive oil? Avocado oil? I'm doing a quick scan here. The IRGC has just released video footage launching ballistic missiles towards Israel. What do we have here? The IRGC Aerospace Force has just released footage showing the launch of Khyber Shakan and Ghadar ballistic missiles towards targets in Israel. They're launching their missiles. There's footage. They're launching their... Okay, so that's put out by the IRGC. Thank you for that. Excellent. Excellent. Presumably this is old footage. We have a geolocation here. I want to show you folks something. All right, you ready? So we saw that Boeing 747 all fired up at Tehran's Ma'arabad International Airport after the joint U.S.-Israeli airstrikes. There's that 747 on fire. We have video footage of that. There it is. Yeah, that's right. That's right. And now this has been geolocated. Where are we talking? So we have the exact coordinates, actually. We could pull this up on the map. We've got coordinates. So they figured out actually exactly where this happened. Airstrike on Sentinel-2. It is wild to me that people do this, that people are doing this. Wait, can we plug in these cords? Oh yeah. What do you know? Take a look at that. So we have the exact coordinates of where a burning Boeing 747 was. It's probably on fire right now. Uh-huh. This is one of the most iconic things in the city of Tehran. It's the Azadi Tower. It's one of their big monuments. There it is. The Azadi Tower. Right next to the airport. And people are driving around. Astounding. Astounding. The Almaty Park. It's a big city. 10 million people. I think 9.8. 9.8 million people living in this city. No, I'll show you something that's probably gonna blow your mind. I've shown this before. In this town, there's like a rich part, there's poor parts, and there's rich parts. You can click on. They've got shopping malls, and like I said, this country, it's not well, not the entire thing. It's not some desert hellhole. They've got rich parts and poor parts. Look at this, good lord. I'd get a meal there. Once the bombing stops, I'd get a meal there someday. Or a cup of coffee or whatever. This is something that fascinated me. You have some women that don't cover their hair, and other women that do. I suppose it's non-compulsory, maybe? I don't know. Non-compulsory. Flying carpets, yeah, like out of Aladdin. Yeah, that's right. People walking around. Oh, you've even got white people. Look at that. Hey, they've got white people there too. Well, I'll be damned. Anyway, no, really, I just hope that these people don't have to live under a psychotic regime anymore. That's kind of how I feel. Like I don't hate the Iranian people at all. I just hope that they don't have to live under a psychotic crazy regime anymore. Seems like most of them do not like their current leadership. Be free, yep. Yep. That's right. Iranians are the Aryans. Kind of. They're like downstream of the Aryans. They're descendants. They're not the originals, though. The Aryans. Oh. I'm out here scanning for updates, right? Oh, what's wrong with our flight? Oh, look at that. Our little drone disappeared. Oh, never mind. It's back. Nope, it's back. False alarm. False alarm. False alarm. What landed in Egypt? I think somebody was joking about the Egypt thing. That Russian plane just disappeared. We have no idea. That Russian plane just disappeared. The Egypt thing was a joke. I think somebody was making a joke. Even I fell for it. Even I fell for it. On average, the left hand is less coordinated. You know I'm left-handed. You know what they say? They say left-handed people are, on average, 8 IQ points higher than right-handed people. And if so, that's good, because I need all the help I can get. I don't even know if that's true, though. I hope it is. Oh, hey, look at that. Yeah, we found that little Russian plane. Is that the one? Yeah, that is the one. That is the one. Hold up. Okay, we have identified the Russian airplane. And it is off the northern coast of northwest Egypt, almost like it's flying to Libya. So this thing flew west through Turkey, down across the eastern Atlantic. It did not land in Cairo. Where are you going, sir? Where do you think you are going? Military or government aircraft? I doubt it's going to Libya. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. That was quick. Yeah, this guy is hauling ass. Yeah, he is. We don't know who's inside of this thing or who they're looking to pick up. I don't know. We should I think we should keep tabs on this guy. We don't want to lose him again. Okay, there he is right there. How about that? Keep tabs on him. Don't take your eye off him. Oh. What a day. Hold up. What am I looking at here? Maybe some fascinating news. Okay, we have some update coming out of Russia. I'm not exactly sure what the update is. Why don't we break it down here? Russian President Vladimir Putin spoke to his Iranian counterpart, Masoud Pezeshkian, today. Per the release from the office of the President of Russia, normal exchanges were had, with President Putin voicing his support for Iran and condolences for the loss of the Iranian principal decision makers. Now, Okay, curiously, we've heard reports, there's a report going around that this guy is dead now. We have heard a report as of maybe 3 hours ago that Masoud Pezeshkian, the president of Iran, is now dead. We don't have a confirmation, we don't know for sure. It's kind of a rumor at the moment. But anyway, so they spoke earlier today, before he died, allegedly. However, the release states that, quote, Russia's principled stance is in favor of an immediate cessation of hostilities and the rejection of force as a method to solve any issues. Something that directly contradicts credible reports that Russia is providing Iran targeting information for U.S. bases and infrastructure across the region. Complex situation, and then on top of that, this guy might be dead now. We don't know. Complex situation nonetheless. Putin is condemning violence, of course. De-escalate. Need to de-escalate. Well, also, maybe, we don't know, we don't even know that. Maybe is giving intelligence. That was coming out of U.S. mainstream media. The White House has not officially confirmed that. The White House said, well, it doesn't matter. If it's true or not true, it doesn't matter because we are in complete and total control. That's the official White House response. Could be true, could not be true, doesn't really matter because we are dominating. I would imagine they are. I believe the story. I think the Russians probably are giving intelligence to the Iranians. I would imagine so. There's some aircraft over the skies of Beirut right now. It has been over 2 hours since we've had any red alerts in Israel. Now we have a couple super chats here. This is from Graham Gallagher, all the way from Europe. I think he's a Brit, maybe. He says, our thick and incompetent deputy prime minister does it again. Cyprus is not in it. Yeah, we talked about that. Your deputy prime minister, he tried to say that Cyprus was in NATO. It's like, it's a kind of tangential relationship. Cyprus itself is not formally in NATO, but Cyprus is occupied by the Greeks and the Turks, who are both NATO members. And also there's a Royal Air Force base. The Brits, of course, are in NATO, so it's like, it's not directly in NATO. But, that's the argument he's trying to make. That's probably the basis for the argument he's trying to make. Even more curious than that is why he would be trying to make that argument. Why is he trying to make that argument? The only reason why you would argue that Cyprus is in NATO is if you want Cyprus to be able to invoke Article 5 of the NATO Charter, which effectively says an attack on one is an attack on all. So it seems to me that your deputy minister, deputy prime minister, whatever his title is, it seems to me that he wants NATO to be at war with Iran. That's the only reason why anyone would make that argument. At least that's the only reason that comes to mind for me, that he wants NATO to be, like NATO, the entire entity of NATO, all of them, to go to war with Iran. Now, we heard from NATO General Secretary General Mark Rutte yesterday. He said, no, there's no Article 5 involved so far. That's not necessary. NATO's not getting involved. That's from Secretary General of NATO, Rutte, yesterday. So, probably NATO's not getting involved. CF Rob says, Grok says the Persians didn't like the policies of the Shah and they caused an economic crash through protests and the IRGC took over. The people wanted socialism, they got theocracy and police state. Thank you. Hey, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Rob. Morris Revolutionary Guard Corps. He says, Smoke and mirrors, plot twist. Putin called knowing Iran's president would answer. Passed the coordinates to Trump and U.S., and hours later, Iran's president is reported dead. Oh, you want to go crazy mode. Ah. You are going conspiracy mode. Who knows? Who knows? You know, it is worth considering, right? Russia. This is my opinion. I believe that Russia genuinely does want to normalize their relationship with the U.S. I believe that Russia, long term, going forward, wants to have a good relationship with the U.S. I'm not exactly a Russian shill or a stan of Russia or a supporter of Russia. I think two things can be true. Russia wants the territory that they have in Ukraine and they do not want to give it up, and that's a non-negotiable for them. That seems to be the case, and that also long-term, Russia wants to renormalize relationship with the U.S. on an economic level. Both of those things seem to be true. Those things seem to be in conflict also. You have conflicting interests from the Russians, but I think that's what they want nonetheless. And so, you know what? Russia might have kind of decided that Iran is... They gotta go. It's over. Russia might kind of be cutting their losses with Iran and say, listen, hey, good luck, but if you can't take care of yourself, then we most certainly can't take care of you. If you can't do it yourself, then why are we gonna get involved? So, good luck. Thoughts and prayers. Good luck. Chosen Outlaw says, I'd vote Vance Rubio, but really I want Asman and Matt. You want the Asmongold, Matt Morse administration? We would just play World of Warcraft all day. Who are we kidding? Dude, we would just sit there and watch YouTube videos and play World of Warcraft all day. Let's cut the shit. We'd get nothing done. We'd be too busy playing World of Warcraft. The country would go to hell. CF Robbie says, new defense tech idea. Take over drone guidance systems and reverse trajectory back to the launch site. Yeah, if you could hack into that, if you could make that happen, that would be funny. That'd be next level. Hey, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Oh, hold up. Oh, very bad news. The U.S. consulate building in Erbil, Iraq, northern Iraq, is currently under attack. Once again, the U.S. consulate building in northern Iraq in Erbil is currently under attack, ladies and gentlemen. We have a confirmation right there. We're going to pull this up on Google Maps. This is not good. Let's pull this up right now. I believe I have it up. I have it up. Okay, zoom out. I want to show you where this is. Big picture here. Northern Iraq. Very close to the border with Iran. There's the Iranian border. Okay, zoom it in. So, U.S. consulate building. You know what? We saw an attack here. No, we saw... It was a... What did we see here the other day? I think it might have been a suicide drone that crashed into this thing. I think we saw a drone hit this thing a couple days ago. Yeah, we can't really look on the ground here. Allegedly, this U.S. consulate in Erbil is under attack. Do we have any images? We have images inside of the consulate building. from the past. They're raising the U.S. flag. They're having meetings. That's outside the building. So hopefully everybody here stays safe. I would imagine that this building is evacuated. Given the circumstances, I would suspect this building is probably evacuated. I'm going to look into that right now. Let me look into that. Can we start calling them kamikaze drones? I feel like it's disrespectful to the Japanese. The Japanese are cool, at least. The Japanese are cool. These Iranian drones, I don't know, man. They're kind of like, I'm just going to keep on calling them suicide drones. We don't want to appropriate Japanese culture here. Okay, I'm looking into this. No, the U.S. consulate in Erbil, Iraq has not been fully evacuated, but non-emergency U.S. government personnel have been ordered to depart Iraq, including from the consulate, due to heightened security concerns. So it's not fully evacuated. Mandatory personnel and emergency personnel are still on site. They're still on site. I'm looking more into this here. I'm seeing who is still there. Essential and emergency staff and security personnel are still there to maintain the facility, handle critical functions, and provide limited emergency support. So just the basics. Just the absolute necessities. As of 1 minute ago, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in 7 days, Taiwan has detected and tracked Chinese aircraft and vessels inside of or around their space. Per Taiwan's Ministry of National Defense statement, 2 Chinese aircraft and 6 Chinese vessels and 1 official ship operating around Taiwan were detected. So, for 7 days, China was not conducting operations around Taiwan. Now they are again. They were for every day, hours every day, and then they stopped for 7 days during the first 7 days of this conflict in the Middle East, and now they're back. And now they're back. So in a weird way, it's kind of like a return to the norm, because they were doing it every day, all day, nonstop for years. For 3 years they had been doing it. Matt doesn't watch his chats. I sure do. I sure do. Uh-huh. Let's see if we have any other reports here. One moment here, folks. I'm doing a deep dive. that we are tracking right now. This is a Russian government plane just about to cross from Egypt into Libya. That's the Egyptian-Libyan border you're looking at right there. This is a Russian government plane. And we don't know where it's going. This is one of the most tracked planes in the planet right now. Everybody's talking about it. President Trump has said that we are not done here with Iran until we have a, quote, unconditional surrender. Unconditional surrender. Yeah, RMW, we have been talking a lot about those planes, a bunch of Strato tankers over Jordan. Yeah, we have talked about that a lot. Thank you very much. They're doing something. They're refueling up there. Saturn dreaming of Mercury. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Well, we have a moment. You know, why don't we go ahead and pull up Flight Radar? Let's just kind of take a look at everything that's going on out there. Pull this up. So there's that Russian plane we were talking about over there. On the way to Libya or somewhere else. We're only tracking military right now. So just how, like 5, 6, 5... these are all U.S. Strato tankers flying in and out of Israel right now. Looks like a bunch of U.S. Strato tankers on the way to Bahrain or Qatar, presumably Qatar. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. And we have that little drone. This is a U.S. surveillance drone just loitering in the Persian Gulf, in the northern Persian Gulf. I would imagine this thing is up here trying to detect drones and missiles. Now, I'll tell you something else. This is... We have it's a manned surveillance plane. It's not a drone. It's called an AWAC. It's an E3 Sentry AWAC. Can I show you something here? AWAC. Whoops, I need to put this up on the big screen. So, this is a surveillance plane. Put this up. We saw prior to this, and this is a NATO one, but we prior to this conflict breaking out, probably 3 weeks ago, we saw 4 of these get repositioned from the U.S. over into the Middle East. So we know at least 4 of these are in the Middle East in the CENTCOM area right now. I would suspect that these things have been in the air 24/7. I don't know, for a week. You can keep these things up there in the air as long as you want, as long as you've got food and water for the crew, because you can refuel these midair while they're flying. They don't even need to come down. The only reason to come down, they're not carrying bombs or missiles, they're just surveilling. The only reason you have to come down is more food or water for the crew that's on board, because you can refuel them all day. So I imagine that these things have been airborne pretty much nonstop over the last week as well, in key or sensitive areas. Can I zoom out here? Now, these AWACS, they have about a 250-mile surveillance range, like diameter, this way, that way. And so, you know, if you place these guys in strategic positions, one here, one here, one here, another one down here, you can kind of cover everything. With 4, and maybe we've got more than 4 in the region, then you have drones on top of that, you can pretty much see everything that's going on up there. Oh, look at this. There's a cargo transfer in the Strato tankers too. You can send down more bullets, bombs, missiles, and food. I didn't know that. I thought it was only fuel. If that's the case, then you're just living up there in the air for a week straight or more. You're never coming down. You're never coming down. So, yeah, there you have it. There you have it. I would bet they've been up there pretty much nonstop. We have another massive super chat here from Saturn Dreaming of Mercury. He just did one a moment ago. He did another one. He said, "Keep up the good work, sir." Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. You know, I think tonight is one of these nights where we're going to be here. We're going to be up late together. Is that okay? Is that okay on a Friday night? We're all hanging out here late. I think we've got more to do. Now, I'll tell you what, though. I am getting hungry. I wonder if my beautiful wife has dinner planned. I could go for some food. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. How long could an AWAC theoretically stay up in the air? Hello. Pizza? Yeah. Pizza. Homemade pizza. She's making homemade pizza. She makes it homemade. Theoretically, with continuous tanker support and no other hard limits, an E-3 could stay up airborne for days. Some anecdotal reports mention 22-hour flights or multi-day tracking in simultaneous in simulations and real ops. But practical maximum are around 24 to 30 hours before crew rotation, mechanical constraints like oil, or mission needs force a return. 24 to 30 hours is about as much as you'd want to push it. Bring them down, repair them, make them sure everything is up to snuff, tighten all the bolts, whatever. Send them back up. There you have it. We have another message from Saudi Arabia saying that they have just shot down another 4 drones. They did the same thing 6 hours ago. Yeah. The Saudi Arabians have shot down another 4 Iranian drones headed towards the Sheba oil fields. What are we doing here? Come on. The Sheba oil fields. Wow, you guys are gonna like this. You want to see something crazy? All right, here's our Saudi Arabia. The Sheba oil fields are right here, just south of the United Arab Emirates. Look at these dunes. Look at these deserts. Look at this. These are the Sheba oil fields. This is astounding. So anyway, these are the Sheba oil fields. They're pumping oil out of the ground out here. Just ripping it right out of the ground. Right in between the dunes. And once you zoom in, you really get an idea for how big these dunes are. And in between, at the base of all of them, you got another oil field. And another one. Just nestled in between the dunes. Well, at least, some type of equipment here. That is just astounding. They're out here. And God knows how hot it is. Imagine, like 130, 140 degrees. I don't even know. Just in the middle of the damn desert. Drill, baby, drill. So if you're wondering how the Saudi Arabians are so rich, you're looking at it. This is literally how they got their money. They're pumping it. They're ripping it right out of the ground. Right out of the ground. So anyway, now on at least two occasions in the last 6 hours, the Iranians have tried to fire suicide drones towards these oil fields. You can imagine you probably don't want an oil field to be hit by an explosive drone. The Sheba Wildlife Sanctuary. The Wildlife Sanctuary, huh? I wonder, can we drop down anywhere and take a look at what this looks like? The answer is no. Oh, yes we can. Yes we can. There's one spot right there. Take a look. Holy hell. That guy is blurred out. He's blurred out. So it looks like these people are getting dematerialized by Thanos. Remember when Thanos and everyone went poof? They're getting Thanosed. They're turning into dust. Anyway, this is what it looks like out here. Uh-huh. This is where they're pumping oil. Goodness gracious. So anyway, the reason why we're talking about this right now is because the Iranians keep firing explosive suicide drones at these oil fields. Do they have people? What is it? They got people living out here? Right on the edge. I mean, I suppose you have to have the workers. The workers have to live somewhere, right? So they have these worker towns. They are out here making the desert green. They're trying to I mean, look, and they're doing it to with some amount of success. They're like terraforming the desert. But this is just where all the workers live. You probably don't have many women or children or anything running around out here. Just a bunch of men working out in the desert. Good Lord. And there you have it. And there you have it. I'll look at one more spot. It's a working town. Yeah, it almost does look like a mirage, doesn't it? You got a hotel? So the Iranians are trying to blow all of this up. And the Saudi Arabians are not that happy about it. I'm gonna do a quick scan for updates. That was sexist? Yeah, whatever. That's okay. Yeah, whatever. I was trying to find more updates about this consulate in Erbil, but I can't. It doesn't seem like we have any more information about that. Gotta watch out for the sandworms. That's right, out there, the dune worms. You need to be very careful. Saudi Arabia still has slaves. Yeah, I think like some sort of slave, something like that. You want to know a crazy fact here? There are more slaves right now in the continent of Africa, right now, than there ever were in the U.S. combined. So add up all of the slaves that ever existed in the United States, combine them all up over 300 years or 250 years of slave trade, add them all up, that number is still smaller than the number of slaves there are right now alive in Africa right this very moment. That is true. That is true. That is true. Oh, whoa. I think we are sending a third aircraft carrier battle group. Is this right?
Good evening, Brett. A third U.S. Navy aircraft carrier strike group is getting ready to...
Turn this up. It's too quiet. Turn it up. Turn it up. Turn it up. Turn it up.
Good evening, Brett. A third U.S. Navy aircraft carrier strike group is getting ready to cross the Atlantic and join the war against Iran. The USS George H.W. Bush has completed her workups just off the coast of Cape Hatteras and is expected to deploy soon. She's expected to head to the eastern Mediterranean after the aircraft carrier USS Gerald R. Ford crossed the Suez Canal on Thursday and is now in the Red Sea. In addition to dozens of strike fighters aboard the carrier, the guided missile destroyers in the strike group will also be available to hit targets potentially in Yemen, should there be any signs of Houthi rebels launching attacks on Israel or international shipping. Now, in the strait.
Ladies and gentlemen, it appears as if my camera has just fallen out of its place. You are now looking at my at the floor of my office. So I need to get that fixed. Well, darn it. Here, I'm going to put on a video for you guys while I fix that.
Strait of Hormuz, where 20% of the world's oil flows each year, transits are now down 94% since the start of the war. As an incentive to get traffic moving again, the Trump administration announced today a $20 billion reinsurance program, and Energy Secretary Chris Wright says the U.S. Navy will begin escorting vessels through the strait when it is safe to do so.
First, we got to get their ability to cause trouble way down. And then as soon as it's reasonable to do it, we'll escort ships through the straits.
All right, let me take a minute or two here to fix this. I'm going to put on a video for you guys here while we get this taken care of. Yeah, this'll probably do. One moment here, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, hey, it's a one-man show. Technical difficulties, you know how it is. All right. All right.
Explosions rocking Beirut as Israel and the U.S. military continue to ferociously pound terror targets across the Middle East, escalating their strikes on Iranian air defenses and missile sites. President Trump posting on Truth Social, there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. And Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt outlining what that means.
When he, as Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Armed Forces, determines that Iran no longer poses a threat to the United States of America and the goals of Operation Epic Fury has been fully realized, then Iran will essentially be in a place of unconditional surrender, whether they say it themselves or not.
The president telling NBC News that a potential U.S. ground invasion of Iran isn't needed because, quote, it's a waste of time. They've lost everything. They've lost their Navy. They've lost everything they can lose. Meanwhile, the Democratic resistance to Epic Fury is just getting started. The country is split evenly on how they feel about the strikes, but AOC doesn't see it that way.
The vast majority of Americans are against a war with Iran. Two things can be true at the same time. We can acknowledge the brutal reality of the Iranian regime and their murdering of protesters and targeting of people, and we can also know for sure that a forever war will not resolve that issue.
And Kamala Harris taking a moment at Jesse Jackson's funeral earlier today to hit President Trump.
So let me just say, I predicted a lot about what's happening right now.
Kamala.
I'm not into saying I told you so, but we did see it coming. But what I did not predict is that we would not have Jesse Jackson with us right now to help us get through this.
Uh-huh.
And RIP to Mr. Jackson. All right, Jesse, a number of these Democrats just weeks ago were saying, Taco, the president told these protesters he was going to help and he never did anything. But now they're angry that he's done something.
Yeah, I don't even care about these people anymore. Kamala Harris is a joke. She couldn't find the Strait of Hormuz on a map. And AOC totally discredited herself when she was in Europe the other day. They asked her about Taiwan and she froze. So forget about those people. They're not serious. The Democrat argument against the war is three things. It's illegal, not true. It's going badly, definitely not true.
There we
and
go.
It's unnecessary. And if you look at the last week, we've proved that it was necessary because every time they send a missile or a drone our way or our allies' way, we have to intercept it with a THAAD, a Patriot, a Hornet, or a laser. That costs blood and treasure. If we had waited for the threat to be imminent, 5 years, 3 years, maybe in Gavin Newsom's next presidential term, the Iranians would build up such a massive stockpile of drones and missiles, it would have created a shield around their nuclear program, and any operation like this would have been unthinkably bloody and catastrophic and may not have worked. And it may have prevented, let's just go with the argument, President Gavin Newsom from even doing this. And then on his watch, we would have had a nuclear Iran who would have been able to blackmail the entire world. I didn't even know this, but 1/3 of the world's population is within range of Iranian missiles. If we had waited, it would have been more. I'm talking from Paris to Calcutta. We did the entire world a favor. This war was the last realistic opportunity to take this regime out, and it's going incredibly well. The drone carrier was just taken out. We have growlers jamming their electronics. We actually have attack helicopters flying over the capital of the country. Think about that. 6 days ago, we were firing missiles from the Mediterranean, and now we have manned attack helicopters right across their capital, leveling their command and control posts, and they can't do a thing about it because...
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I put that on while I was fixing my camera, and the camera, great news, has been fixed. Now, we do have a new report I want to share with you folks. Thank you for bearing with me while my camera was on the floor. I think I kicked the cable and it fell on down. We have a report I want to share this with you folks. Thank you very much for your patience. I saw one or two of you guys complaining. So thank you, everybody that did not complain. Anyway, we have a report I want to share with you, and it is right there. The U.S. Navy is preparing to deploy a third carrier strike group to the Middle East near Iran in the coming weeks. According to a report by Fox News, with the USS George H.W. Bush and her carrier strike group having now completed their composite training unit exercise, CompuTwex, expected to depart from the Naval Station Norfolk in Virginia sometime before the end of March for a regularly scheduled deployment to the U.S. Fifth Fleet Area of Responsibility. However, due to the ongoing hostilities with Iran, it is not known if she will relieve the USS Gerald R. Ford, who entered the Red Sea on Thursday and has been deployed now for nearly 11 months, or if she will arrive to further reinforce the U.S. Navy in the Middle East. So, is anyone here, we have any Navy service members? Is anyone here, give me a 1 in the chat if you have spent time on an aircraft carrier in the ocean. Who here has served on board of an aircraft carrier at some point in your life? I want to take a look at the chat. I think we're going to have a couple ones. We've got some veterans here with us. Now, let me ask you a question. 11 months being deployed on an aircraft carrier for 11 months, that is a very long time. In fact, that might be like the longest time. That's a pretty long time, right? It's a little bit abnormal. It's abnormally long, I believe. That's what I've read. It's a pretty long time. And so, if I had to guess, for whatever the hell that's worth, if I had to guess, I would guess that it's actually on the way, the USS George H.W. Bush, to go relieve the USS Gerald R. Ford. That would be my guess. But who knows? They might triple up. They might triple up in the region. Could be the case. Yeah, it's pretty long. It's almost 2 times longer than normal. So it's a pretty long time. That's a long time to be out at sea, don't you think? Yeah. That's a long time. Now, it's going to take... Okay, let me figure this out. Maybe somebody knows. We're going to figure this out here real quick. How long for a U.S. aircraft carrier to travel from Virginia to let's say the CENTCOM area. 10 to 21 days, depends on how fast they're going. And also depends on where exactly in the CENTCOM area. 10 to 21 days, depending on the route, speed, stops, and operational factors. Somewhere 2 to 3 weeks. Couple variables. So, even if this thing is on the way, it's still going to be a little while. Okay. There you have it. And there was also something else, another report I wanted to share with you guys that is kind of hot off the press here. Drones launched by the Islamic resistance in Iraq have been intercepted over Erbil. We have some interceptions. The Iranians right now are still launching drones. It's happening now still. And we'll take a look at it right now. That does look like a drone falling out of the sky. The birds are chirping. Yeah, that does look like a drone falling out of the sky. It sure does look like that. There you have it. It seems like we are having a much more difficult time cracking down on these Iranian drones. We are. Although it's harder. Seems harder to shut down all the drones than it does to shut down the ballistic missile launches. And when I say harder, I'll put some numbers out here. Something like, we've seen like a 90 or 91% reduction in ballistic missile launches from the Iranians, and like an 83 or 84% reduction in drone launches. So, still, we have cracked down just slightly less than the ballistic missiles. Just came in here to tell everyone to stop filing taxes. Good luck with that. You know, I'm not a fan of paying taxes myself. However, I'm not looking to have any fights with the IRS. Good luck, though. Hey, listen, I wish you luck with your... I hope... Oh, hold up. Wait a minute. Red alert on the Israeli confrontational line. Once again, all the way up as far north as you can go, just about in Yuval. It's a town called Yuval in Israel. And this is not a missile launch. This is not a unidentified aircraft or a drone. I think there's probably some combat, some spats here with Hezbollah right along the border. And up in this area, we have seen that so often. Just like small arms fire. And it's already over. And it's already over, actually. Seems to be over already, ladies and gentlemen. Anyway, sir, good luck with your battle against the IRS. I don't think you're going to be successful, but good luck nonetheless. We have a super chat over here from Shoddy Contractor. It says, Matt, monitoring the situation and his office door. Thank you very much. Yeah, you guys saw, I think you saw my, my air conditioner. You saw my air conditioning unit. I've been trying to keep that secret from you guys, but I guess the secret comes out. I have an air conditioning unit in my office, because sometimes it gets a little bit hot in here. I'm sorry to disappoint all of you. You've got this many computers and screens and techno doodads, it gets hot in here. Goodness. Goodness. Oh, you know what? Yeah, hey, why don't we take a look at that? Well, hey, just hell, pull it up on the big screen. Put that up on the big screen here. Stand by here, folks. Yeah, inside of my mud hut. That's right. All right. This is that little Russian plane. Seems to be landing, seems to be going right towards Benghazi. You ever heard of that place? Benghazi. And it would seem as if this Russian plane is currently en route to Benghazi in Libya. In Libya. That's where it's going. Now, I wonder real quick, bear with me here, ladies and gentlemen. You think we can get any satellite imagery of Benghazi? Can we go on the ground? Can we get down on the ground in Benghazi? What's it looking like down there? What's it looking like on the ground? Oh, hey, we got a little bit. We've got a little bit. Let's go off into one of the neighborhoods over here. This photo was taken in 2021. And, you know, I suppose this is during COVID. I was saying, hey, where's all the people? Maybe the Libyans were respecting their COVID lockdowns. Maybe they had COVID lockdowns. Here's another one. This is also similarly from 2021. Maybe they're all inside. Who knows? Hey, there you have it. So anyway, it seems like this Russian plane we've been tracking for a couple hours is en route to Benghazi, and it seems like the altitude is decreasing. That's right. All right, hey, we'll probably see this thing land here in just a minute. That would be my guess. Yep, it's en route. I need to get caught up on some of these super chats here. This is from One Barbie 2. She says, thank you, Barbie. Thank you very much, Barbie. I appreciate that. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you very much. It's been a long day. Listen, we have broken the 8-hour mark. Jeep Man says 4 years in the Navy with 2 6-month deployments, 97 to 2002. There you have it. Well, hey, thank you very much. Thank you very much. He did 2 of them. He did 2 of them. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I bet it's not as fun as it sounds. It's Redemption says, you're the GOAT, brother. Unmatched stamina. Unmatched stamina. Nobody's got this type of stamina. Hey, thank you. Hi, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Freedom Coast Apparel says, the USS Biden was supposed to be there, but it got lost on its way to the Middle East and fell asleep on the beach. Yeah, we got to find him. Yeah, we need to find him. Where's the USS Kamala? Where? Hey, where is the USS Kamala? Nobody knows. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And, okay, there we are. We have a Rumble rant over here. Okay, no, we got that one from Shoddy Contractor. Debbie P says it's probably about the LNG tanker that sank. Could be. Could be. I'm going to do a quick scan for updates here. We have an update from President Trump. So, folks, so far in this ongoing conflict with Iran, we've had 6 U.S. casualties. We've had more injuries than that, but 6 U.S. casualties so far, and we are praying that that number stays at 6 and does not go up. Now, President Trump has issued a statement. Trump said just now on Truth Social, I will be going to Dover Air Force Base tomorrow with the First Lady and members of my cabinet to pay our highest respect to our great warriors who are returning home for the last time. God bless them all. It's heartbreaking. It is heartbreaking. God bless them. God bless them. So that's a statement from President Trump right there. He's going to Dover Air Force Base, and that's in Delaware. Somebody said, where's that? It's in Delaware. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. PTX Paul says, Matt, you should do call-ins to get the pulse of the listeners. Maybe someday. Maybe someday I'll decide to do that. I'll tell you what, man. I just really like doing my own show. I'll be honest. There's a reason why I don't really, I don't go on other people's shows. I don't have people on my show. I don't really do call-ins. Maybe someday I'll change my mind, but it's kind of like doing my own thing, to be honest with you. And it seems to be going well enough. Seems to work. People seem to like it. Thank you very much, though. I appreciate that. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's what they say. Just want to make sure everything we have here is live. Yep, it is. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Fake live footage. No. No. Is this one of these conspiracies? I've noticed something. Sometimes people will come in and they'll talk about how, like, 1,000 U.S. military service members have gotten blown up. 1,000 U.S. casualties. Israel is like a parking lot. Israel's been blown up, blown to pieces, and all of the live broadcasts are actually fake live broadcasts to conceal the fact that Israel has been blown up and all the U.S. military bases are blown up and all the Americans are dead and Iran is winning the war and it's all a big psyop. Yeah, no, that's actually, part of my language, that's actually retarded. Pardon my language, that is retarded. And everything is AI, it's all artificial intelligence. Yeah, right. Right. Can we see your shoes? Why do you need to see my shoes? Why do you think you need to see my shoes? No. Iranian propaganda. Maybe it's Iranian propaganda. It might even be Chinese propaganda. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. If I had to bet, maybe it's actually Chinese propaganda. It might be Chinese. Now, I will tell you this. This is not propaganda. This has been confirmed. I've seen numerous photos and sources confirming this. We did suffer a loss here at the very start of this conflict. I'm going to share this with you folks. Photos have now confirmed the destruction of an ANTPY-2 forward base X-band transportable radar operated by the U.S. Army, following an Iranian drone attack earlier this week targeting Muwafaq Salti Air Base in Jordan. Muwafaq, pardon my language. The ANTPY-2 is the primary ground-based air surveillance radar, or the THAAD missile interception system, with this specific radar likely supporting THAAD batteries in Israel and in Jordan. So this is maybe 5 days ago. We heard initial reports of this, and I was waiting to get the confirmation. We've got the confirmation now. I've seen a bunch of different places talking about this. Seems to be confirmed at this point, 5 days later, that in fact, yes, on the first or second day of this conflict, you had this this massive radar get destroyed. The Iranians blew it up. That sucks. Yeah, big loss. I wonder, I just out of curiosity, how much does one of these cost? I would speculate that this thing costs a hell of a lot of money. Price point. I would bet a lot of money. It's built by Raytheon, and it costs... Let me see here. So here's the thing. In a full THAAD battery context, it's $1 to $2 billion, but that's also including all the other components. This thing in isolation, we're looking at $400 to $500 million. $400 to $500 million. Let's just say $500 million. So that is that's a lot of that's more than I make. That's a lot of money. You know, here's what we'll do. Give me a 1 in the chat if you make 500 million. If you have no, if you're worth. If anyone here is worth $500 million, go ahead and post a 1 in the chat. Let's see if we have anyone in the live chat here that is worth $500 million. I would suspect not a lot of people. Myself personally, no. Wow, we have a couple 1s. Impressive. Well, hey, listen, if you're typing 1 in the chat, then make sure to super chat. Hey, make sure to spread it around. Make sure to send in a super chat. You've walked right into my trap. I'm going to put our cameras back up. So that's a big loss. That's a $500 million loss at a minimum. Might even be more than that. That does suck that they blew that up. And that happened probably 5 days ago. It's Redemption says, you're the GOAT, brother. Unmatched stamina. Okay, we saw that one, but it's true nonetheless. It's double true. Thank you. Thank you very much. Look at that. JBO said, I am worth $500 million. There's a $10 super chat. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. The duality of the chat. Somebody said, I'm worthless. And then another person said, I'm priceless. I'm priceless. I'm worthless. There you go. You know what? I think you're all priceless. I think you're all priceless. Thank you very much. We have a big super chat here from Andy Finsterwald. He says, you're welcome. There's a $50 super chat. All right, dude, we get it. Okay, you're worth $500 million. Okay, we get it. You don't need to brag. You don't need to brag about it, Andy. Jeez. We get it. You have a multi-million-dollar penthouse. We get it. You have a private yacht. We get it. You drive a Bugatti. Okay, dude. We get it. Thank you, Andy. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We have a Rumble rant over here. Hold up, pause. Before I look at that Rumble rant, what do you hear? Listen. Shh, 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 shh. Turn up the audio. Nothing. You hear nothing. For hours, in fact, for 8 hours, for 8 hours, we have been hearing constant gunshots and firing on the streets of Beirut. For the first time in 8 hours, nothing. In Beirut, there is nothing. No bombs, no gunshots, no anti-air cannons going on. I don't even know. Nothing. There's nothing. Not even that woman is yapping. Nothing. It's totally quiet. Maybe we have peace. Maybe this is a sign of good peace, of peace to come, good things to come. You think they ran out of ammo? Looks like that plane disappeared. How about I flip us back over to the Strait of Hormuz? There's the Strait of Hormuz. Oh, well, I'll be damned. Would you look at that? Can we bring that up on the big screen here? Well, look at that. Hold up, folks. This is the Strait of Hormuz. And what do you notice? You see one tanker making its way through that Strait of Hormuz right now. And we're going to get some more information on that, but before we do, let's take a look at some of these super chats. Andy, again, thank you very much. I've got the hiccups. Super chat from 45 Rob, who says, fund for Matt's THAAD radar thingy. It's true, it is true. I'm trying to put together $500 million so I can have my own THAAD surface-to-air missile battery in my backyard. You never know when ballistic missiles will be raining down your house. You need to have a surface-to-air missile interception system THAAD battery in your own backyard for maximum safety. Thank you. That's right. You gotta have it. You gotta have it. It's mandatory. Given the way the world is going these days, yeah. Hey, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Alpine Retreat says, hey Matt, I love the show. Here's 1/100 millionth of that radar thing. Well, now we'd only need 999 million more dollars or whatever. Hey, thank you. Hey, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And DQ Bell using the Rumble wallet. Thank you very much. Why don't we take a look at this psychotic tanker vessel that is trying to make its way through the Strait of Hormuz. They're probably dodging Iranian ballistic missiles right this very moment. Take a look. Who's doing it? Who's crazy enough to do this? They're from Palau. We should have known. We should have known. It's always somebody from Palau. How many times have I said that? It's always somebody from Palau. We take a look at this thing. So here's this big vessel, and okay, I was going to say I thought this might be a natural gas vessel, but no, those I thought these were on the ship. No. Okay, so this is just your run-of-the-mill tanker, and they are trying to take their cargo out of the Persian Gulf. I would imagine they're full, and they're running the Strait of Hormuz right now. It's like this thing got a paint job at some point. Yeah, they painted this thing. It used to be red or orange, and now it's green. Astounding. These photos are as recent as 2023. There you have it. So they said, listen, we're done waiting. We're sick of these Iranians. We're sick of these ballistic missiles. We're sick of the suicide drones. They said, I'm going in. And in they went, and in they did go. They're about halfway through. Well, a little bit. They're working on getting halfway through. Wish them luck. Good luck. And what are you doing, sir? What's your deal? This is a bulk carrier. Another one that seems to have tried to make its way through. Seems like successfully. You're going to the Marshall Islands. It's always the Marshall Islands. What did I tell you? It's always the Marshall Islands. Another one. The Red Wing. The Red Wing. And they're just letting it rip. They're going in. They're running the gauntlet. Yeah, that's right. They're trying to make the Kessel run. I wonder if 5 years from now you're going to have ship captains that are, you know, they're like, yeah, remember that time the Iranians were blowing up ships in the Strait of Hormuz? Yeah, well, I successfully piloted or successfully captained my tanker vessel through the strait. They almost got me. They almost blew me up, but I dodged that ballistic missile. I dodged 17 suicide drones. You wouldn't even believe it. I made the run. I ran through the Strait of Hormuz. They're going to be bragging about this for the rest of their life, probably. Honestly, they probably will be. They'll be bragging. They'll be telling their grandkids that throughout the time they ran the Strait of Hormuz, they were dodging ballistic missiles. They will be. And you know what? Some of them did it. Some of them actually did it. More power to them, I guess. It's kind of impressive. It's like psychotic, but it's kind of impressive, actually. You have to respect it a little bit. You do. It takes balls. It takes balls. More balls than I have. I wouldn't do it. So there you have it. There you have it. Chad moves. Yep. That's right. I think that everyone in Beirut, Lebanon, might have just gone to bed. Might have just gone to bed. Toymaster, hey there, Toymaster. Hey, thank you for tuning in. Thank you, brother. And I'll tell you what here. it's only 6. I think it might be about that time of night, folks, where there's just nothing happening. It is always right around this time. You know, have you begun to notice here? Right now, right around this time, all the news, all the action, everything, both stateside and over there in the Middle East, it all just kind of comes to an end. Seems like things have kind of simmered down. Man, 8.5 hours. 8.5 hours today. Everybody's tapping out. I mean, you can only blow each other up for so long before you have to take a little bit. Everybody's got to take a nap. Everybody's got to take a rest. 4 a.m. Yeah, it must be about that time. What time is it? Time in Israel. That's Istanbul. Israel. Yeah, 4. And so it must be 5:30. 5:30 in Iran. In Iran. That's right. Going out to... No, my wife is making pizza tonight. We're having pizza. Homemade pizza. She's got a pretty good pizza recipe. I'm considering running down to the gas station. Whenever we wrap up this broadcast, I might run down to the gas station and go buy a 6-pack of Stella. It might have to be a Stella night after we wrap up today's show. I think it might need to be. It has been, I'll tell you what, it has been one hell of a bombing campaign today. The Americans and the Israelis, we were dropping bombs on Tehran, and you guys saw the footage like you wouldn't believe. The footage coming out today was just crazy. Massive explosions, targeted strikes. Seems like we have crippled their international airport. The Tehrani International Airport, whatever the name of that airport is. Where's our airport? That's Benghazi. We got to go back over here to the east. The ancient Greeks, back in the day, they called all of Africa Libya. Libya was the name of the entire place. Not just what we know as Libya now, but anytime the Greeks were taught, well, I guess everything other than Egypt. They had Egypt, and then everything other than Egypt was Libya. It was all called Libya. Now, anyway, yeah, where's that airport? Where is that little airport? Yeah, right here. The Mehrabad International Airport. We were just blasting the living hell out of this thing. A couple hours ago. Seems to have stopped. Everything seems to have kind of quieted down now, but... seems to be the case. Is that where the libtards are? You think the libtards live in Libya? No, they just live in Portland, Oregon. They live in Portland, Oregon, and Minnesota, Minneapolis, Minnesota. That's the airport there. We were just bombing the hell out of that thing earlier today. Just bombing the hell out of that thing. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that might need to be a wrap for the day. I want to say thank you all very much. What a show. We've been here for 8.5 hours. I don't even know how many people tuned in on YouTube and Rumble. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in today. A lot of super chats, new followers, new subscribers, a lot of likes on the video, everything. And listen, I'm doing my best. We are doing our best here to break down every single aspect of what is going on here. This is admittedly, in case you might have noticed, this is a very incredibly complex geopolitical dynamic that is unfolding right before our eyes. This is not one-dimensional in any sense of the word. It is multi-dimensional. And it can be difficult to make sense of everything that's going on. So we're doing our best. It's very complex. A lot of moving pieces. And we're doing our best to break it all down. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all very much for tuning in today. I will see you tomorrow. Guess what? We're doing the same thing tomorrow. Same time, same place. And we're gonna run it back. So I'll see you folks tomorrow. And if I don't, I'm gonna be very upset with you. I'm gonna see you tomorrow, but if I don't, meaning if you don't show up, if you don't come back, I'm gonna hold a grudge. I'm gonna be very upset. So you better come back. But no, I'll see everybody tomorrow. Thank you all. It's been a great show. And until I see you next, God bless, stay safe. We're praying for peace. We're praying for peace, and that this entire situation can de-escalate, and that nobody else has to be wounded or lose their life. We want a de-escalation ASAP. Thank you all. Okay, I'll see you folks tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Take care, folks.